Greenlight to Freedom, written by Songmi Han and Casey Lartigue Jr. Narrated by Simmone Park. Published by Freedom Speakers International.
FSI Publishing. Copyright 2022 by FSI Publishing. All rights reserved. Printed in the United States. To Mom, for giving me life on this earth, a second life in South Korea, and for being the green light of my life. Preface. Growing up in North Korea, I was a tomboy who wanted to play, run, and wrestle. I was so active, I had so much energy, and I was constantly in motion as a child. This turned out to be a disaster for my uncle, who was often my babysitter. Uncle Chishol had recently been discharged from the military after being diagnosed with tuberculosis. The 1990s were a tough time in North Korea. Many people were dying of starvation and various diseases. Because he was too sick to work, he often stayed at home during the day, mainly reading and keeping me from destroying the house. I was 3 years old. I couldn't understand why he was so interested in reading all day. To distract him, I would throw a pillow at him. War had been declared in our living room. He would throw the pillow back at me to let me know that he had accepted my challenge. He was kind, like my grandma. He always talked so nicely, and he never got angry at me, although there were times that he should have. His voice was weak, and his body was even weaker, frail. He was sick so often, but I wanted to play. Sometimes I would spill something. Then my uncle would admonish me by having me stand in the corner. When I did something wrong, or when he thought I had done something wrong, he would tell me, "Songmi-ya, go. Stand in the corner on one foot." My name is Songmi, which means pine tree. The a or ya, depending on if a name ends in a vowel or consonant, was the ending that Koreans, both North and South, attached to the ending of words. It shows closeness, but also hierarchy, with an older or elder person using that ending for younger people. As a North Korean child, I was taught at home to obey my elders, and in preschool, I was taught to worship the dictators and their family members. He would have me hold 2 arms up in the air as I stood on either my right or left foot as instructed. When I got tired, I would secretly shift from one foot to the other. Without looking up, he would tell me in a stern voice, "I see you. Stand on your right foot only." I was always amazed. He would be reading while directing me without looking at me. "Stand up, down, up, down." Was he watching me or just reading the words up and down on the page? It seemed that he had an eye hidden on top of his head to watch me even as he was focused on a book. "Uncle, I'm so tired. It hurts. I'm sorry. I won't do it again." My thighs and knees hurt so much going up and down. "I can't hear you," he would say. In a louder voice, "I won't do it again." "Really? Can I believe you?" I would promise him that I wouldn't do whatever I had just done, even if I had been caught for the 2nd, 3rd, or whatever number of times. Eventually, probably after he had finished another chapter in a book, he would set me free from the corner. Then a few minutes later, another pillow would go flying past his head, or into the back of his head if I had good aim. After our battles during the day, my uncle would get serious. "Songmi-ya, Now it is time to clean up." The others were out working, so we would quickly clean up before they got back. Then we would be happily cleaning together, my various crimes and his punishment long forgotten. I was happy during that time. I could smile and laugh so much with my family. I was laughing so much, even when others didn't see the humor. One time, my grandma asked, "Why are you laughing so much?" "I don't know. Everything is funny." Others would be laughing at me, laughing at things. However, everything would change after dinner. It would become difficult for me to laugh or play. For various reasons, as a child and as an adult, I have had to remind myself to smile, to love life like that 3-year-old girl inside me once did. The following is about my struggle to smile, how I lost my voice for so long, why I am grateful for the good things that have happened to me, and how I was able to live life again with the green light of my life. Songmi Han, February 2022. 1. Scary Father. Are you ready? There was no anger or emotion in my father's voice. It was neither a request nor a demand. The inevitable would occur every night around 8 p.m., like a clock ticking second by second to an encounter that could not be avoided. Almost every night the following happened at our home, which was located about 240 kilometers or 150 miles from North Korea's capital of Pyongyang. Mom, my father, grandma, and uncle would have dinner together, typically rice, stew, and some side dishes. The oldest, grandma, and youngest, me, would talk the most before and during dinner as we gathered around the kitchen table. Grandma Bae and I were inseparable. Mom, my father, and uncle were almost always quiet around dinner time. After dinner, there were the usual clanging sounds as Mom washed the dishes. Another nice dinner done, I would dash to the living room, eager to entertain my grandma with the rhythmic gymnastics or something else I had learned at preschool. Nearby, but also far away, my father would be puffing on a cigarette farmed by Grandma Bae and that he had rolled himself. Uncle Chishol usually would have slipped outside. As the clanging sounds from the kitchen started to subside, I could feel my face turning red, with tears forming in my eyes. Mom had taught me how to tell the time, but I dreaded knowing when it would be 8 p.m. Silence would take over the entire house. After Mom finished cleaning up, there would then be complete silence. That seemed to be the signal for my father to say his line to Mom. Clearing his throat, he would ask, "Are you ready?" It didn't matter how Mom responded, what she said or did, the tone of her voice, her body language, facial expressions, her complaints. Nothing mattered. Mom was going to be beaten almost every night around 8 p.m. Sometimes she would reluctantly go to my father, moving slowly. He would stare at her for a moment. Slap. He would usually start the beating by slapping her face hard. Slap, slap. If she raised her hands to cover her face, then he would punch her in another part of her body, usually her stomach. If she didn't leave the kitchen fast enough, then he would grab her by the hair, arm, or shirt, drag her to the living room, and beat her there. Other times, he would start throwing things at her and beat her wherever she was. A broom or dustpan or whatever he could grab, he would throw to officially start the beatdown. Then he would beat her until he was tired, and he didn't tire easily. Punching, slapping, kicking. His fists and feet were his primary weapons. Sometimes he would throw her against the wall in the living room. When he was beating Mom, I wished I could be bigger or that someone could come to stop it. I was just 3 years old, a little girl who was increasingly terrified of her father and crying for her mother. If he had meant to kill Mom, he could have done so easily. My father towered over her. He was a giant by North Korean standards. Generations after the country was established in 1948, North Koreans were reportedly 3 to 4 inches shorter than South Koreans. My father was an exception, about 5 feet 11 inches tall, physically fit, tough. My mom was 9 inches shorter and no match for him. She would grab his clothes, trying to hold on to stop his punches, slaps, and kicks. Being an active tomboy, I would try to stop my father from beating Mom. However, I was as threatening as a newborn puppy growling at a burglar. I would grab my father's right leg as he was hitting Mom, holding on so at least he couldn't kick her. "Please, stop. Don't hurt Mommy." I would look up at my father with my body wrapped around his leg, pleading with my eyes for him to stop. He was hitting Mom, but he wasn't showing anger. He was as emotionless as a farmer cutting off the head of another chicken. Mom would say, as a command, "Songmi-ya, go to your grandmother." Mom was dodging and absorbing blows, but she was worried that her little baby would be injured. I couldn't understand how my father could be so mean. I pled through tears and sobs to Grandma Bay, "Please stop my daddy." Sometimes Grandma Bay would try to stop him, but to no avail. He would easily push her out of the way. "Stop! Get over there," he would shout, glaring at my grandma. "Don't try to stop me." It was a rare time that he showed emotion. It was rare that anyone in the home challenged him. I would then try to hide so I didn't have to watch. Our home was big by North Korean standards. We had a kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms, and nearby we had a storage room and an outdoor toilet. In addition, for the many animals our family raised, we had a chicken coop, a pigsty, a dog house, a rabbit house, and an area for goats. Our home was big, but when my father was beating Mom, it seemed so small. No matter how far away I tried to get from the beatings, it still seemed that I was right there next to Mom as she was being beaten. Doing as I was told, I would cry, sitting on the floor as I held onto my grandma's legs. Uncle Chishol would be there sometimes, but he was the younger brother. I didn't know then that they were stepbrothers and that I wasn't related to Uncle Chishol or Grandma Bay by blood. Sick with tuberculosis, he was so skinny, pale, and weak. Anyone who saw him could tell that he was sick. He would try to stop his older brother and stronger stepbrother, but he was too weak physically. He was almost the same height as my father, but he looked like a skeleton. One day, as my father was beating Mom, my uncle grabbed my father's wrist to stop him from throwing another punch. It was a good athletic move, especially for a frail man, but it was like grabbing a tiger by the tail. On that occasion, my uncle looked directly into my father's eyes, trying to reason with him. "Big brother, please, stop it." In response, my father aggressively grabbed his arm, threatening but not hitting his sick brother. "Don't intervene. This is not your business." My uncle was too weak to fight. We all knew he didn't have the energy or strength to stop my father. He tried at times, but he was usually missing 15 minutes before 8 p.m. He was a witness to frequent beatings that he was helpless to stop. In North Korea, the police are more interested in punishing people who have said something negative about or damaged the likeness or reputation of the North Korean dictators. Beating a spouse was something for the family to work out. Mom would cover her face to try to block my father's punches and slaps, but he easily broke through her weak defenses. When Mom fell, it seemed the entire universe had collapsed. My father would kick Mom as she was curled up in the fetal position. There was nothing she could do about a big man determined to beat her up. He rarely spoke as he beat her. What terrified me most of all was his silence. He rarely spoke around the home, and his mind always seemed to be somewhere else. He rarely talked during the beatings, so Mom couldn't argue with him because he didn't respond. I wanted to comfort Mom, to hug her, but she would be in pain and have a knee-jerk response to touches. Mom often couldn't sleep at night because of the pain. She wouldn't leave home because her face was red and blue from the constant beatings. I had been an active rough-and-tumble tomboy, laughing at everything, but I was turning into a crybaby. My father didn't care about Mom's pain, Grandma's protests, Uncle's reasoning, or my tears. Those beatings are among my first memories in life. I have near photographic memory about things from the age of 3. Apparently, the trauma woke up my brain early. I can remember things in detail, and I am unable to forget them even when I try. My father's flat statement before a beating still rings in my ears today. "Are you ready?" My parents first met on a blind date in 1992. Mom was born in 1970, and my father was about 5 years older. From the outside, it seemed we had a wealthy and happy family and home. I was born in that home on September 27th, 1993, the first of 2 daughters. Our home was in the Kumya-gun, Bongsan-ri area that is in the middle of North Korea. It was during the peak of North Korea's famine in the 1990s. There are estimates that, out of North Korea's population of about 25 million people, about 500,000 to 3 million starved to death. In a country where many were starving to death or eating grass to survive, having a dinner table with numerous dishes full of food meant you were affluent. Despite that seemingly good situation, The marriage of my parents was doomed almost from the beginning. There were 3 main factors that led to the breakup. The first factor was the death of my paternal grandfather. I later learned that my father had previously been in a relationship with a woman that he really wanted to marry. In North Korea at that time, people did not marry out of love. Marriages were typically arranged by parents. My father, however, had found the woman he wanted to be with. His own father had objected to the marriage, and as a loyal son, my father had to accept his own father's objection. My grandfather had opposed the relationship because the other woman had the same family name. Han is not as common of a family name as Kim, Lee, and Park in North Korea. Times may have changed somewhat, but as late as the 1990s, it was still forbidden by many families for a Han to marry someone else with the Han family name. If you met another Han, you would assume that you were related in some way. While the Kim, Lee, and Park family names have many ancestral lines, the Han family has only one line. A Han marrying another person with the Han family name was out of the question for older North Koreans. Even after being married for several years, my father wanted that other woman. As a loyal son, he had obeyed his father's wishes. Then, everything changed after his father died. The loyal son no longer had to abide by his late father's wishes. My father began meeting that other woman again. He never showed emotion with our family, and his mind always seemed to be preoccupied, away from us. He may not have felt love with his family, but apparently he did know what love was with the other woman. Marriage to Mom had not ended his feelings for his first love. His father's death gave him an opportunity to see his first love again. Mom knew about the other woman, but initially she didn't protest or complain. There is a saying in Korea that sometimes it is better not to know. A person will ignore what his or her spouse is doing for the sake of keeping a marriage together. The second factor that led to the breakup of the family was even more serious than a husband having a mistress. My baby sister died when she was just a year old. I don't remember the exact day or month, but I think it might have been in May of 1997. I remember that it was raining so hard that day. My sister and I attended the preschool that was about a 5-minute walk from home. Like other children, my baby sister and I started preschool at the age of 1. On that day, however, I was alone. After lunch, but before the regular nap time, the teachers were washing the dishes, organizing things, and talking together. I overheard one of them say, "Oh no, Solmi died." Solmi had been sick that morning, but I couldn't believe she was dead. I wanted to go home, but I was too young to leave on my own. I looked out the window, listening to the heavy rain hitting the ground, quietly crying. At home, my stunned family members were all crying. Grandma Bay had cooked dinner in a daze, but it didn't matter because no one ate. I later heard the rest of the story of what happened that terrible day. My sister had looked fine when we were getting ready for preschool that morning. After changing her diaper, Mom picked up Solmi. My sister began screaming in pain. Mom was startled. Babies sometimes cry, but this was different. She noticed that Solmi's lower body was bright red. When Mom touched her again, Solmi started screaming again. Alarmed, Mom sprang into action. She alerted our family that something was wrong. She asked Grandma Bay to walk me to preschool. Then my parents got prepared to take Solmi to the clinic that was about a 15-minute walk away. Because it was so early in the morning, they first went to the home of the doctor who was the clinic's director. The doctor was there, but he said they needed to go to a bigger hospital about 2 hours away. My parents both ran and walked, with Solmi strapped to Mom's back. They approached the hospital, but Solmi wasn't breathing. They arrived at the hospital frantic. The doctor and nurses tried to revive her, but it was too late. My baby sister had already died. It was unbelievable. We had been playing together the day before and had breakfast together that morning. My father began beating Mom after Solmi's death. My father loved my little sister so much. Friends and family members would say that Solmi resembled my father. Even her voice sounded like his. It seemed that I was Mom's daughter, and Solmi was my father's daughter. My father blamed Mom for Solmi's death. He had already been a bit aloof with the family. After Solmi's death, he often blamed Mom for not noticing sooner that Solmi was sick. Whatever problems they were already having were exacerbated by Solmi's sudden death. The third factor that led to the implosion of my family was that Mom's side of the family began struggling financially. My father's side of the family was well off, as my paternal grandfather had a huge home and was influential. Mom's side of the family had been doing well, but then my maternal grandparents both suffered strokes and my maternal grandfather died. I have no memories of my maternal grandfather. I only remember one photo of him that Mom showed me after I asked about him. He was sitting alone in a chair. I noticed there was a problem with his eyes. I asked directly, "What's wrong with his eyes?" They were white and one eye was closed. I also noticed that the index and middle fingers of his right hand were missing. He had been a hero during the Korean War, losing his vision and 2 fingers. The government gave him some money every month to reward his war valor. North Korea is one big military, and soldiers and war heroes were rewarded. Mom's mother, Grandma Choi, had been making some money selling medicine, and my grandfather's stipend added to their income. But there were too many people in the home, 7 in all, to live on their money. Grandma Choi suffered a stroke. They sold medicine to pay for her medical expenses. As she was getting better, my grandfather also suffered a stroke. The treatment of both grandparents bankrupted the family. North Korea's medical system is free, but doctors must be bribed when higher-level treatment was needed. Both grandparents were sick, but they had run out of money. The government wasn't paying much, and they didn't have enough food. Every day, my grandfather was saying, "I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I need to eat." They had run out of money and food. My grandfather, the war hero, the leader of Mom's family, starved to death. After his death, Mom's relatives struggled even more. My maternal grandma was getting better, but then she suffered another stroke. Mom's youngest sister, Aunt Yeonhui, was a high school student then. She had started selling food she had cooked. Desperate, she and other members of Mom's family went to my father to ask for help. That seemed to drive my father over the edge. He was secretly meeting his mistress, was angry about the death of his younger daughter, and now the wife he was abusing had relatives asking him for help. Mom was also fed up, and not just because of the beatings. She knew her husband had money and could share it with her relatives, but he rejected them in person. She wanted to help her family as they tried to survive one shock after another. A North Korean woman should not challenge her husband's authority, but Mom began to do so. She knew he was meeting another woman, but she hadn't said anything at first. Finally, she informed him that she knew he had a mistress and that she knew who the other woman was. She said she would be fine if he lived with that other woman. With the beatings getting worse, my father's refusal to help Mom's relatives, and with him continuing to meet the other woman, Mom finally said she wanted to get divorced. In North Korea, both sides must agree to a divorce. My father had started meeting the other woman, but he didn't want to get divorced. At that time, it was shameful for a family to have a divorce. My father wanted both a wife and a mistress. My family looked successful, but Mom was about to shatter that facade by trying to get divorced. Finally, Mom left. She went to Grandma Choi's home, battered and bruised. I later learned that my father visited Mom to ask her to reconcile. Mom's response was simple. We're finished. She wasn't going to be beaten again. She knew that her husband wanted another woman. She was tired of getting blamed for their daughter's death, and she knew he wasn't interested in helping her family. After Mom left, I was living with my father, Uncle, and Grandma Bay. My father was expecting Mom to return. One reason is that her family was poor. Their desperate situation had gotten even worse. It seemed logical that Mom would miss the affluence of my father's home. We had plenty to eat, unlike at Grandma Choi's house. A second reason that he expected her to return is that Mom and I were very close. At some point, the mother would certainly return to her surviving daughter. Third, Mom initially had been willing to accept that her husband had a mistress. At some point, like other wives of wealthy men in North Korea, she might have been willing to accept the arrangement. It made sense that my father thought Mom would return. But then, days turned into weeks, then it was 3 months, and there was no sign that Mom would return. It was a lonely time for me. I was just a child, so I couldn't know all the circumstances of what was going on in the family. I felt like I didn't have a family. I was living with my father, uncle, and grandma, but it was Mom who I wanted to be with. I loved my grandma, but no one could compare with Mom. My father had not changed. There were no beatings, so it almost became a normal home. However, I had an uncomfortable feeling when I was alone with him. He didn't smile. He didn't talk much. After work, he would return home, eat dinner, watch TV, and smoke. Then he would go to sleep at around 8:30 or 9 p.m. I did love the home I was born into. Before the breakup, life had its wonderful moments. I woke up jumping out of bed. I wanted to go outside to talk to the animals even before getting dressed. My favorites were the dogs and goats. Sometimes I would go with my grandma to feed the goats. I really loved watching them eat grass. They would be moving their whole faces as they were eating. Sometimes I would try to show them how to eat, pretending I was chewing something. I hoped they would learn by watching me, but they never did. The goats seemed to be moving the grass from one side of their mouth to the other, unlike humans who bite and chew up and down. "Grandma, look at the goats. Their whole faces are moving." "Little one, are you looking at their faces?" my grandma responded. "Is it funny?" "Yes," I said as we laughed together. I loved goat milk, so after I learned where the milk came from, I wanted to help milk the goats. The little tomboy wasn't content to just watch. After milking them, my grandma and I would boil the milk. I loved having goat milk with rice. I was a picky eater then. My grandma was always trying to feed me different kinds of food, especially meat, fish, and soup. I usually refused to eat meat. I didn't even want to look at it. I didn't know that many North Koreans were starving at that time and would have happily died while eating meat. There was only one kind of fish that I enjoyed: flatfish. I didn't eat kimchi, and most of all, I didn't enjoy soybean paste stew, which is a favorite of many North Koreans. My family being affluent, I could be picky because there was always more food to choose from. "That's smelly. I don't want to eat," I often said. I smelled food first, leaning over like a picky dog sniffing. I could always come up with a reason that I didn't want to eat or drink something, but I never turned down goat milk. I would visit the pigs to watch Grandma Bay feed them. I often stood on my tippy toes trying to look inside the pigsty. I loved the dogs and the goats, but I teased the pigs. "I don't like you, pig. You are so dirty and pooping everywhere. Oh, smelly." I often held my nose in case the pigs couldn't understand what I was saying. Surely the pigs would understand my body language. They would rub up against the wall to scratch and itch. I wondered, are pigs ticklish? Itchy? They would be trying so hard to scratch their itches, and I would be laughing so hard. They would rub up against the gate or anything else to cause friction. "Grandma!" I constantly called for my grandma. At times, our home and entire area seemed to be filled with my voice calling out, "Grandma!" "Yes? Why are they scratching? Can I help them?" She handed me a stick, then showed me how to scratch the pigs. Using the stick, I started scratching the backs and stomachs of the pigs. The pigs would come to me, seeming to know that I enjoyed it as much as they did. One pig was waiting, inviting me to scratch his stomach. I did so, and he loved it. From that time on, I would scratch their itches as part of the feeding process. "Hey pig, are you happy now?" I felt at one with the animals and was constantly trying to communicate with them. "Grandma, can they understand me? I can't understand them." I tried making the oink sounds that pigs make, Maybe they could understand me if I spoke their language. I had seen Grandma Bay calling the chickens by making a goo-goo 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 sound. I thought my grandma knew the chicken language. I began making the sound with the chickens. The chickens were coming to me. Just like that, I had become a fluent chicken language speaker. Having quickly mastered the chicken language, I then wanted to become a fluent pig language speaker. Around our home, we had many fruit trees. After I learned to count, one of the first things I wanted to count was the fruit trees around our home. There were 24 in all, which I confirmed almost every day when I was outside with Grandma Bay to feed the animals and scratch the pigs. If a tree ever disappeared, I would have known it because I would have counted them the day before. To Grandma Bay, I could do nothing wrong, no matter how many times I called her name, asking her to do this and that, to explain this or that, or to tell her that I didn't want to eat this or that. There was only love from her. I was happy at that big house with so many animals and fruit trees. Serene would be the word to use, as I was at one with the animals and trees. I would stare at the animals, wondering, what are they thinking? Are they happy? How are they communicating with each other? What are they seeing when they look at us? Is the grass yummy? It was all so wonderful until 8 p.m. After Mom left home, even those outings with Grandma Bay were not as much fun. I was more careful after Mom left. After 3 months, I finally found the courage to ask my father directly, "I miss Mom. Why can't I see her?" The question had been on my mind every day. I could say anything to Mom and Grandma Bay, but I would think first before talking to my father. I had even learned to be careful talking about him to others. He had been a scary man beating Mom. He didn't answer immediately. A bit later, he said to Grandma Bay, "Mom, bring me Songmi's clothes." "What? It is so late already. You can't go out now." "I can go anywhere." He did what he wanted to do. Everything was a command, even to his stepmother. Grandma Bay must have known that he wouldn't listen to her. Every conversation was one way, from his direction. There was never any back and forth conversation with him. Only assertions, statements, commands, and orders from him. More casual than usual, he said to me, "Okay, let's go see your mom." Grandma Bay probably guessed what he was planning to do. As directed, Grandma Bay got my clothes. Getting dressed with my grandma was usually fun, but I could see that her usually cheerful face was serious and sad. Although we had shared many happy times, the look on her face at that moment was one I will never forget. Tears were rolling down my grandma's cheeks as she got me dressed. I was confused. It was a happy moment because I was going to see Mom. My father still didn't seem to have a heart, but at least he wasn't being violent. Maybe this meant that Mom could come back with us and we could live together again. "Grandma, why are you crying?" "Nothing," she said. "I hope you can be happy with your mom. Please eat well." Eating well had never been a problem, even for a picky eater like me. As we said goodbye, Grandma Bay tried not to cry as my father looked on. I had mixed feelings of joy at seeing Mom, but sadness at saying goodbye to my grandma. We started down a long dirt road leading from our home. Although we were father and daughter out walking together late at night, we weren't walking hand in hand. I was a young girl who didn't have any special feelings about her father. We walked and walked and walked and walked. I started wondering how long it was going to take. This was the countryside of North Korea. It was tough to get around. It would be several years before I would ride in a car. For a long time, I didn't know people could have personal vehicles. That seemed to be something reserved for government officials. If we had been important people, we could have had a car. My baby sister could have lived because my parents could have rushed her to the hospital, and it is possible that our family would not have broken up. At least, not at that time. And the nightly violence might have never started. It was so dark and scary walking late at night. Where I grew up in North Korea, the streetlights were used only to light up the statues of the dictators of North Korea. At night, you had to feel your way around or rely on your memory. There weren't homes with lights to show you the way. Usually, there was no electricity at night. Most of the year, we would use candles, and many families would use tree limbs that were basically sticks lit on fire. But it was so irritating if you used that during the night. In the morning, when you washed your face, you would be like a chimney, blowing dust and soot out of your nose. North Korea was a dark country at night, and the dark was a reason not to be out late at night, as my father and I were. My father was walking so fast I had to run to keep up with him. I couldn't see any lights. I was running to keep up with my father. "Dad, I'm so scared." That would have been a moment for a father to hold his daughter's hand, to give her a hug, to reassure her in some way. "Don't worry," he said. "You will see your mom." Everything I said, my father responded that I would be seeing Mom soon. He was not angry, and there was no excitement in his voice. On the other hand, I was so excited that I would get to see Mom again, but I could sense that I should not express excitement. First, however, we had more walking to do. "How long do we have to go?" I asked, still running to keep up with my father. He was so tall, and his legs looked even longer as he hurried. "Over there," he replied, not answering directly. I finally smiled, knowing we were getting closer. I asked again how long it would take. Pointing, he said, "Do you see that light?" In the far distance, I could see a small light. "Your mother isn't sleeping yet. You will meet her soon, and you can live with her from now on," he said. I was so exhausted that I didn't grasp the full meaning or implication. "You can live with her from now on." Would we be living together? Were we all going to stay together in Grandma Choi's home? I couldn't figure out his exact meaning, and I was too exhausted to figure it out. Finally, I kind of collapsed on the ground. He didn't get frustrated or angry. He picked me up and carried me on his back, sprinting. I was so tired that I fell asleep on his back, even as he sprinted at top speed. Around midnight, we arrived. We had run and walked for 5 hours, mostly sprinting by my father. I woke up to see that the small light was now very close. When we arrived at the door, my father said, "Okay, you can go in." Even as he was preparing to dump me out of his life, he couldn't say my name. He didn't comfort me. He didn't hug or kiss his scared young daughter, and he didn't even say goodbye. He just said, "Okay, you can go in." Without looking back at my father, I knocked on the door. 2. Home Sweet Barn. Mom and Grandma Choi were so surprised when they opened the door to see me. After being apart for months, I was suddenly at their door, far from home. "How did you get here?" In just 5 seconds, I felt more love and concern than I had in the previous 3 months with my father, probably more than during all my years with him. Aunt Yeonhui also greeted me. She had been cooking, getting ready for the next day to sell food on the street. I explained that my father had brought me there, but that he had left immediately. Grandma Choi was paralyzed on the left side of her body after suffering a second stroke. She was worried about my father because it was already late. He would have to go a long distance at night, arriving home at about 5 a.m. Aunt Yeonhui disagreed. He can rest at his home. She didn't want him to come in. When my grandparents were suffering from health problems, my father rejected the desperate plea from my mom's family as he sat in his huge home. He wouldn't want or expect Aunt Yeonhui's help now. "I know him," Mom said. "He won't come in." He needed to return to his castle where he was the dictator. At the home of his estranged wife's family, he would be a visitor and an unwelcome one. Surely he wouldn't feel comfortable. In addition to rejecting their pleas for help, they would know that he had been beating Mom and had a mistress. He wouldn't want to sit in their home. He'd prefer to walk or run for hours rather than having to show gratitude as a guest. They embraced me. Then we had some nice fruit. After that, I fell asleep in Mom's arms. 6 months after Mom started the divorce, it became final. Although my parents had gotten divorced, I still saw him on the street very often. In North Korea at that time, it wasn't easy to move around without government permission, and it wasn't easy to get that permission. It isn't easy to go to another province without permission or to move to a different home. Mom started making plans to leave. One reason is that there simply wasn't enough food to feed everyone in the house, my grandma, Mom, 2 aunts, uncle, and me. A second reason is that we needed to be back in the Bongsanri region when our new home from the government became available. Mom's address was still registered as being in my father's home, and we were waiting to get permission to move. A third reason, Mom needed to start working again. It was time for a new start. Mom and her other sister, Aunt Sonhee, loaded up various household items such as bowls, blankets, pillows, clothes, and cooking tools onto a handcart. Aunt Sonhui would help us with the move before returning to Grandma Choi's home the next day. My uncle Kumchol was out, as usual, probably drinking, chatting with friends, or collecting wood. I was scared as Mom and Aunt Sonhui began pulling the handcart to leave Grandma Choi's home to go back to Bong Sanri. My heart was pounding with every step, unsure of exactly what was going to happen to us. At first, I was walking with them. Aunt Sonhui then had an idea. "Songmi-ya, can you help us push the cart?" I think I saw her smiling, or was it a smirk on her face? But then she looked serious. "Of course!" I was probably 4 years old. Mom and Aunt Sonhui were pulling the handcart and I was pushing from behind. "Songmi-ya, are you pushing hard?" "Yes, I am." Aunt Sonhui and Mom couldn't control their laughter. "We can't feel you pushing." "Mom, Aunt," I came from behind the cart. "My face is so red and I am sweating so much." I wiped the sweat off my brow to make sure they could see how much I was sweating. They laughed even harder. "Mom, Aunt, don't tease me. I was pushing so hard." "You are like a cute aunt," Mom said, still laughing. "We couldn't feel you pushing." We were in a terrible situation, struggling to drag that handcart such a long distance. At that moment, I didn't see anything funny. "My stomach hurts from laughing," Mom said. Ignoring them, I resumed pushing from behind the handcart. After more pushing, I got tired and needed to take a break. "Mom, I can't walk anymore. My feet hurt. I'm sleepy." Mom had still been giggling, but then she got serious. "I have an idea. Can you get on the handcart?" "Really? Can I?" The cart didn't look that comfortable, but it still looked like it could be fun to ride on it. Aunt Sonhui picked me up and put me on the handcart. This was going to be more fun than pushing the cart. "Sit here?" I asked. "No, move over a little." They had thought I was useless when I was pushing the cart, but now it seemed that I was valuable. Some of the items had shifted as the handcart was being dragged. They needed me to balance the cart with my weight. I fell asleep almost immediately. It felt so comfortable. Then, Aunt Sonhui woke me up. My body had tipped over. "Songmi-ya, if you move to a different position, then it becomes more difficult for us to pull the cart," Aunt Sonhui said gently but firmly. Their laughter had turned to seriousness. They wanted me to be comfortable, but there was the reality of them struggling more. I was rubbing my eyes to stay awake. "Mom, I'm hungry. How much longer do we have to go?" She gave the bad news. We had only gone about halfway. We had gone about 5 hours. "That's too long," I said. They were probably thinking the same thing. Then they got hungry too. A bit later, we came upon some places selling snacks on the road. They bought some food and we ate. After that, Mom and Aunt Sonhui said they were tired. I was happy because I was with Mom. I was happy no matter what we were doing when we were together. I always felt comfortable with her. Of my 2 aunts, I preferred Aunt Sonhui. She was so kind, unlike Aunt Yeonhui, who was a bit cold. We were walking on a dirt road, so it was uncomfortable pushing and pulling the cart. Whenever a car passed by, there was so much dust that we couldn't see. If a car was coming by, Mom would warn, "Songmi-ya, don't breathe." I was born at a time known in North Korea as the Arduous March. I had been living a life of luxury, but now we were having an arduous march of our own. Even some wealthy families were struggling to survive. What would happen to us? I started to worry when I began wondering about our destination. "Mom, where are we going?" Aunt Sonhui answered, "You don't know? You are going back near your father's house." I had mixed feelings. I was happy to go there because I could see Grandma Bay and my friends, but I was afraid of my father. "Where are we going to live?" Mom answered, "We aren't sure exactly." Despite the uncertainty, I was happy. I could see the contrast between Mom and my father. The last time I had seen him, my father had walked fast and then sprinted for hours so he could dump me out of his life and start a new family. In contrast, Mom, Aunt Sonhui, and I slowly pushed and pulled the handcart for 10 hours, knowing that Mom and I would be alone in the world. My father had barely acknowledged my existence, barely talked, and dismissed my questions by telling me that I would be able to see my mom. In contrast, Mom and I were truly together, walking and talking together as mother and daughter, and also in good spirits because Aunt Sonhui had joined us. Even having them tease me was fun because I knew they loved me. They were laughing so much. It was like going on a fun family trip. Our move was during the daytime instead of the scary night. We weren't in a hurry, and we were having fun despite the difficult trip. And the final contrast? My father had returned to a nice house. Mom, Aunt Sonhui, and I arrived at our destination. A barn. The barn Mom and I were moving to was even smaller than the storage room at my father's home. Our lives had been turned upside down since the death of my baby sister. Now we had come to this moment. We opened the dirty old door to the barn, and Mom quickly concluded we couldn't stay there that night. There seemed to be only 3 things inside: dust, dirt, and rice straw. It was already late. We hadn't eaten for a few hours, and we were so tired. As a barn, it might have been perfectly fine. It was not appropriate for humans, however. It wasn't exactly home sweet home. It was our best option at that moment. It was going to be our housing until we were assigned to another home by local officials. Near the barn was the main building of the orchard manager. Mom asked if we could stay in the office that night. We were in a bad situation, reduced to living in a barn, but Mom had to draw the line somewhere about what we could tolerate. She would continue trying to maintain our dignity as human beings, although it would get more difficult in the coming years. Mom had worked with the manager before, so there was some familiarity. The manager was probably in his 50s, skinny and short. He was willing to allow us to stay in the office that night, although, of course, we couldn't expect that kind of thing long term. The office felt so good, so warm. We slept there that night. I snuggled up to Mom, wondering what would happen to us. I looked into Mom's eyes, and she looked into mine. We didn't say anything in that moment, but I said to myself, I am going to be with my mommy forever. I would always be a good daughter to her, to thank her for bringing me into the world. This was going to be the start of our new lives. We were relying on an orchard guard to allow us to stay in a barn. At that moment, we were grateful for even that. What would have happened to us without even that barn? North Korea didn't seem to be the heaven that I had learned about in my preschool classes. The next morning under the sun, we got a look at the barn. It had been too dirty for us to stay in the night before. We had kept our dignity by not sleeping there that first night. Now, we would need to make it suitable for humans. Mom sprang into action. It would take about a week to make the repairs and upgrades. She was always finding a way to survive through every situation. Because it would be a week before we could move into the barn, the orchard manager asked if we could stay in a hut overlooking the orchard. It wasn't just out of benevolence. His orchard was a target for people stealing food. North Korea had been going through a famine, so it was common for many people to steal food. There were no lights in the hut, making it very dark, but at least it wasn't dirty like the barn. When it rained, Mom and I would sit together, trying to avoid getting wet in that cold, uncomfortable hut. My baby, are your feet cold? She placed my feet between her thighs to keep them warm. Mom would sleep on her side, hugging me. Her arm was my pillow. The hut was so small, but that was okay for me because I was so small. Even at 5 feet 2 inches tall, Mom's legs were too long for the hut. She could not stretch out her legs because the hut wasn't big enough. Mom cooked outside using a small bowl. It would get so cold at night and we didn't have enough blankets. She never complained about our situation. She did her best to make things comfortable for me. I will never forget that time. I developed a lifelong love for Mom. She was truly the center of my universe. During the day, Mom was at the barn helping with repairs. About 20 minutes away, I stayed at the hut overlooking the orchard. The guard had mentioned there were many people coming to steal vegetables. Being 4 years old, there was nothing I could do to stop food thieves. As the daughter of a single mom, I was growing up in a hurry. I asked Mom, "What should I do if someone comes to steal something?" "You should pretend to call me." So, that was the plan. I was to be an actress, trying to fool the vegetable thieves into thinking I wasn't alone. It didn't take long for the scenario to come true. I saw some people walking around the vegetables. They were looking around with one eye on the vegetables and another eye looking to see if there was anyone around to catch them. "Mom!" I screamed. "I'm hungry! Are you cooking now?" The eyes of the two women widened when they saw me. They had been caught in the act. Their legs were frozen. The older one asked, "Is your mom here?" "Yes!" I was nervous and terrified. I wanted them to think I was angry. As they got closer, I could see that the younger one was a young girl, probably a teenager. They were not dressed nicely. They might have been a mother and daughter, or two women who had come together to support each other. Suddenly, I felt so thankful that at least Mom and I could stay at this hut. The older woman spoke again. She asked directly, "Could you give us some cucumbers? Just 2. We don't want to steal." But this didn't mean they wouldn't. They were so hungry that they didn't try to strike up a conversation. They could have fled, but that would have meant searching around for another food target. I was only a little girl, so they could have taken what they wanted. Perhaps they wanted to maintain some dignity and not steal from a little girl. Almost as soon as I handed her the cucumbers, the older woman grabbed them with her rough hands and gave one to the young girl with her. They were greedily and shamelessly eating cucumbers handed to them by a child. They both thanked me, the older woman handing me a nice hair clip. Perhaps it felt like bartering rather than begging by giving me something. After 1 week of repairs done by the orchard staff, the barn was as ready as it was going to be for humans. It had been so long since the barn had been heated, it probably forgot how to be warm. Despite the upgrades, the barn looked poor. It was poor. We were poor. There was only one small room and a very small area for the kitchen. The table was in the middle of the barn, which was the place for everything. Mom and I would sit across from each other as we ate. The door was to the left of my seat. The small kitchen area was next to the door. There was no barrier or wall. There was a small window behind Mom's seat. There was not enough space in the barn to sleep comfortably. There is a Korean saying, "Even if the sky falls, there is a hole to escape." That is, no matter how bad things look, there's always a solution. That seemed to be true with Mom. There were so many times that it was difficult to survive. No house, no food, but she always found a way. I always felt that Mom was trying to make my life as comfortable as possible. She would only eat vegetables and try to make sure I had some grains and something solid to eat. She couldn't give me an affluent home, but she would give me the best of what she had. I had gone from living in my father's wonderful house with all kinds of farm animals and food to living in a hut and then a barn. From the barn, I could see my father's house in the distance. He was living in a different world. Even though he was a cold person, His home was warm and cozy with Grandma Bay and so many animals. Compared to the barn and the hut, it seemed like my father was living in a grand palace. Grandma Bay and neighbors would sometimes bring food to us. My father could probably guess what was happening to us, but he didn't offer us any help. My parents had divorced, and for my father, that apparently meant the end of his association with me. And that's what it felt like, an association, not a true family connection. One day, I came home early after preschool. Mom was at work, and I was bored. I used to play with Grandma or Uncle or feed the animals after preschool. Suddenly, I thought, I will go to see my grandma now. I was worried that Mom would get angry. Nobody knows I'm going. I will keep the secret to myself. My father's house had a big door. I knocked on the door. Grandma! The dog barked whenever a stranger knocked on the door, but her tail was wagging like crazy. She was whining and scratching, trying to get at me. Grandma! I saw that her hands were wet. She was shaking them to get the water off. Come in. I was laughing again. I missed you. Grandma Bay looked so happy but also sad. She hugged me for a long time. How are you doing? How is the barn? Are you eating well? What are you eating? Grandma, why don't you come to see me? Sweetie, I miss you so much, but I can't go to see you because of your father and stepmother. I went inside and lay down. It felt like my house. I had been born in that house, took my first steps in that house, and became aware of the world when I was in that house. I took off my shoes and ran around as I had in the past when I was a playful, innocent little girl throwing pillows at Uncle Chisol. It seemed like old times that weren't that long ago. She gave me some rice and side dishes. She was firing questions at me. Grandma, I'm so hungry I can't think. It was the early afternoon, so no one else was home. I was happy to have my face licked by the dog again. Oh no, don't scratch me. The dog was so happy to see me. Grandma, I really miss this house, but I should not come here. Mom doesn't know that I came here. Of course, me too. I can't let your father and stepmother know. It was almost 6 p.m. I knew my father and stepmother would be returning soon. I didn't have a relationship with my father, and my new stepmother had made no effort to connect with me. Songmi, you need to go. I need to cook for them. Okay, can I come sometimes? Of course, but please be careful. Your stepmother might get angry. Grandma, I know what you mean. I was young, but I was aware of the adult battles that had destroyed our family. Both Grandma Bay and I were so sad when I left. A few days later, I decided to visit my grandmother again. I could see my grandma through the window. Then I saw the face of another woman. I guessed that it might be my new stepmother. The dog started whining and scratching. The woman came to check. Is somebody there? I knew I needed to be careful, but I had not prepared to hide myself. I froze. She saw me. I quietly said my name. She was shorter than Mom and not as beautiful as Mom. She had small eyes, unlike Mom's big, beautiful eyes. I was wondering why my father loved that ugly woman who had an angry look on her face. My father always had a frown on his face, so instead of a smiling woman like Mom, he must have preferred a woman who also had a permanent frown on her face. She responded, "Why are you here?" My new stepmother wasn't even interested in seeing if she could be a mom to me. Anyway, I wasn't there to see her or my father. "I miss my grandma. Can I come in?" She was scowling, but she said, "Sure you can." It wasn't comfortable. My grandma looked at my stepmother. My stepmother was looking back at her, glaring. I couldn't be sure what was going on. I could guess that I wasn't welcome. Biting my lip, I said, "Grandma, I'm going to go home." I didn't want to go. I wanted a few more minutes with my lovely grandma. For the first time, my stepmother showed something besides an icy glare. "Are you going? You can have dinner with us." It was probably very painful for her to say those words that she must not have meant. I wanted it, but I was thinking about Mom. Grandma Bay said, "You can stay." A short time later, my father came in. He hadn't changed. "You're here?" He could have welcomed me as his daughter, but it was more like he was noticing the time of day, not that his daughter was there. He didn't say anything after that. My stepmother was also silent. It felt so uncomfortable. I ate dinner with them at the same dinner table Grandma and I had dominated just months before. But now I was an unwelcome guest, a trespasser. It was time for me to leave. I felt unwelcome, and I knew that Mom might have been searching for me. My stepmother came out with me. She had done her best to look friendly during dinner, but at every moment, I still felt like a big dog was ready to bite me. Once outside, my stepmother was blunt. "Never come back." After my stepmother went in, I pointed at the house. "I'm never coming back. You can eat everything. You can live a better life. One day you are going to regret this." With that, I began walking back to the barn, wondering what would happen there if Mom was waiting for me. I had been unwelcomed at my former home, and I was probably going to be in trouble at the barn. Mom was cooking dinner. It was going to be grass again. "Mom?" I said it softly. She turned to look at me. "Where were you?" Speaking slowly and evasively, I tried not to admit where I had been. "Did you have dinner with them? I was looking for you everywhere." She had asked my friends if they knew where I was. They hadn't seen me. There was one place she couldn't check, so she guessed that's where I had been. I confessed that I had been at our old home. Mom was angry, but her curiosity won out first. "What did your stepmother say? How's your father and your grandmother?" I told the truth slowly. I told her everything, starting with the dog seeing me, my stepmother spotting me, then inviting me to come in, that I got to play with the animals again, that my father came in, then we had dinner. I was leaving out the bad ending. Did your stepmother say anything else? There was no wiggle room for me to evade. I was wondering if I should repeat my stepmother's final statement. I had mentioned at the home and said that I would never return, but I knew that if Mom heard what my stepmother said, she would also order me never to return. With my head bowed, I said, "She said for me to never come back." See? For the first time, Mom really got angry about my trip back home. Never go back. That is not your father anymore. That is not your mother. That is not your house anymore. What about Grandma? She paused. Then she said, "She is not part of your family anymore." So that was it. I wouldn't be able to return to the home where I had been born just a few years before. Sometimes I would see Uncle Chishol on the street. He would say hello and ask how I was doing. I was so sad. I couldn't play with him. I even missed those times that he would lecture me and force me to stand on one foot. If I had known this would happen, then I would have thrown even more pillows at him and made him promise to always discipline me, even if I didn't throw anything at him. I wished that I could have thrown a pillow at him, but I didn't even have a pillow. I had to use Mom's arm as a pillow. I wondered to myself, how can we not be a family anymore? We were having so much fun before, but not anymore. Does this happen to other families? I passed by my old home every day on the way to preschool. Although my parents had gotten divorced, I saw my father very often. He was my father, but he wouldn't say anything to me. He wouldn't even say hello. He may have hated Mom, but I was his daughter. Couldn't he have hugged me at least once? Treated me the way a father treats a daughter? Couldn't he say, "I hate your mother, but you will always be my daughter"? Instead, he was still so cold to me, treating me like I was a stranger. When I saw him on the street, I wanted to say, "Hi, Dad," but I couldn't. I would look at him, hoping he would reach out to me. When he saw me, he would look the other way or just walk past me without saying anything. One day, after Mom saw him and he didn't speak to her, she reminded me that he was not my father and that I should ignore him when I saw him. In contrast, my grandma would cry and hug me when she saw me. "Did you eat? What did you eat?" My grandma, then in her 50s, was tall and skinny and pretty. She was a tall woman by North Korean standards, about 5 feet 4 inches tall. She was always very kind. She was not the chatty type, and she didn't get into gossip about others. Whereas my birth father had already removed me from his life, Mom and I had a bond that would grow deeper. After a few days, a neighbor brought us some rice. It wasn't that much rice, but it was something special for us because we hadn't had rice in such a long time. Mom gave me all the rice, taking only vegetables for herself. "Mom, let's eat together." She said, "That's okay, I like vegetables." "I'm not going to eat any rice if you don't eat some." I couldn't imagine eating rice while she ate vegetables. I felt so thankful for that neighbor bringing us even just a little rice. I felt more thankful to Mom for wanting to give me all the rice, and she was thankful that her daughter wanted to share it with her. Over the next few years, I would become even more grateful to have even just a few grains of rice. My parents got divorced in May of 1998. I will never forget my first birthday the September after that. It had been a tough time, mainly eating grass and vegetables leading up to my 5th birthday. There was no food to celebrate. We were barely surviving. Mom bought some white rice and cooked some meat. It had been a long time since I had seen white rice. "Today is your birthday," Mom said. "I don't have a gift for you, but today we can have white rice." I was thrilled that we had white rice. I was staring at my bowl, but I couldn't eat. Mom had done it again. She had put almost all the rice in my bowl. Mom's bowl had grass with a few sprinkles of rice. I put down my spoon. "Mom, I'm not going to eat." "Why? It's your birthday." "Why are our bowls different?" I turned my head to the side, ignoring the delicious white rice that I really wanted to eat. She insisted that I eat, but I couldn't. "I like white rice, but you only have grass. How can I eat?" We were at a standoff. She wanted to celebrate my birthday by having me eat white rice, and she was giving all of it to me. "Okay," she said. "How can I get you to eat the rice? It is hot, so eat it now." I asked Mom to eat first. We went back and forth. "You first." "No, you first." "No, you first." We were interrupting each other, telling the other to eat first. "Mom, let's eat it together. We can eat the rice first, then eat the grass after that." She agreed with that. Mom ate a little, then she said, "I'm full." I knew that she had not eaten much. It was my turn. I ate a little, and it tasted so good. I could feel the rice dancing in my entire body. When I ate grass, I chewed for a long time, eating for the sake of survival. But white rice, I would quickly eat. It was so soft. I felt like I had gone back to a year before when I was always eating such delicious food. "I'm full," I said as I patted my stomach. We were two hungry people, mother and daughter, both pretending to be full so the other would eat. Mom looked at me. She was pleading with her eyes for me to obey her. "Really, it's okay for you to eat it. Why don't you go ahead and eat it today? It's your birthday." "Because we don't eat rice very often," I said. "I want to eat it with you for my birthday. That is my real present." We began eating, taking turns eating a spoonful of rice. Mother, then daughter, then mother, then daughter. Finally, we got to the last spoonful of rice. "Okay, this last one is for you," Mom said. I was happy and satisfied to have shared the meal with Mom. After resisting earlier, I opened my mouth wide, ready to be fed. My mom fed me, laughing out loud. "You are like a little puppy." We were both laughing. Then I spread my arms wide in celebration, exclaiming, "Happy birthday to me!" We both laughed again. I remember thinking to myself, I don't have a father, but I know I have a mom. Mom and I lived in that barn for 2 years, as close as two people could be. It was terrible living in a barn, but I also loved it. I could see Mom every day. There wasn't an angry man there beating her. The barn was small and dirty, but it felt more peaceful than being at my father's home, which I no longer wanted to visit. There wasn't enough food, but it was comfortable and peaceful. Mom was working in the daytime, then we would have dinner. Dinner time was two people laughing together, usually sharing boiled grass seasoned with salt. The only thing I liked less than grass was radish. Springtime to summertime, we were usually eating grass. From the late fall to early winter, there was not much grass that was palatable. We were eating vegetables during that time, but I hated radish. When Mom was cooking, I would clean the barn or do homework. Then we would eat dinner together. I could smell radish as it was being cooked. Radish kimchi, radish side dishes, radish soup, everything radish. Even after eating it, which I didn't want to do, I would feel hungry again quickly. Grass was still the main thing for us to eat during our time living in the barn. I tried to help Mom by going out to collect grass. Instead of being happy, Mom was angry. "You don't have to worry about eating," Mom said, probably trying to convince herself. "You should just worry about studying. I can worry about what we will eat." "I'm sorry you're so busy, so I was trying to help." I knew that Mom was collecting wood after a busy day of work. I collected tree limbs to make it easier on her. I was too young to cut trees or to do anything physical. Mom was surprised again. "How did you get so many tree limbs?" Her little baby seemed to be a good worker, but she wanted me to study, not do manual labor. "Don't ever do this again. You are too young to be out collecting grass or wood. I am your mom. The only thing you need to do is study." I wanted to help Mom. I was young, but I knew we were struggling to survive. I would wake up at 7 a.m. every morning to get ready for preschool. She was farming rice and corn for the government, so she would leave at 8 a.m. and finish at 7 p.m. I looked forward to our time together in the morning and at night. I loved it when Mom would do my hair. Those moments were so precious to me. I knew she had long and difficult days working hard. At 3 or 4 p.m., preschool would finish. Sometimes Mom would pick me up, and at other times she would arrange for others to pick me up from preschool. One day it was raining hard. I was looking out the window, wondering when Mom would come. It was dark because of the clouds. Only one teacher was still there. "Songmi, I heard a man's voice. I was grumpy. It was a tall man who entered the room, a soldier. I didn't care about a soldier. I wanted to see Mom. The teacher called me. "Songmi, this soldier says he will take you home." "Why?" I shouted. "He's not my mom. I'm scared. Mom should come pick me up." He was one of the soldiers who would run errands for Mom. Some of them knew us when we were wealthy, and they knew we had fallen on tough times. I didn't care that he was doing Mom a favor by picking me up, and he didn't care that I was complaining about him. He ignored me, picked me up over his shoulder like I was a small bag of potatoes. The teacher was laughing as I fought to get away. The soldier ignored me and carried me away, delivering me to the barn. After the soldier left, I was sitting in front of the door of the guard office waiting for Mom. It was so boring. I had already finished my homework. I knew Mom was busy trying to make a good life for us. I thought, what can I do to help Mom? She had told me to stop collecting grass, but I knew we needed more to eat. I left my school bag behind as I went to a warehouse nearby, carrying a hoe and a basket with me. I started collecting grass for us to eat. I didn't know how to collect grass, pulling as much soil as grass. I went home a little bit late. When I got back, Mom was frantic. "Where were you? Where did you go?" She clearly had been worried. She had seen my bag, but not me. She had gone looking for me. On the other hand, I was beaming with pride. "Mom, I finished my homework early. I didn't have anything to do, so I went to get grass for dinner." She calmed down after I explained. "You are a kid," she said. "You are not an adult. You don't have to worry about food." Her concerns didn't slow me down. "Here it is, Mom," I said. There was as much soil as grass. "Did you use the hoe?" she asked. "Next time, you should use a knife." She cleaned the grass, washed and boiled it, then she showed me how to collect grass. There are different kinds of grass. Some of it was more valuable, so we could sell it instead. We usually ate the less valuable grass. She showed me how to avoid damaging the grass when picking it. I was so happy because I knew I was helping Mom. Dinner that night featured the grass that I had collected. It was so meaningful. The next day, I took the knife with me to properly gather grass. We were poor, and there was no food, but I was with Mom. It felt so comfortable. Even when she punished or lectured me, it was okay because I knew she loved me and wanted to teach me something. Also, I knew that Mom, despite her difficult life, never complained. Mom would teach me things and review what I had learned in school that day, and sometimes we would sing together. It was not so easy for her to read to me because she was already tired from a hard day of manual labor. There were a few times when Mom read to me that my hair would get caught in the candle that was near us. Even that kind of thing was fine because we were together. No matter how tough things were or how difficult they would get later, I could always look back on that special time of living in a barn with Mom. 3. Losing my voice and smile. Mom and I lived together in a barn for almost 2 years. If I had died in that barn, then I would have died a happy child. It was a terrible situation, but I felt so loved. As Mom and I struggled and suffered together, I began to hate my father. He knew that we were living in a barn, but as far as I knew, he never did anything to help us. Others were asking Mom, "Don't you want to get married again?" She told people she wasn't ready. Her focus was on taking care of me. A neighbor said, "Your ex-husband has already restarted his life with another woman. When are you going to restart yours?" The neighbor didn't give up. "How long are you going to stay in a barn? You can marry a man with a house. You want to take care of Songmi, right? Every girl needs a mother and a father." It turned out that it wasn't just friendly advice. the neighbor had a specific man in mind. The neighbor drove the point home. And Songmi can have sisters to play with when you are working. Mom wanted to know about the family, but she was also being practical. She wanted a stable family situation. Most of all, she wanted a home. I was 6 years old in the spring of 2000. Mom told me about the conversation with the neighbor, then asked me, "Songmi-ya, what do you think? What if I get married again? You can have a father and 2 sisters. Also, we can leave this barn and live in a house again." Mom was happy and hopeful that we could have better lives. She was willing to marry another man so I could have a more stable life. She went to meet the man and his daughters. Of course, they loved her. When Mom returned to the barn, we talked again. "I hope you are going to have a nice time with them," she said. I was excited. I would have 2 sisters. With this new family, I could be a baby sister, and I could also have a baby sister to play with. "This is like a gift for me," I said to myself. I had loved playing with Solmi. Once Mom decided, we began to move quickly. I said goodbye to my preschool friends and got ready for my new life. It was a sunny day, but that didn't matter. Even if it had rained, I would have been dancing. It was going to be the start of a new life with a new family. When we first arrived there, we were all happy. Our 2 families had come together. I couldn't stop smiling. I have a father and sisters. In his appearance, my stepfather couldn't compare to my birth father. My stepfather was about 5 feet 7 inches tall, so he was shorter than my father. He was skinny, unlike my father, who was strong and fit. He wasn't handsome like my father. Looking at his appearance, I couldn't see any way that he was better than my father. That wouldn't matter if he was kind. My father was wealthy, but he didn't have a heart. I didn't know what the heart of this new father would be like. The man who would become my new father said, "Hello, Songmi. We will be living together. Let's be a happy family." I had never heard my father express joy and happiness, and my new father-to-be was saying my name in such a nice way. I was happy to meet my new sisters. They were eager to have a new mother. I later learned that their mother had died shortly after giving birth to the younger daughter. It was all joy at first. The older sister was named Eun-kyung, and her baby sister was named Sol-kyung. To have our names sound similar, they gave me a new name, Yu-kyung. It seemed that I would be part of the family. At first, when Mom called me Yu-kyung-ah, I was fine with it. We were going to be part of the family. But within a few days, I could sense that something was wrong with my stepsisters. In our lives, many people will come and go. Some teach us good things, and some teach us bad things. They can leave us with joy or scars in our hearts. The worst person in my childhood was Eun-kyung, the 10-year-old daughter in my new family. Her main problem? I had a mom, and she didn't. My 2 new sisters were happy to have a new mother, but after their initial glee, they didn't welcome me. They probably resented how close Mom and I were. We had developed a tight bond while we were living together in the barn. Instead of understanding, my new sisters isolated me. Eun-kyung would glare at me whenever I said Mom. After a short time, Eun-kyung started warning me, "You can't call her by that name." The sisters were a team united against me. Eun-kyung would say bad things about me, and her shadow, Sol-kyung, would repeat those things. It could have just been jealousy between young children struggling with the merger of two families, but Eunkyung's threats and warnings escalated. When we were alone one day, Eunkyung threatened to beat me, warning, "I will meet you in the street if you eat any side dishes." She wanted me to eat only rice and soup, not delicious side dishes such as kimchi or vegetables. On special occasions, such as national celebrations, we could have fish or meat, but I knew I shouldn't eat that. The next day, our family of 5 was sitting at the circular table with my stepfather and my mom sitting together. Of course, I wanted to sit next to Mom, but Eunkyung, as the oldest sister, would claim the seat next to her. I would be sitting between my 2 sisters. When I lifted my chopsticks to eat from a side dish, Eunkyung pinched me under the table. I dropped the food from my chopsticks when I saw Eunkyung glaring at me. One day, I made a sound when Eunkyung pinched me. I wanted my parents to know what Eunkyung was doing. "Why did you pinch me?" I asked after making a loud ouch sound. Mom and my stepfather asked what was going on. "She pinched me because I wanted to eat a side dish," I said, frustrated. "But not just today. She often pinches me when I try to eat something. Why can't I eat kimchi?" Mom asked Eunkyung what was going on. Looking at me, Eunkyung said, "I was just teasing you." After some back and forth, Mom and my stepfather agreed. "Don't do that again. We are family." The reality was that we were becoming less like a family, however. Mom and my stepfather were arguing more often. My stepfather was getting even lazier. Mom was working harder to sustain the family. I worried about letting the adults know what was going on. I didn't want to provoke the older and bigger girl. I told Mom, "I don't want to go to school." The sentence didn't even register in Mom's mind. "You must go to school. You have to study hard." She had always made sure that I studied, even when we lived in the barn. "I don't want to go." "You have to go to school. You need to get a good education." I thought to explain, but we were in my stepfather's home. Mom and my stepfather were clashing more often, so I had to be careful about causing trouble. As I feared, Eunkyung was waiting down the street for me. "Shut up," is how she greeted me. "You can't say anything." Her fist was balled up, ready to hit me, but there were others around. When no one was around, she would threaten me. When others were nearby, she would have a smile on her face as she pinched me hard. She threatened to hurt me if I screamed or let anyone know what was going on. After that, I spoke less at home, and when I did speak, I would look at Eunkyung first. After my ouch, Mom was watching more closely. Then Mom divided the side dishes, so we each had our own food. I was so happy. Finally, I can have side dishes. I am not alone. I could see that Mom was on my side. We had to be careful about what we did in my stepfather's house, but Mom was still trying to send me a signal. My stepsisters constantly told me, "She is not your mom." But I could see that when Mom scooped rice into bowls for everyone, she would press down on my rice so that I could have a little more. She would give it to me last. One day, when Eunkyung noticed, she said, "Yukyung's bowl is heavy." She was jealous about everything. Mom dismissed the accusation, but she had to be careful about treating me better than the others. Although I feared being bullied by Eunkyung, I was happy to be going to school again. A few days after the ouch incident, I was at the door, dressed in my school uniform and with my backpack. "Mom, I'm going to school now." "Wait a moment," Mom called out from the kitchen. She came to me and in one motion, as she said goodbye, slipped something into my pocket and told me, "Hurry up." Walking down the street, I could feel there was something warm in my pocket. I took it out and saw that it was some fried food. Wow, Mom prepared some food just for me. I walked down the street, discreetly took a bite, then looked around to see if anyone was watching me. I took another bite. I was looking around for Eunkyung. From that day, I was always hopeful that I would get some fried food from Mom on the way to school. It didn't happen every day, but I was happy when I could feel the warm food that Mom had slipped into my pocket. The two sisters were like mice. They would eat anything. One day, Mom had left food out that she would cook later. Eunkyung found the uncooked rice and started eating it. Her shadow did the same thing. The uncooked food looked so dirty, dusty, and moldy. It didn't matter. They ate it anyway. I was no longer the picky eater that I had been with my grandmother, but I still could not bring myself to eat some things. The sisters would eat anything and everything when my mom wasn't home. If there was some rice left out, uncooked, they would eat that too. Mom was checking one day, confused about why there was less rice than she had expected. She had checked with the people who had sold her the rice to confirm the weight. That day, she asked us what had happened to the uncooked rice. Eunkyung jumped in. "Mom, Yukyung ate the rice." The liar was always ready to lie. "What?" Mom was incredulous. "How could you eat it uncooked?" "Mom, I would never do that." It was my turn to be incredulous, even a little outraged. In the 2 years we had lived in a barn together, sharing food, I had refused to eat unless Mom ate. I didn't even steal food from neighbors. How could I steal food from my own house? Would Mom believe what my lying stepsister was saying? Eunkyung may have been trying to break up our relationship, but Mom wasn't falling for it. "Yukyung-ah, I know you wouldn't do that." I felt relieved for the moment, but still had an uneasy feeling. Eunkyung insisted, "Don't trust her, she's lying." I didn't say anything. I felt like nobody trusted me. I had started to lose my voice in the house, fearing to speak. I knew Eunkyung might beat me later if I said anything or continued challenging her. Mom couldn't always protect me. I was young, but I could see that everyone in that family lied about anything and everything. It seemed like they preferred lying to telling the truth, and they could remember their lies better than most people could remember the truth. A person telling the truth can't change a story, but a good liar can say anything, adjust the lie to fit the moment, and sound more persuasive. They seemed to lie so they could practice getting better at lying. My stepsisters next ate uncooked soybeans. Soybeans first need to be boiled and shaped into a square before being put outside. Those soybeans looked so pale after being put outside that I couldn't believe that anyone would eat them. One day, Mom wanted to make soybean sauce. We would first have to dry the meju, the main ingredient of soybean sauce. It was a sunny day, so she put the meju on the ground to dry. She then went out to sell soju in another area. Mom had cooked lunch, but my stepsisters and I quickly ate everything. They then began eating that smelly meju. Eunkyung said, "Hey, you can try it too." "No way," I looked suspiciously at the meju. "Don't be scared like a little girl. Go ahead and try it." I did get a little curious as I watched my stepsisters enjoy eating it. I tasted it, and I was right. It didn't taste good, but it wasn't as bad as I had expected. Then, all three of us were sitting down eating. After about 30 minutes, our stomachs were stuffed. We drank a lot of water after eating so much of that dry meju. A bit later, Eunkyung thought about the time, realizing that Mom would be returning soon. We tried to rearrange everything, hoping she wouldn't notice. For once, we were united as a team. Eunkyung asked me, "Do you think it looks okay?" I was hopeful, but not confident. We were sitting down, all watching the door, wondering when Mom would return. The door opened. "Mom!" we all said in unison as we looked at her. The usual routine was that we would be playing, then my stepsisters would go running to hug Mom. I had become passive, withdrawn, speaking less often. I would trail them and sometimes not join at all. Our worst fears came true. The first thing Mom wanted to do was see how much the meju had dried. She froze. Half of the meju was missing. "Did a mouse eat this much meju, or did someone steal it? Were you three kids here all day? How could half of the meju be gone?" She was the only one talking. No one was answering her questions. I realized that this time I had joined my stepsisters in their crime and might get blamed the most. "You three kids come here," she said. "Stand here." We stood in front of Mom, speechless. Usually, it was the stepsisters united, but now all three of us were wondering what we needed to say. Seolkyung was in the center. Eunkyung and I were standing on either side of her. I looked at Eunkyung. She was trying to give me a signal with her eyes. We were fidgeting. It would have been enough meju for us to eat as part of our side dishes for 1 year. "What happened to your stomachs? Look at your stomachs. You cannot hide. You cannot lie. Your stomachs are telling me the truth." The meju had been dry when we ate it, but it expanded when it was mixed with liquid. We had drunk a lot of water after eating. Our swollen stomachs were evidence that we were the mice that ate the meju. In frustration, Mom fell to her knees and sighed. "Is this real?" Eunkyung would blame me for eating or breaking things. In this case, clearly, I could not have eaten that much meju alone, and of course, our stomachs were swollen. Instead, Eunkyung claimed I was the instigator. "Yukyung told us that we should eat it." "So what happened to your stomach then?" Mom pointed at each of our bloated bellies. She stared at me. I admitted what had happened. "Mom, it looks so dirty, I didn't want to eat it. They were saying to try it, so I tried it. At first, it tasted bad. Then it got better. That's when we all ate." We were standing there with Mom looking us up and down. I was scared. This time, I wasn't innocent. "No dinner for you kids. For 1 week, no lunch." She told my stepsisters to go to the other room. "Yukyung-ah, stay here." When we were alone, Mom said, "You don't have to learn from them. They are teaching you bad things. When we first came to this home, you didn't follow them when they were eating uncooked rice and other things. Did I teach you bad things when we were living in the barn? For 1 week, you need to skip lunch." She explained that she was the only one supporting the family. "Look at your dad. He is just going out but not making money. You 3 kids are at home and you are doing this kind of thing. I'm losing energy." "I'm so sorry, Mom." That was the last time that I joined my stepsisters when they were causing trouble. One day, I was at home with my stepsisters. Mom had gone out to sell things and my stepfather was out. Eunkyung began lecturing me. "You need to obey me. Don't call me sister. Call me teacher." I said, "No, you're not my teacher. You're only 3 years older than me." Eunkyung suddenly began slapping me. "Follow me." I followed her to the bedroom. Eunkyung locked the door, then began beating me with a stick. I was screaming, begging her to stop. A neighbor tried to open the door, but it was locked. She knocked on the door saying, "Please open the door." Eunkyung said, "This is not your business. Leave us alone." The neighbor insisted, but Eunkyung ignored her. Turning to me, she said, "You can't call her mom. She is my mom. If you call her mom again, then I will beat you again, even worse than this. You need to obey me." The neighbor who had tried to stop me from being beaten invited Mom and me to her home. She asked my mom, "Do you know what happens to Songmi when you aren't here?" I remained quiet. I didn't want Mom to worry about me too much, knowing that she already had the burden of supporting the entire family. The neighbor explained what had happened. They looked at me to explain. "I don't obey her, so she beats me. She said that I need to call her teacher. She also said that I can't call you Mom." "Teacher? Teacher of what? Stealing? Eating uncooked food?" Mom was outraged. The neighbor said, "Whenever you leave the house, you should take your daughter with you. Otherwise, she may get beaten, and I can't do anything about it." Mom couldn't take only me. She and my stepfather had been having more trouble. Mom had already gotten divorced once and wasn't sure if this new man was right for her. As their disagreements and then arguments started to escalate, my stepfather was concerned that Mom might run away with me. She wanted to take me with her when she went out to sell things, but he would always object. The next day, she asked all 3 kids, "Who wants to follow me? If you want to, then put your hand up." I had been a talkative and active tomboy just a few years before, but my lack of confidence and low self-esteem paralyzed me at that moment. I had stopped talking, only answering when I was spoken to, and was afraid that I would say or do the wrong thing. I couldn't speak, couldn't complain, and at this moment, I couldn't move when I most needed to do so. Eunkyung did so immediately, enthusiastically raising her hand. Her shadow did the same thing. "Okay," Mom said, speaking with less enthusiasm. "Let's go." Then, I finally got the courage to say, "I want to go with you too." My stepfather said, "You can't go with her. You must stay home." I was the hostage to make sure Mom returned. I started crying. I feared my stepfather. I didn't want to be alone with him. Sometimes he would also beat me. "Mom, please take me too," I said. Mom said, "No, your dad told you to stay." It was true that I had a mom, but my stepsisters had a father, and we were in his home. It was getting dark. Mom had left with my stepsisters. I was sitting outside the door, crying. My stepfather was inside smoking. My birth father had never comforted me, and this stepfather turned out to be no better. My stepfather was never on my side. If Eunkyung and I were arguing or fighting, then my stepfather would tell me, "You need to listen to what Eunkyung says." Even if he didn't know what was going on, my stepfather would blame me. Mom was more like a judge. She would listen to everyone, then admonish whoever was the troublemaker. I had hesitated earlier when Mom had asked who had wanted to go with her, but now I thought about my situation. Suddenly, I stood up. I ran. Both Mom and my stepfather had told me to stay. I had been taught to always respect and obey them, but suddenly I was running. I was going to find Mom. I was running, but it was already dark and I was scared. A woman had recently been killed on that road, and the killer was still on the loose. Up the road, I could see 3 people walking ahead, 1 adult and 2 children. As I got closer, I could hear the soothing sound of Mom's voice. I tried to be quiet as I followed them, trying to stay out of sight. "Is someone there?" Mom looked around. Turning her attention to my stepsisters, she said, "Hey girls, let's take a break." They were sitting about 30 meters from me. I could hear their voices. They sat for about 10 minutes. I wasn't sure if I should approach them. Mom and my stepsisters arrived at another area to sell soju. I had continued following them, still hiding myself. It was already late, so the people they were meeting said they could sleep there. I heard Mom say, "There are 4 of us. Another daughter is coming." I was looking down, but then I looked up with a happy smile. I no longer had to hide. I stepped forward so everyone could see me. "Mom, she's here," Eunkyung said. "How could she run away from Dad? You both told her to stay home. That's not good." "Yes, that's right. She's here, so let's have a good time," Mom said. 4. Mom left. After having such a loving 2 years as mother and daughter sharing a small barn, the time in my stepfather's home was like hell. Sometimes, when Mom and I were alone, we could talk as mother and daughter. "Mom," I finally said one day, "I miss the barn. Can we go back? Living in a barn with you was better than living here. Even the hut was better." Mom was stunned the first time I asked. "No, we can't go back. I also regret that we came here. I didn't know they would be like this." After 6 months, the whole family was on the verge of collapsing. Mom pleaded with my stepfather, "We need to survive. We need to work together." She was working hard to sell things, but he was contributing less and less. He was like a lazy teenage boy who didn't take responsibility. He had no ethics or standards for himself or his daughters. Mom would lecture and discipline me in front of the others to make sure I didn't pick up their bad habits. My lazy stepfather had reached a new level of laziness. He would lounge around the home, often plucking his facial hair. Finally, he decided he didn't want to go out anymore to collect wood. Instead, Mom would buy it with money she had made. Later, she was the one collecting wood and cooking things to sell. Finally, they had their biggest argument that ended everything. A neighbor in a wheelchair had come to the home when Mom was out. "Where's my dog?" He said it smelled like the family had killed an animal and eaten it. He pointed at Eunkyung. "Do you know what happened to my dog?" My lying stepsister did what she does best. She lied without hesitating. Eunkyung told the neighbor, "I didn't steal your dog. My mom stole the dog." My stepfather also blamed Mom. The neighbor was skeptical. "This family has been known for being thieves before the new woman showed up." He was in no position to challenge my stepfather physically, so he turned around in his wheelchair and left. His family was also in a difficult situation. His daughter was in the hospital with a serious medical condition. Mom got angry when she learned what had happened. She had never joined in their stealing. They would steal chickens, rabbits, dogs, and wood. They were so lazy, they preferred to steal instead of working hard. They would even steal dog poop from other people. This time, stealing dog poop wasn't enough. Eunkyung stole the entire dog. Stealing food was understandable, but it was not acceptable to kill and eat someone else's pet. When I came home from school that day, I could feel that something had happened. I opened the door and saw that only my stepfather was there. He was on his back, looking at a mirror, plucking his facial hair. "Where's Mom?" He didn't answer immediately. Then he spoke in a serious voice. "Your mom left." He paused. "She said she will come back. She is going to your grandmother's house." A chill went through my entire body. This was the second time she had left me suddenly. The first time had been when I was 4 years old, but there was still some security in my life with Grandma Bay. But in this family, I was an outsider. They had wanted Mom as their mother and wife. They had accepted me as part of the package. "When is she coming back?" I couldn't hide my panicky feelings. "She said she will come back in a week." His voice was flat. I didn't respond. I asked myself, how can I live for 1 week without Mom? I worried about what would happen to me with this family. I was afraid to be alone with my stepfather. I asked where my stepsisters were. "They are playing near the river." "Can I go play with them?" "No," he said. "Get dinner ready." His voice was icier than before. The tone in his voice let me know that my life was about to get more difficult. "Peel the potatoes," he said, "and get some grass." I walked outside. I could see that my stepsisters were playing in the water. "Sisters, let's get some grass for dinner." "No," Eunkyung said. "Father said we can play." I peeled the potatoes, washed the grass, and got ready for dinner. Later, Eunkyung came in from playing to cook. In a daze, I helped her as required. I wished that Mom would come back sooner than 1 week. A few days later, a neighbor told me, "Your mom said she's going to come back to get you." It had felt like a gift when we first joined this family, but now I was left on my own, at the mercy of my stepfather and stepsisters. I was only 6 or 7 years old, trying to figure out how to get out of the house. After Mom left, I stopped talking entirely. I had already become passive, speaking only when spoken to, and saying just enough to avoid trouble. Now, my voice was gone. I was sleepwalking through every day as I waited for Mom to return. After Mom left, my stepfather talked with even more anger in his voice. He had said Mom would be back after a week, but weeks went by. With each day, my stepfather was getting more frustrated with me. I felt so insecure at that point, unsure what would happen to me. He often yelled at me about small things. We were both waiting for my mom. "Hey, wake up." My stepfather was lazy, but he was diligent about waking me up every morning at 6 a.m. "Go get me 50 cigarettes. I would walk to the Inhyung train station looking around for discarded cigarettes. There were many people at the train station, so there were many cigarette butts to pick up. My stepfather wanted them all, no matter how small the cigarettes were. He would roll them together in a newspaper to make a longer cigarette. There were many cigarettes, but there was also a lot of competition, especially with homeless people, to get them. It was more difficult for me when I went with Eungyung. My stepsister would claim the first batch of cigarettes. Then I had to scramble to pick up cigarettes so my stepfather wouldn't yell at or whip me. We would even search the garbage dump for cigarette butts. We often had a second reason to visit the garbage dump, to find something to eat. At home, my stepsisters were like mice eating anything. I had stooped to their level. When I was 3 years old, I had been such a picky eater. But just a few years later, I was looking for food in garbage dumps. Even if there was a wrapper, I would lick it if there had been some food inside it at some point. Someone had thrown away a crab. It was so dirty and the crab had already dried up. There was very little left, but I was chewing and eating it like it was freshly cooked. Yummy, I said to myself. We had to be quicker than desperate homeless people when it came to grabbing cigarette butts, and we had to be even faster in eating discarded food. The adults would sometimes yell at us to get away. We would run when we heard, "Hey, get out of here!" When I was by myself, I would run as soon as I heard, "Hey!" My stepfather would send me out with Eungyung to pick up dog poop he could use as fertilizer. If we saw a dog, we would look around to see if there was any dog poop for us to pick up. He might order us to each pick up at least 30 pieces of dog poop. Like with cigarette butts, I always had to let Eungyung get them first. We would feel like we had hit the jackpot when we saw human poop. It was better fertilizer than dog poop, so my stepfather would be more pleased. Every morning when I opened my eyes, I knew my to-do list. Collect cigarette butts and dog poop. One thing that was not on my to-do list? Going to school. Some of my schoolmates would visit my stepfather's home to ask me to join them. They would ask my stepfather why I couldn't go to school. He told them we didn't have food or wood to give to the school. The first time, there were 2 people who visited to invite me to return to school. With each visit, there seemed to be more people. On one visit, there were about 12 people. I was so embarrassed because everything about us was poor. Finally, my stepfather relented. I went to school for a few days, but it was less fun than preschool for a few main reasons. One, my increasingly chaotic family situation was weighing on my mind. It was getting to be more difficult for me to smile. My stepfather was getting meaner and talking more roughly to me. I was isolated from the rest of my stepfather's family, and my mom still hadn't returned. 2, my small potato. I didn't have any nice clothes, and my shoes had holes in them. Other children would laugh and say, "I see your small potato." That is, they could see my toes. 3, I usually didn't have food for lunch. My classmates would have something to eat, but I didn't have anything at all. Anyone who had seen me at age 7 might have wondered if I was having psychological problems, or might have correctly guessed that I was in a troubled family. A few years before, I had been a playful child who laughed at everything. At 7 years old, I didn't smile. I didn't talk in school or the house. I didn't say anything. When others played and laughed, I would look at them and wonder, why are they so happy? How can I be happy like them? I was thinking about running away, but I had no idea where to go. My stepfather seemed to be watching me, constantly checking on my whereabouts. Being back in school gave me an unexpected feeling of freedom. When I was out collecting cigarettes or dog poop, I didn't feel free. I knew that my stepfather would be expecting me to return quickly to bring him things. But now, he would be expecting me to be at school most of the day. That morning, I woke up thinking about going to look for Mom. At lunchtime, I left as usual while the others ate. I stood in front of the school door checking the time. I started walking, but not in the direction of my stepfather's home. Perhaps Mom was at Grandma Choi's house. I could escape my stepfather's family and be at a place where Mom could still find me one day. It was about 12:30 p.m. My stepfather might not start to wonder about me until after 5 p.m. Let's go find Mom, I told myself, building up more determination. I didn't want to go back to my stepfather. There was nothing at his home for me. When I asked people how I could get to Shinsangu, they would be surprised a little girl was trying to walk such a very long distance. "Little girl, you're too young to be walking there on your own. Where are your parents?" I didn't explain that I didn't have a father, that I wanted to get away from my terrible stepfather and his terrible family, and that I was looking for my mom. I would tell them that I was going to them. I knew it would take a long time, so I started running. When I got thirsty, I went to the river to drink water out of it, like a dog. It was the hot summertime. I would occasionally see people, always wishing one of the women was Mom. I saw a woman who looked somewhat like Mom, but she was a long distance away. The woman had long hair and was fashionably dressed. I was tired. I had no energy, and my shoulders drooped as I walked. When the woman got closer, I realized that it was Mom. We had both been walking, but suddenly we were running to each other. After months of being isolated, I was finally with my mom. I couldn't believe my good luck. This was truly a gift for me. I was looking for my mom, who just happened to be coming to get me that day. We were hugging each other. After such a terrible time in my stepfather's home, I finally felt like a daughter again. Mom asked me many questions. I said I didn't have a chance to leave the house before today, but my stepfather finally let me go to school, so I had a chance to get away. That's why I was looking for you." "How in the world were you going to find me?" I told her that I only knew the city name but not the address of Grandma Choi's house. "How did you think you could find me?" "I didn't know," I said. "I needed to leave that house to try to find you." It was a long walk to Grandma Choi's home, but I was happy to be with Mom. I had stayed at my stepfather's home for a year. I had become passive, quiet, and rarely spoke. I had lost my smile and my voice in that home. I was happy to be finished with that family. 5. Looking for Mom. I got out of bed to use the toilet. The bedroom was on the right side. The outhouse was on the left. I opened the door to the bedroom and walked between the two dressers where there was a small space between them. There, I hunched down to pee. Everything looked fuzzy to me. I looked straight ahead and saw my mom seated on the floor. My mom's face was pale and her eyes closed. My eyes focused. Mom was dead. I started screaming. "What's wrong with you? Why are you screaming?" It was the voice of Miss Kim, the neighbor that I was living with. Mom had left me with Miss Kim while she went to make money elsewhere. I had been waiting patiently for a few weeks, but then I was sleepwalking through the days and weeks. That nightmare woke me up, both literally and figuratively. "I want to see Mom. I want to see her face." I told Miss Kim about the nightmare and that I wanted to see that my mom was alive. I asked around and heard that Mom had gone to a different area but had lost everything and couldn't return. She was probably staying at a friend's home. "That's a long way," Miss Kim said. "You have no idea how far it is, and you don't know how to get there." She could see that I had already made up my mind. "Okay, I cannot stop you. Please be careful. Be sure to ask people for directions so you don't get lost." Miss Kim was expressing concern for me, but then she made the mistake of mildly criticizing my mom. I had heard people criticize Mom before, and I responded overwhelmingly, even to adults. Miss Kim asked, "Why is your mom making you look for her?" I said, "Don't say that. You don't know Mom and her situation. She is trying very hard." I could never forget how hard Mom had worked to support my stepfather's family. I only have one mom in my life. Miss Kim apologized to me. She said that Mom had not abandoned me as many parents had been doing. There were many street kids who were homeless. Mom did always seem to find a place for me to stay as she tried to make money. I was running. I had walked at first to look for Mom, but I couldn't wait and started running so I could find her sooner. But what if she wasn't at her friend's home? Where would I look next? I got tired, started walking again, and started singing to myself. The songs were about mothers. I had learned the songs from friends, not from school. Then I got thirsty. Whenever I saw someone selling water, I would ask, "Can I drink some water? I'm thirsty, but I don't have any money." One woman gave me a drink. That water tasted so good at that moment. I was grateful. I asked so many people for directions. Sometimes I would come to a fork in the road and would just wait for an adult to come by so I could ask them for directions. "Excuse me," I would say to a passerby. "I want to go to Inhyong. Which way should I go?" I would always see the concern in the eyes of people as they tried to give me directions. I was a child in raggedy clothing. I wasn't carrying anything. I was alone and walking a long distance. Sometimes I would come to another fork in the road with 2 or 3 different paths. As I got closer, I asked many people about the house I was trying to find. Finally, I arrived. I had left my neighbor's house early that morning, then walked, ran, and sang for 12 hours, hopeful that I could find Mom. I hadn't eaten once. I knocked on the door, and Mom's friend opened it. "Oh my, Songmi is here!" "Really?" It was my mom's voice from the other room. In my nightmare a week earlier, she had been dead. But here she was alive, coming to me. I was grabbing her, checking her body, touching her face, checking that everything was okay. Mom asked, "What's wrong with you?" I gave her a big hug as I cried. "Mom, I had a nightmare. You were dead." Mom had a serious look on her face as I explained, "Oh my goodness, you were having a nightmare the same night I tried to kill myself." She explained that she had taken poison on her birthday, May 20th. It was the first time she spoke directly to me about her difficulties with making money, how she felt terrible that she hadn't been able to provide more for me, and that she often had to be away from me as she tried to make money. She had left me to shield me from these problems and kept it all inside. Mom was probably suffering psychologically from the death of Solmi, from being blamed relentlessly and beaten by her first husband for it, the stress of her second failed marriage, and her shame at her inability to take care of me on her own. Depressed and drinking, she decided to end her life. I wasn't completely shocked. Suicide is something that I had also thought about. I was sad to hear that my mom was also thinking about it. It made me more determined not to be in Mom's way. Mom said that when she didn't die, she regretted what she had done. She thought about me. She didn't tell me at the time, but she had felt that she had failed as a mother. She would try even harder to make money so she could properly take care of me one day. We had dinner that night with some food Mom had bought, even though she didn't have much money. "Mom, don't spend too much money." "No, you're my daughter," she said. "I want to treat you to a good meal." Such meals were rare those days. We had some meat and vegetables that Mom's friend cooked. I updated them about my time with Ms. Kim. Addressing them all, I said, "She told me to wait for Mom, but I couldn't wait, especially after I had the nightmare." I felt so good that I had found Mom, but then reality hit. Mom said, "Okay, tomorrow you need to go back to Miss Kim's house." I was so disappointed. I looked down at the floor, unable to meet Mom's eyes. I lifted my head, my hair covering half my face. I looked at her at last. "When can I see you again, Mom?" She told me that she had lost the money that she had borrowed from someone. She made it clear that she was doing her best to make money so we could be together. "I will make money soon, then I will go to you after that. My baby, please wait for me. I am trying hard to give you a good life, but it is very tough now." The next morning, after breakfast and many tears, I said goodbye. Mom gave me a little money so I could buy something to eat or drink along the way. I made the long trip back to Miss Kim's house, getting lost many times along the way. But even when I knew the way, I would ask others. Sometimes I just wanted to talk to people. There's a Korean proverb, even when you know the way, you need to ask others. Sometimes I would be looking at the clouds, hoping the sun would come out again soon. Maybe the sun went to eat lunch. That's what I would ask Mom when we were together. Maybe the sun went to the toilet, or maybe the sun is sleepy. And sometimes I would talk directly to the sun. Hi, sun. Did you have lunch? Are you tired? I would guess the time based on my shadow. Mom had taught me how to tell the time without a clock. Whenever I was looking for Mom, I would look at my shadow and talk to the sun. You're here. Did you see your mom? Miss Kim welcomed me back. Yes, but she can't come back now because she lost money. Then Miss Kim again made the mistake of criticizing Mom. As always, I was quick to respond, Hey, don't say bad things about my mom. Miss Kim said, Okay. She had learned that whenever I heard people say bad things about Mom, I would glare at or argue with them. I was a child who had been taught to respect those older than herself, but I made an exception whenever anyone said anything bad about my mom. One time, when I was peeling potatoes, I heard two neighbors talking about my mom. They were saying that parents must take care of their kids. I stopped peeling and turned in their direction to face them. I can hear what you are saying. How can you talk like that? Don't you know her daughter is here? You look so pitiful that we are worried about you, one of the neighbors said. You always smile, but it seems that you are hiding your true feelings. You don't have to worry about me. I didn't ask you for anything. No one can be sure about anyone else's life, I retorted. I have my life, and you have yours. I said it with pride, but I also knew my reality. I had lost my smile at my stepfather's home. I had begun smiling again, but I wondered to myself about my smile. I continued waiting at Miss Kim's home, but I was getting restless. I told Miss Kim that I was going to look for my mom and wasn't sure that I would be back. I knew that Miss Kim was frustrated because Mom hadn't paid her recently for taking care of me. I had no idea where I could go, but there was one place, Grandma Bay's home. It took me about 10 hours to walk there. I knocked on the door, but no one answered at first. I was trying to peek inside. I could see that it looked the same with animals walking around. The dog was panting. My grandmother asked, Who's there? Grandma, I answered, It's Songmi. Grandma Bay came running. Oh my, is it really you? She welcomed me inside. She was preparing dinner, but she gave me something to eat immediately. My father arrived a few minutes later. He hadn't seen me in more than a year. He hadn't changed. Why are you here? I'm looking for Mom. Where are you staying now? I explained that I was staying at a neighbor's house, but that Mom hadn't paid her. My stepmother didn't look happy to see me. The last time she had seen me, she had said, Never come back. This time, she said, Oh, you're here again. I remained silent. Grandma Bay interjected, She's looking for her mom. My stepmother asked, Why is she looking for her mom in this house? I looked down at the floor. I didn't have an answer. I didn't know how to explain everything we had been through. I had been overjoyed to see my grandmother and even felt warm being back in my first home, but my father and stepmother brought me back to reality. Grandma Bay said, "That's enough. Let's not ask her too much." My grandmother asked if I would like to see my 2 young stepsisters, but my stepmother said, "They are not her sisters." Grandma Bay said, "Don't say that. She can understand everything, so please be careful of what you are saying." I had already heard that my father had 2 children with my stepmother, but I didn't feel like they were my sisters. Although I loved babies, I didn't feel the urge to play with them. My stepmother was still grumbling. Something was different this time. Grandma Bay may have taken charge because it was an emergency. She asked my father and uncle to deliver about 15 pounds of dry corn to Miss Kim. "Okay, let's go there," my father said. I rode behind my father on the bicycle. For the first time in a while, I was with my father. I should have grabbed him around his waist, as most daughters would have done, but I held onto the bicycle seat instead of holding him. He didn't say anything. He was running an errand. My father and uncle didn't go inside Miss Kim's home. My uncle said, "Please take care of her." Miss Kim was happy to receive the dry corn, but I felt like I couldn't remain there. I didn't know if Mom would be able to pay Miss Kim next month, and I couldn't expect Grandma Bay's help again. I told Miss Kim, "I will try to find Mom." I went to Grandma Choi's house at Shinsangu. I felt so lonely, even though I was with several family members. Aunt Sonhui had moved out and was barely surviving, so even she didn't have time to focus on me. I felt like I was by myself. No one was taking care of me. I didn't have anyone I could talk to about things, and no one I could complain to about my life. I really missed Grandma Bay and Uncle Chichol. After a few months of waiting and feeling unloved at Grandma Choi's home, I asked myself, would they really miss me if I left? When I bumped into people who had worked with Mom, I would ask, "Have you seen my mom?" One woman said, "Yes, I saw your mom. She's homeless at Kumya Station." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Oh no, how could that be? Mom said that she would make money to come back home. The woman told me, "Your mom is trying to make money. You can wait. She will come to you." I hadn't believed the woman who said Mom was homeless, but the things I had heard made it seem possible. Aunt Yeonhui had said a few times that Mom might die on the street. There had been many such cases of people freezing or starving to death. Maybe Mom is really homeless? Once I began to accept that Mom really might be homeless, I thought, if Mom is homeless, I can be homeless with her. How could I be staying in a home while Mom is homeless at a train station? I waited a few days, then said to myself, I'm going to find Mom. I was too young to take the train by myself, but I could walk. I didn't know where I should go. See, I told myself, you don't have to tell them. They don't really care. You can just leave. I walked out the door. I only had the clothes I was wearing and my voice to ask for directions. "Excuse me, how can I get to Kumya Station?" "Hey, sweetie, that's too far. Do you know where your mom is?" "Yes, I know. She's at Kumya Station. That's why I want to go there. I arrived at the station at dinner time, tired and hungry. Excuse me, have you seen a beautiful lady? I'm looking for my mom. She has big eyes, long hair. She's not that tall. She's a little bit fat. Have you seen her? I couldn't find my mom at Kumya Station. Next, I went back to Inhyung, where I had previously found my mom after my nightmare. She wasn't there either. I hit the road again, looking for Mom. I sat down for a few minutes to rest. I woke up in a different place on a bed of rice straw. I didn't have a pillow or a blanket. I looked around, trying to figure out where I was and how I had gotten there. There were no windows, the walls were crumbling, and there was a hole in the ceiling. It was an old warehouse. It was early January. I opened the door, ready to leave this unknown place. At that moment, an elderly woman was coming in. "You woke up!" "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Whispering, struggling to get the words out, dizzy from exhaustion, I was losing my battle with hunger. The woman told me she would be back in a minute. Inside the house, next to the warehouse, the woman argued with her son. He asked, "How can you bring in another homeless person? We are also poor. What can we give to them?" She said, "You can't say that. We need to share what we have, even kimchi, salt, or water." She came back to me in the warehouse. "Please drink this." She handed me some kimchi soup. "Don't ever sleep outside, especially in such cold weather. I have seen many people freeze to death outside. If I hadn't found you, you could have died. I'm so sorry. I really wish you could stay here longer, but it's not easy. We are all so poor. My son is so angry now." I left the warehouse. I had new energy after having a little kimchi soup. I resumed searching for Mom. After 2 months back at Grandma Choi's home, I again went looking for Mom at Kumya Station. I went a different way, looking for a shortcut. I saw 2 soldiers coming from the opposite direction. The soldiers did a double take when they saw me. "Little one, where are you going?" "To Bongsanri." "Hey kid, it's too late out. We can't let you go by yourself. Come to our military unit. Have you had dinner?" I shook my head no. He said, "My goodness, come with us." They took me to a home near the military base. The platoon leader checked my backpack. My aunt had given me lunch. It was the ingredients used to make a North Korean dish that is similar to tofu. The food was for animals. It was something that North Koreans were eating for survival. "How can you eat this? How can they feed you this? You can sleep here tonight," the platoon leader said. "Then tomorrow we can help you try to find your mom." The next day, they took me to my father's home. Grandma Bay welcomed me and was happy to feed me, but added, "You have to leave quickly." The platoon leader asked, "Why? Why should she leave quickly?" My grandmother explained that my stepmother might be angry. I had come looking for Mom before, and my grandmother had taken a stand. This time, she was more reluctant. It was possible that after I left last time that my stepmother had made it clear that she really didn't want me there. After some more small talk, Grandma Bay said, "Your stepmother is coming soon." The platoon leader was frustrated by the conversation. He picked me up, put me on his back, and started walking. I punched his shoulders, pinched his ears, and even tried to tickle him. "Let me down!" He was trained to fight grown men, especially American soldiers, so of course I was no challenge for him. I wanted to see my mom, but that wouldn't be possible if he took me back to the military unit. "I know you miss your mom. She will find you," the platoon leader said. "You are in danger when you are out walking around by yourself. You are too young and a girl. If your mother told you to stay somewhere, then stay there and wait for her." I told him about my family situation. The soldier got emotional as he listened. He wanted to support me. What did I want to do while I stayed with his military unit? "I can read, but I don't know how to write." He bought me nice clothes, including Adidas sportswear, shoes, pencils, and books, and gave me some money so I could buy some food. He was from a rich family in Pyongyang. He became like the big brother I never had. He said he would later like to bring me to live with him as his younger sister. That sounded exciting to me because I had never been to Pyongyang. He wanted to take me to my aunt's house to wait for my mom, but I said no. I wanted to find my mom. When it was time for me to go, he started crying. I didn't remember ever seeing my father or stepfather cry, so it shocked me that a man was concerned about me. "I'm really worried about you," he said. "I hope you can find your mom. Please don't forget about me and don't forget to call me." He gave me his phone number and address. It was a sad goodbye for me. I started walking again to Kumya Station looking for Mom. I fell asleep on a bench. When I woke up, the nice clothes, shoes, money, backpack, everything that the platoon leader had given me was gone. They even stole the paper with the soldier's phone number and address on it. 6. Homeless. I spent months walking around looking for Mom. Could I believe my eyes? Mom was running in my direction. I had asked homeless people at Kumya Station if they had seen my mom. One homeless woman said, "Yes, I have seen her. She's here." "I'm her daughter," I said. The woman said she would be back. Then a few minutes later, I saw Mom running toward me. We were both crying and hugging each other. "Why didn't you come back? I was waiting for you every day." Mom said, "I can't go back until I make money to repay my debt." I had found my mom again. We didn't have a home, hut, or barn. Mom and I were homeless and starving at Kumya Station. After a few days, a homeless boy named Hyuk came running to me and Mom. "Come on, let's go. This is a rich train." When I didn't move, Hyuk asked, "What are you doing? You're not going to the train?" "Why are you going there?" I didn't know what we were supposed to do. Hyuk said, "Hey, come on. You don't know how to get food from people on the train? Come on, it's easy. I will show you how." I learned that trains coming from or going to Pyongyang or near the border to China meant there were rich people on the train. Dizzy from hunger, I slowly followed him. "You don't look homeless," he said. "You need to look poor." I had been homeless for only a few days and was still tidy. Hyuk said, "You need to make your face look dirty. Put some dirt on it." "No," I said. "I can't do that." "What?" Hyuk said. "Whatever, just come with me." He pointed to 3 people who were sitting down and eating. "You see that? They have a lot of food, right? Watch, I will go first." He walked over to them. "Please, give me a little food." "Hey kid, get out of here. You look dirty." Hyuk tried another group. I didn't say anything. My eyes were focused on the food. One man said, "Hey, little one, are you hungry?" I nodded my head without speaking. "Okay, come here. Sit down here." I didn't eat even though they had given me food. They asked me why I wasn't eating. I asked, "Can I take this food to my mom? She's starving and she can't even move now." They got visibly emotional. "You're so small and worried about your mom. Wait here." They then went to get more food from the train. They came back and said, "This is for our trip, but please share it with your mom." They wished me luck. "We hope you won't be homeless for long." "You saved me and my mom." I thanked them several times. Then I rushed to Mom. "Mom, here's some rice." She slowly turned her head to face me, then smiled. A few minutes later, Hyuk came back. "Wow, how did you get such great food?" I explained that the 3 people had given me food. Hyuk rushed to get some side dishes. The 3 of us ate together. After having a great meal, we went back to get more food. I saw the same 3 people there. They suggested to me that I could go to the kitchen room on the train and ask for food, but they said I should go alone. If many homeless went together, then we would be less likely to receive any food. I just looked without saying as I stared in the direction of the kitchen car. One woman was looking outside. "Hey, little one," she said. She held a bucket. Many homeless kids, watching her, started walking and running in her direction. The woman was clear. She said, No, not you." Some of the bigger kids were also coming, but the woman said, "No, not you." Then she pointed at me. "You, little girl, come here." She gave me a bucket. "Can you bring some water? Then I can give you food." I returned with a bucket of water. The woman gave me a lot of food. "Little one, can you hold it all?" "I can do it." I had new energy. I went back to my mom. "The kitchen woman on the train gave it to me," I said, beaming. Hyuk was amazed. "Wow, today is your lucky day." During the winter, there were fewer lucky days. Some of the homeless people that I knew starved or froze to death. Mom had often left me with relatives or neighbors as she tried to make money, but she had not abandoned me as many of the children at the train station had been deserted by their parents. I noticed that one kid, who was usually with a group of homeless kids, had been missing for about a week. I asked Hyuk about the kid. "Oh, you don't know?" Hyuk said. "He's dead." I was shocked. He was so young. How could he be dead? He usually slept near the market area of the train station. If the trains didn't stop, then he could beg for food from people selling things in the market. What did they do with his body? I was trying to understand. Hyuk said, "Somebody probably buried it. That is the life of the homeless. We don't know when we will die." He was 9 years old, talking like he was 90 years old. He saw no future. "You're young," Mom softly said to Hyuk. "How can you be thinking like that?" "That's nothing, because it's true," Hyuk said, his voice slightly rising, motioning with his hands. He had seen a lot. "It isn't shocking. When people die here, I can only hope they will be born rich in the next life." This was my introduction to the lives and deaths of the homeless. He continued, "The most shocking thing? There are many times that I have seen people stealing clothes and shoes from the homeless who had just died. I even did it. I said to the dead body, "I'm so sorry that you died, but I want to be alive." Then I took his shoes and ran. I could not look back. I felt like the dead body might chase me. We were struggling to survive when a homeless woman asked Mom, "Do you want to make some money?" The woman warned her that it would be dangerous and that it would be better for me to wait at the train station. One day passed by, then another, without me eating at all as I waited for them to return. I went to a restaurant in front of the train station. "Please get out," is the way I was greeted. "We don't have any free food." "Can I drink some water? I'm so hungry." I couldn't bring myself to ask for food. I turned around and saw a bowl of leftover noodle soup. I asked the restaurant manager, "Can I have that?" "Whatever." That bit of noodle soup gave me the strength to walk. I felt delirious. Every woman I saw seemed to look like my mom. Starving, tired, and exhausted, I sat down. When is Mom coming? I sat outside of the train station. Mom ran inside the train station. She was asking others, "Have you seen a small girl about this size?" I squinted at her. Mom was panicking because I wasn't at the place she had left me. I saw her. "Mom," I said, but it came out as a pathetic whisper. Mom spun around and saw me. "I'm sorry I'm late. I made some money." She had made some money selling some of the potatoes they had stolen. She fed one of the small potatoes to me, but I threw it up. "I'm so sorry I can't prepare good food for you. I'm trying so hard to give you a good life, but I am failing." I was happy to be with my mom again. "I'm grateful for everything you do for me." Mom said, "I will make some money for you so you can eat something good." From then on, Mom would eat the small potatoes and save the good ones for me. Mom had an iron stomach. She could eat anything. But I hadn't taken after her in that way. The next time my mom and the homeless woman went stealing, they targeted garlic. It was more valuable, but also more difficult to steal. They were successful again, so they made more money. Mom had decided not to take me with her because of the danger that came with stealing food. Guards and farmers were protecting crops and getting more aggressive and abusive. One time, when Mom failed to steal garlic, she came back with bruises all over her face. She tried to hide her face, trying not to let me get a full view of her. I kept asking her what had happened. Last night, 3 of us went to steal garlic. A dog started barking, then a man appeared with a flashlight. We started running, but one guard caught me, and another guard caught the other woman. They started beating us and took our bags with everything we had. A few days later, the couple who had gone stealing garlic with Mom said they wanted to try again. Mom wasn't interested. "Shut up." But seeing me starving changed her mind. "Whatever, let's try again." They decided not to try stealing garlic again. Potatoes were less valuable and less protected. I saw the 3 of them returning, laughing. They were smiling, and I was smiling too. This time, Mom didn't get hurt. The potatoes were small, but better than nothing. The 4 of us went to the market to buy some sundae, blood sausage. The couple and my mom were going to go out stealing again that night. I gave Mom what I considered to be great advice. "If someone tries to catch you, then run faster." Laughing, Mom promised to be more careful. "Yes, I will run faster this time." But they didn't run fast enough. I waited, but for 2 days they didn't return. After the third day, only Mom returned in the evening. She was covering her face, and again, she had no bags. Mom told me the story, that they had been happily grabbing potatoes and it seemed to be a little too easy. Then they heard, "Hey, stand up. Finally, we caught you thieves." The guards had appeared out of nowhere. They had been hiding in a hole, listening. They had their flashlights off as they crept up on the latest food thieves. The trio of thieves made a run for it, but the 2 women were caught immediately and got beaten by the guards. "Take off your clothes, give us your bags." Mom and the other woman gave them everything except their underwear. "Now get in the hole, you can't go home." They crawled into the hole. The 2 men then went into the hut talking. When Mom and the woman thought the men were sleeping, they decided to try to escape. Mom boosted the other woman first. The guards woke up, but the other woman got away, wearing only her underwear. Mom was still trapped inside the dark underground jail. She could barely breathe, and she was thinking about me being all alone at the train station. In the morning, the guards helped her out of the underground jail. They gave her back her clothes, but not the bags she used to steal potatoes. One guard asked why she hadn't escaped too. She said, "I tried, but it wasn't easy." The guards told her to leave before they beat her again. Mom had been badly beaten and struggled to return. When she returned to find me starving, she began to doubt her strategy of leaving me alone at the station. When I was younger, Mom had been able to leave me with relatives or neighbors, but now, homeless at the train station, I could be in greater danger by myself. The next day, as we were sitting on a bench in the train station facing each other, Mom reached out to hold both of my hands. She looked into my eyes. "My baby, tonight we are going to try to steal garlic. I will take you with me. They might beat just me, but not you because you're young. Let's try together. Let's die together. I can't leave you here alone." This would be my first time going stealing with Mom. I was 7 years old. I was anxious and frightened, but I felt relieved to be joining my mom. It was about 7 p.m. It was dinner time. We were starving and had nothing to eat. "Let's go," Mom said. She had a small bag with her to carry the garlic if we were successful. I was holding Mom's hand as we walked together for about 2 hours. Mom was usually talkative, making jokes. She would always laugh at whatever I said, but there were no jokes that night as we walked in silence. I could sense that Mom was afraid and looked embarrassed to be bringing her daughter to steal with her. "Songmi, you're not going to steal the garlic. You're just going to hide outside. You need to wait for me. My baby, I am so sorry. You were born into the wrong family. If you had been born into a nice family, then you would not have to do this. Forgive me for taking you. In the next life, I hope you can be born into a nice family." "Mom, it's okay. I'm so happy to be with you. I am so proud to be your daughter. I want to be born as your daughter again." Mom hugged me. A few minutes later, she quietly told me that we had arrived. I looked around and saw there was a hill on one side and a few houses on the other side. Mom pointed to a house. "There's garlic there. We need to wait for the people to go to sleep." We walked up the mountain looking down at the houses. When it got cold, Mom handed her jacket to me. We were watching the lights in the distance. Finally, the lights went off. We continued waiting. Mom made the decision. "Songmi, I should go now. Stay here and don't go anywhere. I will be back in about 30 minutes. You may be able to see me. You can watch my shadow moving. I waited. Time was moving so slowly as I watched, trying to see Mom's shadow. I was hoping to hear Mom's footsteps. Then suddenly, Mom appeared. "Songmi-ya, let's go." "Mom, did you do it? Where's the garlic?" She had left it at the base of the hill because it was heavy. We got down to the bottom of the hill, grabbed the garlic, and then walked quickly to get away. We occasionally looked back to see if anyone was following us. "Songmi-ya, I think you're good luck for me." We went directly to the market at 4 a.m. Merchants arrived early to meet the sellers who had been stealing during the night. Merchants could buy things at cheap prices from eager sellers. One of the early bird buyers came to us asking what we were looking to sell. We had fresh garlic just pulled out of the ground a few hours before. After we sold the garlic, it was time to eat. In almost 4 days, I had only a few sips of noodle soup. It was probably about 7 a.m., so we would have to wait another 90 minutes to 2 hours for the food market to open so we could eat. We found a restaurant selling sundae. I inhaled the food. 7. Don't even trust your back. In the day-to-day life at a North Korean market, things were very tough. There was nothing glamorous. It was about survival. The food market ran parallel with the river. Mom and I were eating dumplings as we were squatting right below the food merchants. Our backs were to the river. Mom, sitting to my left, said, "Songmi-ya, be careful. Hold your food tightly. Some homeless people will grab food and run. In life, and especially here, don't even trust your back." At the market, the homeless would grab anything: food, money, grains, clothes, anything they could use, eat, or sell, they would grab and run. I nodded that I understood. Then I started eating using my hands, not chopsticks. It was too dangerous to use chopsticks, as it would be much easier for a homeless person to grab food off of them. I took a bite, then as I was chewing, holding the dumpling with both hands near my mouth, a homeless person swooped in and swiped the dumpling out of my hands and took off running. I turned my head to see that young man, probably in his late teens, had already dashed off. "Mom," I said, astonished. My hands were still in front of my mouth as if I were still holding the dumpling. I looked at the homeless person who had stolen my dumpling. He had already swallowed it in one gulp. I looked at my hands. I looked at my mom. Mom, always direct, showed no sympathy. She always wanted to teach me how to protect myself. She loved me, but she would tell me what she thought I needed to hear. "See? I told you, hold it tightly." I tried to explain, but Mom didn't want to hear it. She gave a frustrated sigh, then said, "Let's buy another one." There was no banking system where I lived. No credit cards. It was cash, barter, or promises. People must protect themselves even when they are counting money at the market. Homeless people grabbed money even as it was being counted. North Koreans about to purchase something in the market would do their best to shield the money away from others as they counted it. North Korean bills were often taped together to look whole. But that could mean a 1,000 won bill gets taped to a 5,000 won bill that has the same shape. People would trade with others who had the other half of the bill so they could be properly taped together. People did their best to hide their wallets, putting it on a string or chain. That way, if anyone tried to grab it, they would feel it. Others had underwear with pockets in them, so to get their money, thieves had to slightly pull their pants down to get their wallets. Two well-dressed young men, probably in their early 20s, were following an older woman who was looking to buy something. They were pretending to look around as one slid the money out of her pocket, then handed it to his partner. She patted her pocket and could feel that her money was missing. She began shouting with a bewildered expression on her face, "Thief! Please! Someone help me catch the thief!" Several of us saw what had happened, but none of us said anything. Instead, we all took a step back and avoided getting involved. The woman pointed at the young man who was still there. You stole my money!" He held up his hands. "I didn't steal anything. You can search me." She checked his pockets and clothing, but she didn't find anything. His partner had already disappeared from the scene. This kind of thing happened often. No one was surprised about this or almost anything else that happened at North Korea's markets. Farmers visiting the market were willing to sell for whatever they could get, so they could get back to their farms. They usually walked 3 to 5 hours to get to the market, meaning that going to the market was a full-day event. Their desperation to sell for whatever they could get as quickly as possible meant it was easier for them to be cheated. One trick that I witnessed many times would start with a buyer saying he or she didn't have enough cash on hand. As the buyer and farmers were negotiating, the buyer would have a partner secretly switch the bags. The buyer would then leave to supposedly get more money. After 1 or 2 hours, the farmers would be waiting, unaware that they had been deceived. Finally, they couldn't wait anymore. They would try to find someone else to buy their rice or grains. They would open the bag to find mostly sand. The same thing happened to Aunt Sonhui a few years later. When she got back from the market, she said, "The world is going crazy. They will even steal your eyes if you are not watching. If you are selling something at the market, don't blink." I was selling food one day and had various types of food in a big bowl. I had to keep it covered with plastic so homeless people wouldn't steal what I was trying to sell. But then I needed to use the toilet. I asked the merchant next to me to watch my food. The woman told me, "No, it is better for you to take the food to the toilet with you. Think about it. If the homeless try to steal your food, I can't chase after them. If I do chase the person, then others will come and steal my food. I must watch my own food. I can't watch yours too. And if the police show up, what can I do?" I carried my bowl of food to the toilet with me. I had different kinds of fried food to sell. I went to the toilet, but the toilet stall was too small. Sitting on the toilet, I left the door ajar. The food was close enough that I could reach it. If I heard someone approaching, then I would reach out to hold the bowl. 8. Sir. Mom and I had been homeless for about 6 months when I had a new problem. Mom developed a relationship with a man who was often hanging out at the train station. I didn't like anything about the way he looked. His face looked funny. When he smiled, which he always seemed to be doing, his eyebrows would point straight up. He wasn't a complete stranger to Mom. He had lived in my hometown and knew Mom in passing from that time. He had been sent to the notorious Yodok prison. The prisoners there couldn't move and were forced to sit on their knees all day except for when they ate. If they dared to scratch an itch or even move their heads, a guard watching them on camera would call the prisoner to the front for a beating. He said he preferred prison when he was forced to work hard. At Yodok, They couldn't move or see the sunlight. When he was released, he couldn't open his eyes for several minutes because he had not seen sunlight in a few years. He said he felt so free when he was released, but he didn't have anywhere to stay. When he was in Yodok, his wife had brought him some food. While chewing, he found there was a note inside. She had written on it, "Let's get a divorce." Using a needle, he stitched his response on the backside of the paper she had given him. His message, "Do as you wish." She didn't think he would be able to get out of that prison. He was not interested in fighting it, and he knew she would have a tough life as the wife of a convict. He agreed to the divorce, but as luck would have it, on the next day, the birthday of the dictator, he was released as part of an amnesty. As he got healthier, he would be at the station playing cards with people, waiting for the next train or trains stranded because of electrical delays. He was always at the center of attention. He always seemed to be winning the card games. A lot of people would watch him, trying to figure out what he was doing. He was a magician with the cards. Some would get angry and storm off, saying they would return later. Some would just concede to him. He seemed to remember every card he played and even seemed to be able to guess which cards the others were holding. He would arrogantly play his cards while challenging others. Even when he didn't have a winning hand, he would bluff others, not with a poker face, but with his endless humor and bragging. Others standing behind him would say, "Hey, are you sure you're going to win with that hand?" "Shut up! I'm going to kill them all with these cards. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, he would say, pointing at the others. "These cards will kill the others here." This card player began talking to Mom. After catching up on each other's lives, they began talking about cooperating to make and save money together. After he made money destroying the others at cards, he would buy food for us. I didn't know at that point what kind of relationship he was building with Mom. A few times when there weren't train delays or many passengers at the train stations, he and Mom would go out stealing together. He wouldn't let me join them. I had to wait at the station. He had some authority, so he could arrange for me to be protected. He seemed to know so many things about the world. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't starving. Mom had been vulnerable when she went stealing with other homeless people. It was every man or woman for him or herself. It was different with the card player. If they got caught, he would be the one to fight, negotiate, or escape through some magic. Mom asked me what I thought. "Do you know the man who is playing cards and almost always wins? What if we got together? What if he becomes your new father?" Mom and I were sitting on a bench in the train station. I was frowning. I shook my head to show my frustration. "No, Mom." She weakly tried to make a case for him, but I didn't want another stepfather. Mom let it go. A few days later, the card player brought us food and gave Mom some money. I was wondering if they had already started a relationship. With one finger on my chin, looking my mom directly in her eyes, I asked, "Mom, what's going on with that guy?" "Mom?" "Nothing." "Are you sure? He also gave you some money." "I'm sure. He's just helping us." I was happy that he had given us some food, but I sensed that something was going on. Mom still wasn't ready to completely confess. She usually told it like it was, but in this case, she was being evasive. "He wants to help us and have a good relationship together." I wasn't finished investigating. "That means," my voice faded, waiting for my mom to finish the sentence. "Let's just try." I could see what was about to happen. I could see that he was Mom's boyfriend. I didn't trust him. I had only had terrible father figures. With the new relationship, Mom and the card player were talking about the future, making and saving money and buying a house together. I saw another side to him, but I still wasn't ready to trust him completely. From now on, he said, I will play cards every day, but that is just pocket money. We will also need to steal food. He would make money playing cards when there were people at the station. They went out to steal food about 5 times without getting caught, then sold much of what they had stolen. After more than a month, he said, Okay, I think we don't need to steal food again. We can't live like this long term. Let's find a place to stay. We moved in with an older woman who had been living alone and needed someone to care for her after she suffered a stroke. Miss Shin slept in the bedroom while Mom, the card player, and I slept in the living room. I refused to call this new stepfather Dad. Instead, I called him Sir. One day, Mom told me to prepare the dinner table. I enjoyed having that family chore. After being homeless for months and starving so many times, I enjoyed having a home with food. I was setting the table when Miss Shin sat down before I had finished getting things ready. I politely asked Miss Shin if she could move so I could finish setting things up. She refused to move. No, I'm a grandmother. You shouldn't tell me to move. When Mom asked me what was going on, I explained that I needed to set the table, but that Miss Shin wouldn't move. Mom got angry and threw a heavy stick used for washing clothes. I started to sit down just as Mom tossed the stick. It hit me right on my upper lip. My quiet little tug-of-war with the elderly woman had led to me bleeding profusely from my mouth. Sir sprang into action. He didn't say anything. He picked me up and carried me to a small clinic nearby. I couldn't talk. I was looking up at the sky that seemed to be moving as he carried me. I could only hear his breathing. This was the one time that Sir was serious. The clinic was wrapping up for the day. Sir asked them to check on me, but the clinic was too small and unable to handle my case. He then carried me home and told them to get ready to take me to a hospital. I had hated Sir and refused to accept him as my dad, but he was the one most desperate to save me at that moment. The blood from my lip was on Sir's shirt. For the first time, his eyebrows were straight, not pointing up. And for the first time, he showed anger toward my mom. He was ready to take me to the bigger hospital, but Mom said it would take about 2 hours to get there. Mom tried to care for my lip with soybean sauce. That was Mom's home remedy for everything. Mom would already be reaching for the soybean sauce before she even heard what health problem to treat. If I had broken my arm, Mom might have put soybean sauce on it. She put soybean sauce on my lip, which stung a lot. Sir was angry at Mom. You can't do that kind of thing. You need to be patient. You can't just throw things when you get angry. She is a girl, not a man. Whatever. Sir was usually chatty in the house, but that night he didn't say much. He went out to smoke. The incident had a major impact on me. I felt that he was on my side. I began to think that Sir might be different from the other father figures. Sir was also influencing Mom. She was not the type to explain herself. On this occasion, however, she did explain herself. She was angry at Miss Shin, but she couldn't attack her. She didn't want to hurt me, so she just threw the stick without any force. She believed in disciplining me and teaching me that I must be polite to elders. She had been raised that way and had been beaten often in her first marriage. Sir made it clear she could still be stern without physically punishing me. He said he wasn't going to tolerate her throwing things. His eyebrows were not pointing up when he said it. He was never violent or aggressive. He instead used his sharp wit and humor. Mom never again whipped or hit me after that incident. The apology from Mom still took time, but it did happen almost 2 years later. I didn't mean to hurt you. I am so sorry. Sir had truly taken over the role of father and leader of the family. He teased everyone, especially me. He would even tease me about the wound on my lip. Instead of being ashamed, I even learned to joke about it. Mom had put a bandage with soybean sauce on it. After about a week, I could talk again. I told Mom that with my big, wounded lip, I looked like an American. Sir embraced the joke more than I wanted. Yeah, she looks like the enemy. He began telling stories about me being a hated American. Hey, don't say that. I had made the joke, but he was taking it too far. He teased me endlessly. Can anyone understand you now? It seems that you have wind going through your mouth. When I said something, he would repeat it, but with a muffled voice and a strange look on his face. He wouldn't stop teasing me about my wounded lip. Sir, stop it. At breakfast, lunch, or dinner, he would be looking at my mouth, trying to figure out how to tease me. I would glare at him, knowing that he was looking for a way to tease me. As I ate, I would have one or both eyes on him. I knew when his eyebrows went up that the teasing was about to start. Oh, he said, you can eat food. You look like a grandmother the way you are chewing. See, I knew you were going to say something. I'm not a grandma. Oh, you're not a grandma? Maybe you are a goat? Sometimes it seemed that he ate quickly just so he could focus on teasing me. For the first time in a while, Mom and I were in a stable family situation. Still, I called the card player Sir, not Dad. He wasn't bothered. It doesn't matter. You can call me anything. No matter what I said or did, he would smile and joke. I would frown or even glare at him, but he wouldn't complain. He would just have fun and tease me even more. My birth father had always been cold to me. My previous stepfather had started off nice, but later was cruel to me. Maybe Sir would also turn against me one day. However, I couldn't deny that Mom had a good relationship with him. She was constantly laughing about the things he said and did. I was happy about that, and I was starting to think he might not be another terrible father. Everyone, except me, laughed at his jokes. Mom would have tears running down her cheeks as she laughed. Miss Shin, who couldn't move around very well, would be slapping the floor laughing. I still frowned when I looked at Sir, but I was hiding the fact that I was warming up to him. He always seemed to be plotting something to entertain me. One day, he called out to me. I was feisty. What? I don't want to look at you. That wasn't completely true. When I saw those eyebrows go up, I did want to laugh. I didn't want him to know it, however. Just come over and look at me. Just look at my hand. He was rolling some paper into a small ball. He placed his hand flat. Then he began pretending to push the ball of paper through the back of his hand. My eyes were following the movements, trying to figure out what the stupid magic trick would be. He was grunting and apparently hurting himself a lot by trying to push the paper ball through his hand. Then he pointed. Songmi-ya, look over there. I looked, but I didn't see anything special. When I looked again, I saw that he was still rubbing his hand. Then magically, the ball was under his palm rather than on top of his hand. No way! But I couldn't explain his magic. I had doubted his tricks when he was at the train station, but I was now seeing them directly rather than as a part of a crowd. Now he was trying his tricks on me. Do it again. He asked for more paper. I rolled the paper into a ball to make sure he didn't play any tricks with it. I handed the small ball of paper to him as I watched him closely. My eyes zeroed in on his hands and the ball of paper. He was pushing and rolling the paper around the top of his hand. He suddenly pointed up. "Oh, Songmi, what's that?" I looked up, but then my eyes quickly glanced back down at Sir's hand. I saw him about to move the ball from the top of the palm of his hand. I had caught him in the act. I asked, "Is the ball still there?" I kept watching him. He was trying to figure out how to distract me, but nothing he did was working. Wait, he said as he leaned over to the side, slightly lifting his butt off the floor. He was straining, counting. 1, 2, 3. Okay, almost. He farted, loudly. It felt like a tsunami had hit the entire room. I looked away for a moment, waving my hand to fight the smell. "Dad, go to the toilet!" For the first time ever, I called him Dad. It wasn't exactly a beautiful moment. "Finally," he said. "That's it. I needed to do that." He resumed pushing the ball through his hand. When he finished grunting as he pushed down on his hand, he showed me that it had gone through. I wasn't having it. He was pointing and doing so many things to distract me. Did his magic only work when I wasn't looking? "Dad, do you think I'm an idiot?" "See, it's real," he said. His eyebrows were still pointing up, but he had been cornered. "The ball went through my hand. See, it hurts." He was rubbing his hands to show how difficult it had been. Was he a better liar, actor, or magician? "Dad, where's the blood?" My hands were folded across my chest. I knew I had him. He insisted that it was magic. "Let me have the ball," I said. "I will show you magic." I was copying him, rolling the ball around the top of my hand. Then, with a surprised look on my face, I looked at him. "Dad, what's over there?" His eyebrows didn't move. His eyes didn't move. He stared directly at my hand. I tried again. "Dad, who is she?" as I looked over his shoulder. He didn't blink. Mom was laughing. For the first time, all of us were laughing together. When I said Dad, it wasn't forced, and I meant it. I had tried to hate my new stepfather, but he was doing everything he could to make me love him. I thought to myself, this is what a dad should be like. Someone to have fun with, someone to care for you when you are in pain, someone to be patient even when you are angry at him. I even began to laugh at his teasing. As I began to laugh, he would joke and tease even more. He had lost his wife and children when he was in jail, but he now had a wife who loved him and a daughter who was starting to love him. Nothing was sacred, as everything could be laughed about. He was plotting again. "Songmi, let's play a magic game." I was softer to him, but still, I didn't believe in his magic. I had caught onto his first magic trick. "No, Dad, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a baby. Your games are for 3-year-old babies." "This time it is real. This is a new game." He put his hand on a small blanket. "Dad, wait, don't point anywhere," I said as I pointed at the door. "And don't fart. If you fart, I'm going to run out of the room." "I can't promise that," he said. "Even the police can't stop someone from farting." He had about 15 cards under his fingers and thumb of his left hand. The cards were spread out. He said he would lift all the cards with one hand. "That's not possible, and I don't trust you, Dad." I said it, but my eyes were glued to his hand. He started pressing down with his right hand on top of his left. 1, 2. All of the cards were moving up along with his hand. It seemed that the cards were floating under his hand. I was mesmerized. I thought to myself, this time it may be real magic. He hadn't tried to divert my attention this time. I was feeling his hand to see what he was doing. I then tried it myself, but the cards didn't stick to my hand. For about 2 months, it was a big mystery in the house about how Dad could pick up cards with just one hand. When I was alone, I tried that magic trick, but I couldn't pick up the cards. It seemed that Dad really had performed a magic trick. One day, one of Dad's friends came to visit. He was playing the same magic trick. I pleaded with him, "Please, please show me how you do it." A magician doesn't show his tricks, but finally he relented. I was not about to lose this chance to find the secret to my dad's magic. Dad's friend asked, "Do you have a needle?" Without answering, I ran, "Mom, where's a needle?" She was cooking in the kitchen. "Look around, you can find one. Look in the drawer." Yes, I found a needle there. I gave it to him. He showed me that he put the cards between the needle and the palm of his hand. Then, like magic, he picked up the cards. I said, "Uncle, please don't let Dad know you taught me this. I am going to play this with him." I couldn't wait for my dad to return home that day. "Dad, please come and sit. Let's do some magic." He had gotten used to me asking him to show me some magic. His eyebrows were pointing up as he thought about which trick to show me. "No, Dad, I'm going to do it." The tail was now wagging the dog. He turned his head sideways with one eyebrow raised. I played the same magic trick on him. My hand was small, so I could only lift 9 cards. Dad asked, "Who taught you?" But Mom didn't know the trick. "Wow, how did you do it?" Dad and I kept the secret. For the first time, I had a dad I could laugh and joke with, get teased by, and even endure his untimely and terrible farts. His eyebrows would be pointing up as he laughed and joked about everything. My birth father had been a cold man who rarely acknowledged me. My stepfather had regarded me as a child laborer. At last, I had both a mom and a dad who loved me. 9. Gone fishing. My parents bought a small unit in a harmonica house in the Shinsangu area where I had been born. Such homes had 4 families living under one roof, with each unit typically having one room and a kitchen. It might not have looked special to most people, but considering that we had been homeless, it was a step up. There had been other upgrades. For the first time in a long time, I was wearing clothes that had been bought. Previously, Mom had sewn my clothes. My parents had stopped stealing and were now seeking money-making opportunities. They went down to the southern part of North Korea when they heard that some people were making money selling clams they had caught there. A young woman named Jung, the sister of a neighbor, moved in with me to take care of me while my parents were away. Aunt Yeonhui, recently married, lived just a few minutes away from my family. Half of the money to buy her home came from my parents. But all was not well. After several health setbacks, Grandma Choi died of a stroke on April 15th, the birthday of the founder of North Korea. My family's home situation had stabilized over the last year, but then, like lightning, almost everything in the house was gone. Uncle Kum Chol, Mom's brother, began visiting the home where I was living. It wasn't long before he was stealing things such as bowls, the family's rice cooker, TV, bicycle, and even spoons. He would sell them so he could buy alcohol. At first, he was careful about taking things, but he got more brazen, knowing that only his young niece was trying to stop him. I became the defender of the house. "You are a drinker. Don't take our things." One day, someone broke in and stole our remaining nice clothes and blankets. "Uncle, please don't come here again. We don't have any food now. You stole everything." He denied it, but I continued complaining at him. My hands were on my hips as I stared up at my uncle. He tried not to look like a guilty man. "Songmi, that wasn't me. Don't you remember that you have to let me in?" His speech was slurred and his eyes were red. He couldn't even focus on me as he denied my accusations. No longer homeless, I was protecting my home. "Now we don't have anything. We don't even have bowls or water buckets." He said he couldn't remember. After drinking so much, he was probably telling the truth that he couldn't remember what he had done. I was exasperated. "Don't ever come again. Never, ever." I was back to scavenging for grass. Chong and I sold the nice grass and ate the rest. I struggled so much during that time. One of the neighbors, who had also been fishing for clams, told my parents about what was going on. Mom sent word through a neighbor that she wanted me to join them. I had often gone looking for my mom, but in this case, I would be going to the southern part of North Korea for the first time. Also, for the first time, I would be taking a train by myself. I boarded the train to Muncheon City in Gangwon-do on my own, but I was standing. There were 5 soldiers sitting down. "Hey, little one soldier asked me. "Where are your parents? Who is your guardian? Where are you going?" "I'm going to Muncheon City to see them. Could you please tell me when we get there?" "Hey, come here, sit on my knee. We are getting off before then. We will tell other adults to take care of you until you arrive there." The soldiers were singing, dancing, and having fun on the train. "Hey, little one, can you sing for us?" They applauded me as I sang. I ate lunch and dinner with them. I was lucky that the soldiers helped me and that the electricity didn't go out during the trip. When the soldiers got off the train, they asked a woman sitting behind them if she could watch over me until I arrived at Muncheon City the next morning. "Thank you so much," I said, waving enthusiastically to the woman who had looked after me the rest of the trip. Leaving the train station, I had no idea which way to go, but I was now a veteran of looking for my mom. I asked many people how to get there. I got really lucky. 2 women were headed in the same direction. I got worried when they took me through the mountains. Others had pointed me in a different direction. I asked if we were going the right way. "This is a shortcut. If you don't go this way, you might not arrive until the evening." When they said goodbye, they pointed out the area I needed to go to find my mom. I started walking, but when I thought about seeing Mom, I began running. I would slow down to ask others if I was going in the right direction. A farmer pointed to a few houses, telling me, "You want to go to the one in the middle." After an elderly woman opened the door, I said my name, then asked if I could see my mom. The elderly woman said she would be back soon, but I was truly my mom's daughter. "Grandma, can I go see my mom?" She laughed. "Okay, go see your mom." I walked for a few minutes. I saw many people in wetsuits holding onto tubes, bobbing up and down in the water. The elderly woman said, "I can see your mom. She's not wearing a cap." I saw her. "Mom! Mom!" I waved my hands frantically. I rolled up my pants and walked into the water. "Little one, be careful. There are many sharp things in the water," the elderly woman said. "You have to wear something when you are in the water. Don't worry, your mom will come back soon after she catches a lot of clams." I was playing in the water, waiting for Mom to come out. I could see Mom, Dad, and another person who was a neighbor come out of the water. I shouted to them, "I'm here!" They were all surprised and happy. "Wow, you made it!" I was so happy to explain, and my parents and the neighbors listened and laughed as I energetically told my story. We had some fresh fish for lunch. It had been a long time since I had eaten rice and fish. I explained to Mom what was happening at our home. We had been robbed, and my uncle was stealing things. We stayed together in Muncheon City for a month or two. My parents returned to Shinsan-gu to sell the house, and then returned to Muncheon City again. While my parents worked during the day and handled family affairs, I entertained myself by climbing trees, lying down on the huge tree limbs, and listening to the cicadas. I felt so tall when I was in a tree. I could see everything and everyone, the trees and houses nearby, the birds and the cicadas. It felt so serene, like when I was back at my first home. I loved the sound of the birds, but hated the cicadas. Why don't I have wings? Then I could catch the cicadas and eat them. They are so noisy. I was still restless about not being able to go to school in this new area. I would be with Mom in the mornings and at night, but I didn't have any friends in the area, and I was isolated in the countryside. I was bored during the day and still wanted to go to school, but was happy being with my Mom and Dad. 10. Mom's gone again. As clam season was winding down, my family first moved to Aunt Yeonhui's home short-term, then rented a home nearby. I had gotten used to Mom disappearing for months at a time, but this time Mom was with Dad. I felt secure with him in our family. It was probably 2002 or 2003, and I was at Aunt Yeonhui's home waiting for Mom to return. Mom was visiting by herself, so there were no magic tricks or teasing from Dad. Mom would come and go, trying to make money in different ways. One day, a neighbor told me that my mom was waiting for me near Kumjin River. I rushed to see her. "Why didn't you come into Aunt Yeonhui's house?" "I can't go in because I don't have any money. I really wish we could live together. I am sorry that you are staying with them." There was a time when Mom never apologized or explained things to me, but that had changed. I didn't care, as I was delighted to be with my mom. I had no idea how long we would be together, so I was going to enjoy every moment. Mom then gave me some notes. "I wrote these," she said. "If someone says something bad, if you're uncomfortable or tired, please look at these. Always remember that I love you." I enjoyed that night, sleeping with my mom near the river. We slept on the ground without any blankets, just a small scarf, but it felt so comfortable for me. It reminded me of the time we were together in the barn. We listened to the radio until midnight. My mom loved writing poetry. Songmi, can you hear the radio? Sometimes I sleep outside like this. It makes me think about things. That's a good time for me to write. I then had the chance to give my mom a gift. Mom, here is some money. I was so proud of myself as I handed the money to her. It wasn't much, but it was a lot for a child to have, and enough to buy a few kilograms of rice. My goodness, how did you make this money? Laughing, she asked, did you steal it? No, I sold water when the train stopped at the station. Your aunt didn't take it? I gave her some, but I had been saving the rest of it for you. Your aunt is always trying to get money. Are you sure she believed you? I told her that no one was buying my water because so many people were selling it. I'm so proud of you. I don't want this money, my mom said. But I should take it because it will help me so much. Songmi, I am so sorry. I want to live with you and I want to take you, but I don't know how long I must keep living like this. Please, just wait a few months. I waited several more months, staying with Aunt Yeonhui. One day, Aunt Sonhui came to visit. She whispered to me, Your mom is at my house. She wants to see you. I wasn't sure why it was a secret, but I sensed that I shouldn't announce that my mom was there. I was so excited that I was ready to run to see Mom. I told Aunt Yeonhui that I needed to visit Aunt Sonhui's house. Don't forget that it will be harvest time soon, Aunt Yeonhui said. She always reminded me about work. Aunt Sonhui and I made the 1-hour walk to her home. It was September 25th, 2005, 2 days before my 12th birthday. I cried as I hugged my mom for the first time in months. Mom, you took so long to come back. I was both joyful and complaining. We talked. Then Mom said, The money you gave me helped me so much. She handed me 10 times more than what I had given her. My baby, I wanted to give you this money because it will be your birthday in 2 days. You can buy a book or something delicious to eat. It was the perfect moment. My mom had returned to me just before my birthday. Then she ruined everything by saying, I need to leave tomorrow. Oh, but my birthday is in 2 days. Please stay with me. I'm so sorry, I must leave. Your dad is waiting for me to return. I was thinking that they must be planning something big. But what could it be? My mom gave me a knife next. You can use it to make food. In particular, she was referring to tubupap, or North Korean rice tofu, which required a knife to prepare. Next, she gave me a multiplication table. She was worried because I had only attended elementary school for a year and hadn't been in school for a while. Please study this. When I come back on October 10th, I will check to see if you had learned how to multiply. She was the one person who was focused on my education. I hated to see Mom go, but I was happy to hear a specific date. Most of the time when Mom left, I had no idea when she would return. In this case, I could prepare for our next meeting. I had new energy. Wherever I went for the next 2 weeks, I took that multiplication table with me and studied those numbers. I wanted to make Mom proud. I could barely sleep the night before Mom was to return. While most people were celebrating the founding of the North Korea Workers' Party, I was memorizing math to be prepared for Mom's test. The train station wasn't far from Aunt Sonhui's home. I could hear when a train was passing by. Bang, bang! When I heard the train, I felt like Mom was calling my name. I would run outside every day wondering if Mom was on that train. Then the big day arrived, October 10th. I listened for the trains all day, but my mom wasn't on any of them. Every day after that, I ran to check if Mom had arrived. I would hear the bunk bong sound, but my excitement turned to anxiety and my joy turned to tears every time I heard the train. Sobbing, I said, "Mom is not coming back. I want to go find her." Finally, Aunt Sonhui got frustrated with me crying every day. Aunt Sonhui, with tears in her own eyes, hit me on the side of my head. She looked at me and said, "Your mom is not going to come back, so don't wait." Then my aunt said something I wasn't expecting. "Your mom is not in this country. You don't need to wait for her." Don't wait? Mom isn't coming back? She's not in the country? I looked at my aunt. Mom promised me that she would come back on October 10th. She didn't lie. I will keep waiting. I couldn't stop crying. Mom will return to me. I still went to the train station every day to check for my mom. I cried whenever I heard the bang bang sound. For almost a month, I still hoped that my mom would return. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I would think about my mom. The bang bang sound became a regular reminder that my mom was missing. Finally, I gave up. Aunt, I can't keep staying here. Mom is not in this country. I hope she is safe. I returned to Aunt Yeonhui's house. I cried during most of the 1-hour walk. I had gone looking for my mom so many times, but now there was nowhere for me to look. It dawned on me that at the age of 12, I would be on my own. How would I live? I wondered if I could live by myself. Both aunts had let me stay with them when my mom was gone for extended periods of time, but now my mom might not even be in the country. As I walked, I thought about the knife that my mom had given me and how I could survive in this world without my mom. I thought that it might be easier for me to commit suicide. A man knocked on the door to deliver a letter to the home of Aunt Yeonhui. The letter was from Mom. She apologized to me for not letting me know that she was going to China with Dad. She wrote that they were going to make money, then return to North Korea. Dad's aunt was in China. He had gone there several times before. This time, he had taken Mom with him. I was sad they were gone, but also happy to know Mom was alive. You're not alone, I said to myself. My aunt had warned me not to wait for Mom, but when I saw that letter, it confirmed in my mind that I was correct to continue waiting. I was elated by the letter, but my aunt and uncle were angry. They had already talked about being watched by neighbors because my mom had escaped from North Korea. A letter coming from China could result in more surveillance or even a visit from North Korean police to investigate them. Mom was also taking a chance by sending the letter. The broker delivering it could have revealed her presence if he had gotten captured. The letter would have been evidence that could easily have led to her being executed if she had been repatriated to North Korea. Plus, because it mentioned that Dad had relatives in China, it also could have been used as evidence against him. The North Korean regime made even simple communication between families a crime. I later learned that my parents crossed the border into China on October 3rd, 2005. They had sent money to me and Dad's 2 children, but they couldn't confirm that the money had been delivered. My dad said he would return to North Korea to give money directly to me and his other children. Mom waited for him. I later heard that he had gotten captured at the border. Mr. Yu Gun-sang, the expert card player, magician, comedian, the stepfather I originally hated but had learned to love and call dad, the man whose eyebrows would always point up as he was laughing and joking, had been sent back to the Yodok prison. 11. Food in the picture. I was standing on a bridge over a small river near Aunt Yeonhui's home. The water was so beautiful and clear. I asked myself, should I jump in? I was already tired of life at the age of 12. My mom was in China. I had been moved from home to home and was then staying in a home of an aunt who probably didn't want me there. If I made a mistake, Aunt Yeonhui would berate me or throw something at me. If I commit suicide, would they be happy? I didn't know how to swim, so I knew I would drown if I jumped in or allowed myself to fall. I had one leg over the side as I held onto the bridge. Would my aunt be happy? They could save money because they wouldn't have to take care of me. Why do I have such a tough life? Why did Mom give birth to me? I thought about many things. I was crying, but there was no one there to stop me from jumping in. There wasn't even anyone to yell, "Hey, you stupid kid, stop playing around." I was waiting for someone to come by, to discourage me from committing suicide. But I was still alone. Only one thing stopped me from drowning myself. What about when Mom comes back and she finds that I'm dead? I had something to live for. I needed to be alive when my mom returned. I told myself, wait until Mom returns. Just wait a little more. I moved slowly, making sure I didn't fall or slip. A few minutes earlier, I had been dangling myself off the bridge. I would have to pull myself together until Mom returned. I was on the bridge for 2 hours and hadn't seen anyone. I thought, see, no one cares about me. I will stay with my aunt so I can see Mom again. I went back to my aunt's home. Everyone was sleeping. No one had come out to check on me. One day, Aunt Yeonhui spilled some rice as she was cooking. "If the mother is pretty, the daughter is also pretty," she muttered it to herself, but I heard her. Mom was gone and not taking care of her daughter, so my aunt was criticizing my mom and saying that I was not worth her effort. I lost my appetite. I skipped that meal and many others after that. It was another terrible reminder that I wasn't wanted, but that moment also made me realize that it wasn't enough for me to help around the house. I thought to myself, what can I do for her? If I stay here, I must do something for my aunt. I had no money, no education, and no idea what to do. I watched Aunt Yeonhui that day. My aunt bought wood every day so she could cook food to sell. I could help Aunt Yeonhui by collecting wood for her. When I was younger, I had tagged along with Uncle Kum Chol one day when he collected wood. I had also collected tree limbs for Mom when we lived in a barn together. I asked a 17-year-old girl named Songhi, who was selling wood, how I could also collect it. She told me that she went to a mountain every day, collecting tree limbs she would then carry on her back. I asked her if I could join her. "What? You're too young." Songhi was looking at me. Then she tried to explain how difficult the work would be. It was tiring just getting to the mountain a few hours away. Then after scavenging for tree limbs, there was still the difficulty of hauling the wood back home or to a market. Grown men got exhausted from the grueling labor. How in the world could a tiny girl handle it? Despite the warnings, I was determined. Please, I have to do this. I can't survive if I don't. I must stay here so my mom can find me. I did my best to explain my desperate situation. Sung-hee reluctantly agreed, saying, "Okay, but don't make it too difficult on yourself." That night, I told Aunt Yeonhui that I would go to the mountain to get wood. She asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" I said, "I already asked Sung-hee if I could go with her. She will take me tomorrow." My aunt rarely smiled at me, but she did at that moment. I realized that I had found a way to survive in Aunt Yeonhui's home. That was the true start of me engaging in manual labor. 4 days a week for the next 5 years, I would walk 3 hours to the mountain to collect tree limbs. It would take me about 5 hours to walk back, carrying the tree limbs on my back. I was so tiny that when I carried huge tree limbs on my back, people would say, "It looks like some wood is walking down the street." Questions came at me from almost everyone who saw me. "Why are you doing this? Why are you working so hard? Where are your parents?" My aunt had doubted I could do such difficult work. When I returned, she gave me a huge smile. I cut one of my fingers one day. It wasn't just the pain and bloody glove that bothered me. What really made me sad is that I knew no one would be waiting for me when I returned to my aunt's home. Any concern that my aunt would have about my injury would be about whether I could work the next day. Everyone was sleeping when I returned home after collecting wood. When I opened the door, the family dog Alogi was waiting for me. She jumped on me, licked my face, and made me feel loved. Sitting outside with Alogi, I looked up at the sky. "I miss Mom. Alogi, you are the only one who waits for me." I was little more than a child laborer. I took care of my aunt's children, did laundry, cleaned the house, helped cook dinner, did all kinds of farming, and sold food that my aunt had cooked. Going to school wasn't a consideration. Aunt Yeonhui was happy at last, but it was short-lived. I began to resent my aunt. I missed my mom. I wasn't going to school, and I was working hard all the time. I could hear my friends playing while I was working to survive. When I started collecting wood, my aunt had been so happy. But every time I took on a new household chore, my aunt would expect more. I started selling water to passengers stranded at the train station. My aunt was pleased but told me I should also sell food. With one hand, I was selling food, and with the other hand, I was selling water. Somehow, I did it all without a third hand. I rushed home to give the money to Aunt Yeonhui. She was so happy to get money from me instead of having to spend it on me. I saw that rare smile and heard that happy voice from my aunt. It was a rare occasion that I got to eat nice food with my aunt and uncle. Most days, the food I was selling and could smell around the house was just food in a picture. I could see the food, and I could touch the food, but I couldn't eat it. My aunt and uncle would often wait until I had gone to sleep, then they would eat. I could smell delicious food as I went to sleep, starving. I started most mornings in the winter walking to the river with a stone and 2 buckets. Wearing gloves to protect my hands, I would repeatedly slam the stone into the ice. I smiled to myself whenever the ice finally broke. I was slamming the stone into the ice when I thought I heard the sound of a baby goat. Eh, eh, eh. I stopped, listened, and looked around. I resumed slamming the stone, heard the baby goat sound again, then a third time. I left the buckets and stone to investigate. I walked slowly, listening and walking in the direction of the sound. Looking ahead, I saw a small blanket flapping in the wind. The sound was coming from there. As I got closer, it sounded like a human baby, not a baby goat. How could a baby be outside alone now? It is so cold. Then I saw that it was a baby wrapped in a blanket. When North Korean children ask about how they were born, their parents will often answer, "I found you under a bridge." It was really happening. A baby had been left under a bridge. I looked around, checking to see if anyone else was in the area. I unfolded the blanket to touch the baby. Cradling the still warm baby, I returned to my aunt's home. I explained, "I think the baby's mother abandoned her." "Are you sure? Did you look around?" "I did, but nobody was there and the baby was crying." My aunt and uncle then turned against me. "Why did you bring the baby? You're causing a problem." Causing a problem was something I tried to avoid. I had become so passive in my life. "Aunt, it is so cold outside, the baby might die." I couldn't leave her there. Aunt Yunhui asked, "Where are the buckets?" I had left the 2 buckets on the water near the bridge. When I went back, they were gone. I tried to explain. "I'm sorry. I thought it was a goat, but it was a baby. What could I do?" I had seen my aunt show more concern for their animals than she did for this baby that was in her home. If I had found a goat, my aunt and uncle might have been happy to sell it. I said, "Okay, if no one takes the baby, then I will take care of her." My aunt glared at me. "Shut up! You can't take care of a baby. You are living in my house." They took the baby to the area leader. The leader suggested they find someone struggling to conceive a baby. Aunt Yunhui thought about her friend Myung-suk, who lived just 5 minutes away. Aunt Yunhui sent me to check with Myung-suk. I was frantically calling for her. Myung-suk came out, alarmed. "What happened?" "You need to come to our house." I briefly explained what had happened. We rushed to Aunt Yunhui's home. Aunt Yunhui offered her the chance to take the baby. Myung-suk said she needed to bring her husband. They returned a few minutes later. "Where did you find the baby? Are you sure it is okay if we take her?" After hearing my full explanation, the couple said it might be a sign that they deserved to have a child. 3 years later, the baby's birth mother showed up. She asked if they had gotten her under a bridge. She wanted her baby back. The family said no. Myung-suk's family loved the baby and considered her to be their own. She asked if she could see the baby. They said no. There was a knock at the door. A letter was being delivered from China. Inside the letter, Mom gave instructions for Aunt Yunhui to go to Haesan City near the border with China so she could send them money. Aunt Yunhui's husband went to Haesan City and called my mom, telling her that she could send the money. There were many cases in North Korea of shady brokers cheating families and of desperate family members rushing to falsely claim money. Mom verified everything, including whether he was really Aunt Yunhui's husband. Mom sent money to the Chinese broker handling the money transfer. He then gave it to the North Korean broker, who gave it to my uncle several days later. My uncle returned to Shinsangu with 3 million won. The next day, however, the North Korean government devalued the currency. The money that Mom had sent was worthless. Everyone needed to turn in their Korean won. In exchange, they could get up to about 100,000 won. So many people had their life savings destroyed, and I heard that many people committed suicide. In anger, people were burning the money they had. A few months later, Mom sent about 1 million won. This time, my uncle received it in Chinese currency rather than North Korean won. Many North Koreans had learned the lesson not to trust North Korean money. My life changed because of the money Mom sent. I would no longer have to collect wood. My aunt still did not suggest, however, that I resume going to school. 12. Stealing. I was running along with 2 friends. We had planned to steal some potatoes that night. One of my friends said, "I saw that there are some potatoes there. I don't see a guard." The 3 of us studied the area. There were many potatoes there, ready to be dug up, taken, and eaten. The 3 of us, 2 girls and 1 boy, looked around, and we could see one small hut. Was anyone watching us? It was about 9 p.m. We didn't have a hoe or any tools that could help us steal more potatoes. We used our bare hands. The 3 of us sat down, our heads level with the potatoes. The potatoes seemed to be swaying as we dug. I had dug up about 10 potatoes. The other 2 had already dug up about 20 potatoes each that they had put in their bags. A guard who had snuck up on us shined his flashlight. We had been caught, and there was no denying what we were doing. We had potatoes in our bags and soil all over our clothes. The guard started running in our direction. "Hey, you little moles!" All 3 of us began running without the potato bags. He was yelling and cursing as he started chasing us. He then yelled the magic word, "Stop!" My 2 friends kept running and didn't look back, but I stopped running. I slowly walked back to the guard. He was furious. "Finally, I caught you, you little mole. What are your parents' names? Where do you live?" I explained that I didn't have parents. "How many times have you come here stealing potatoes?" "Today is my first time." When I was younger, I had dug up some potatoes and eaten them on the spot, and I had watched as my mom had stolen potatoes and garlic, but I had never run off stealing them myself. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "I can see that because you stopped running," he said. "Why did you stop?" My answer was matter of fact. "Because you yelled for us to stop." Even when I could get punished, Mom had taught me that it was always better to tell the truth. The guard, who had been so angry, burst out laughing. "Okay, come here, little mole." He shined his flashlight on the potato bags. "Which potatoes were you stealing?" I could have lied and pointed at one of the other bags with many potatoes, but I pointed at my bag. He looked at me. "Why did you only get a few potatoes? Look at the other bags. They got many potatoes. You only got a few potatoes." He looked at me. It wasn't quite sympathy. Perhaps it was the acknowledgement that many people were stealing to avoid from starving. I believe you. This is probably your first time. You don't know how to steal, and you don't even know how to run away when you get caught. He gave me the potatoes that I had dug up. You were honest, so take the potatoes. But if you do it again, I won't let you get away. I got into trouble because people have been stealing potatoes. Now get out of here and don't ever come back here to steal again. If we had met in a different time, place, or country, he could have been a mentor or uncle to me. Instead, we were both just trying to survive in North Korea. Are you stupid? It was the next day, and the 2 other kids were talking to me near the river. Why did you stop running? I countered. Why did you run? What? The boy, who was a year younger than me, pointed at me. She's stupid. They were befuddled, trying to understand me. Is this for real? The guard was there, so we had to run. We don't want to get into big trouble. Next time, we can't bring you with us. I still wasn't convinced. That guard wasn't that scary. You left everything. I got 10 potatoes. You got lucky. You don't know how scary the guards can be. I got better at stealing. It seemed to be the way of life for people in our area. People would steal clothes even when they were drying. It didn't matter what it was. Others would even steal underwear or socks. My 2 friends gave me another chance, but they warned me. This time, keep running if there is a guard. Don't look back. We all got away with cabbage. When I got back home with the 7 heads of cabbage, my aunt and uncle asked where I got them. I said, I stole them. They were thrilled because they didn't have to spend money to buy that cabbage. I was still trying to find ways to survive in my aunt's home. I realized that stealing food would make them happy. It was more comfortable for me to steal from strangers rather than to feel like a thief in my aunt's home. I was living for others, not for myself. Even my smile wasn't for myself. I had to let my aunt think at every moment that I was happy and thankful. I didn't feel welcome there, but it was still better than being homeless again. I had known homeless people who had starved or frozen to death at the train station. I was learning about the world of stealing food. Many different kinds of food got stolen. Grains, dry corn, potatoes, garlic, rice. Probably the number 1 food item stolen was kimchi. It is eaten at almost every meal from winter to spring. Kimchi was a target of food thieves for 2 main reasons. 1, there were few refrigerators in North Korea when I was there. I never saw one. I had only heard about them. That meant that kimchi was stored in a jar underground or in a small warehouse. The food thieves could search around to find where it might be buried or check to see if the warehouse had been left unlocked. 2, the strong smell. A food thief could be walking down the street, smell the kimchi, and make a U-turn to grab the kimchi immediately or to return later. When I was homeless, I learned that many food thieves didn't have bags to carry the things they had stolen. In some cases, they were so hungry and tired that they couldn't carry anything. They would locate the kimchi, take the lid off, and eat it right there, usually with their hands that might not have been washed recently. I remember one time when Grandma Bae got ready to cook breakfast. She went outside to get the kimchi, but she saw that there were no lids on the kimchi jars. Did someone take the lids off the kimchi jars? We all denied it. I was young, and I wouldn't have been able to reach the lid, but I registered my denial anyway. They guessed that someone homeless used the lids to carry the kimchi away. My grandmother had to cover the jars with plastic and blankets. To please my aunt and uncle, and to have some extra food for myself, I stole cabbage, potatoes, and corn. I never stole kimchi or rice. Those thieves got arrested and put in jail. I knew that many soldiers stole kimchi. I would see them bring kimchi to my aunt to barter for other food. My aunt never asked where the kimchi had come from. Sometimes the soldiers would steal animals and bring them to my aunt to barter. One time, some soldiers brought a small pig. My aunt and uncle suspected that the pig might have been stolen from next door. Chickens were also targets for food thieves. Good thieves stole chickens in broad daylight by feeding them a few grains. A chicken might have been wary, but it couldn't resist something to eat. Then the chicken thief grabbed the chicken and put it in his or her backpack or bag. In the countryside, people labeled their animals. There were many cases of people catching others who had stolen their chickens. In some cases, a neighbor might have just bought some chickens, not knowing that they had been stolen, or not knowing where they had been stolen from. Those chickens being sold on the spot were cheaper than at the market. If the chicken thieves wanted to make more money, they could go to the market. Most thieves didn't want to go far with a live animal. There were some cases of the same chicken being stolen and sold several times before it finally ended up on someone's dinner plate. One day, a soldier sold a chicken to Aunt Yonhui. After he left, a neighbor stopped by to buy some food. The neighbor recognized that it was her chicken walking around. Aunt Yonhui denied it. "What are you talking about? I bought it a few hours ago." "That is my chicken." The neighbor told Aunt Yonhui to go with her to her home. She showed her that her chicken's legs were all wrapped with a red string. My aunt couldn't deny it. The neighbor took her chicken. Aunt Yonhui learned her lesson. Whenever people brought an animal to sell, whether it was a chicken, rabbit, or pig, she would investigate it. She had no problem with buying a neighbor's chicken. She just wanted to make it more difficult to identify. If there was a string on it, Aunt Yonhui would cut it off. When I was about 15, my aunt bought a piglet as an investment for the family. My uncle built a container using lumber from trees. Aunt Yonhui heard about a neighbor's pig getting stolen. My aunt and uncle were trying to figure out ways to protect the pig. "I can't sleep," Aunt Yonhui said several times. "I'm worried that someone might steal the pig." After hearing her say it several times, I guessed what my aunt wanted. I asked, "Should I sleep with the pig?" "Can you?" my aunt smiled. At that point, I preferred the pig to my aunt and uncle. My aunt, uncle, their 2 babies, and I slept together on the bed in one room, but I still felt like an outsider to the family. My new sleeping area was right above the pigs. Because my body blocked the entrance, no one would be able to open the door to steal the pig. I would sleep there even when it rained. I had a blanket and my clothes were rolled up to make a pillow. Those clothes were worn out with holes in the elbows and knees, but they were better than no pillow at all. I still would have preferred Mom's arm as a pillow. I often looked up at the stars, counting them, and thought about my mom. I would listen to the radio until the programming went off. When the host of the show read a novel, I felt like Mom was reading to me. The pig became my new listening partner. Are you happy? You are always eating something. They feed you more than they feed me. I want to be like you. You are more important than I am in this family." Pigs had been among my favorite animals, but living with one was different. One problem was the smell. "Hey, pig, don't poop," I would tell the pig. "It smells so bad." Holding my nose, I regularly cleaned up after the pig. Sometimes I would battle with the pig, using a stick to scare it. The pig would catch the stick with her mouth and chew. She was stronger than I was, so it was a real fight. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Yunhui asked from the house, "What are you doing with the pig?" I answered, "She made me angry." "Seriously, are you fighting with a pig?" Sometimes I would scratch the pig's stomach as I had done when I was younger. But sometimes, when the pig wouldn't sleep, I would hit its stomach. "Be quiet, I need to sleep." I still loved pigs, but not as much as I had before. When the pig got heavy, my aunt and uncle sold her. "I miss my pig," I said to myself. "Someone might be eating her right now." I had thought the pig was lucky because my aunt and uncle were feeding her so much, even more than they feed me. I am happy I am not a pig. With no pig, there was a new dilemma. Should I start sleeping in the house again with my aunt's family? There was no reason for me to sleep in the container with no pig to guard, but I also didn't feel welcome in the home. About 2 weeks later, they got a new piglet. I chose to sleep with the piglet instead of inside with my aunt and uncle. 13. Mice and Eggs. I was sleeping one night when I woke up with a feeling that someone had entered the room. Had someone come into the house to steal something? Most thieves took whatever was outside, so it was scary if someone was bold enough to enter a home. I was home alone, sleeping in the house as my aunt and uncle had gone to visit my uncle's parents. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone in the dark. Am I dreaming? A few minutes later, I heard what sounded like someone moving around. I was terrified. Maybe someone is here, I thought. Alone and afraid, I said, "Hey, don't move. I know you are there." The sound stopped. I lit a stick so I could see. With the light from the stick, I looked, but I didn't see anyone. "What's that sound?" There was complete silence again. It seemed someone was scratching. "Who is it?" I said it out loud and to myself. I was afraid of the silence, but also afraid someone might answer. I lit the stick again and began to creep over to where I heard the sound. I saw the trespasser, a huge mouse. The mouse had a big stomach because it had been eating. It was trying to get back into the hole it had come in, but now its stomach was too big. You?" I grabbed the mouse's tail, but I didn't know what to do with it. The mouse turned around and bit into my right hand. I slammed the mouse on the floor. The mouse was alive, but it could barely move. I could see that my hand was bleeding, but I couldn't feel anything. I ran outside. It was midnight and I started screaming to my neighbor, "Help! There's something strange in our home!" My neighbor came running out. "What happened?" "A mouse bit me. I can't feel my hand. I fought a mouse and I was the loser." We went into my neighbor's home. The injured mouse was in the same spot. The neighbor grabbed the mouse, picked it up by the tail, and slammed it against the floor to kill it. "Songmi-ya, where's the soap? We need to clean your hand." She was worried that I may have been infected. My hand was bruised and swollen, and it was already getting hard. She started rubbing my hand with soap. I couldn't feel it at first. It was like I was being scratched softly. Then I yelped, "Too painful." "Good, so you can feel it." She dried my hand, then she said, "Songmi-ya, I want to take this mouse." "Why?" "It is a nice fat mouse and it ate so much food. My children would love to eat it." When my aunt and her family returned, they were on a mission. "Today is the day. Let's catch all of the mice," my uncle said. We had seen mice before. That I was bitten had changed everything. Aunt Yunhui was concerned that a mouse might attack one of her own children. We were going to exterminate the mice and clean up everywhere. We moved all the household items out of the way. We had a water tank where we stored water for various daily uses. We dumped the water and set it up as a trap for the mice. My aunt, uncle, and I were positioned around the room, ready to chase the mice into the water tank. A mouse came out running. Then another mouse went scurrying by. We caught 12 mice that day. My uncle cooked them, and together we ate the mice. A few days later, we caught 7 more mice. We had another great meal. It had been a long time since we had been able to eat meat. After a few days, there were no more mice. I said, "Aunt, Uncle, maybe the mice are telling the others that this house is too dangerous for them." It wasn't the first time that I ate something a bit different. I ate frogs when I was homeless with Mom. One day when I was bored and watching some frogs jump around, I got an idea. What if I catch some frogs? I caught them with both hands and threw them to the ground to paralyze them. I was so hungry that I could eat anything. In all, I caught about 20 frogs. I began targeting the big frogs. I turned the front of my shirt into a little sack to carry them. Triumphantly, I walked back to the area where Mom and the others were still sleeping. I began ripping the skin off the frogs. I could see their intestines after I peeled off their skin. I put the frogs on a long stick so they were hanging. The frogs seemed to have their hands up to surrender, like a military unit that had given up. Mom woke up to a surprising scene. "Frogs, Mom! I grabbed them with my hands. I was so hungry." Mom started laughing. She was bragging to the others. "Look at what my daughter did. She grabbed the frogs and made this. She's like a barbaric hunter. She even peeled the skin off the frogs." I was the heroine. I did the same thing the next day. I was learning that I needed to do something and not just wait for others. Every morning, Aunt Yunhui gave her husband 1 egg in a bowl of rice. I really wanted to eat an egg, but I knew my aunt always counted the number of eggs in the kitchen. It was the food in the picture for me. Aunt Yunhui had 5 chickens. She would check how many eggs were inside the chickens. She would stick her index and middle fingers inside each chicken, then move her fingers around to see when the eggs were likely to be laid. "Oh, these should be coming out tomorrow." She asked me to do the same thing. "Songmi-ya, can you go check how many eggs are about to be laid?" I froze with a look of horror on my face. "Will my fingers smell?" "No," my aunt said. "They won't smell." I first started by chasing the chickens. Of course, they all took off running in 5 different directions at the same time, squawking like it was the end of the world. I got tired of chasing them, so I used my brain. I put some corn on the ground, and the chickens walked slowly towards me, suspiciously eyeing me. One chicken would eat a piece of corn, then look at me, then eat another, clucking each time. I slowly reached for a chicken, grabbed it by the neck, then put my index and middle fingers inside. I moved my fingers a little, but I wasn't sure what I was doing. How can I check it, Aunt? You can feel something stiff in there. How many stiff and soft things are there? I checked each chicken. Only one chicken was ready to lay an egg. Okay, where is the stiff egg? My aunt asked. It's the one at the front, I said. I guess that egg will come at 2 p.m. I wondered, how could she know that kind of thing? From then on, I often checked how many eggs were in the chickens. One time, I was curious about the taste of the eggs. When a chicken laid an egg, I could feel that it was still warm. Using chopsticks, I broke the raw egg, then ate it. It tasted kind of gross. I felt like I wanted to throw up. Sometimes, my aunt would boil many eggs but not share any with me. I wished that I could eat eggs. One of my friends often said she wanted to eat so many eggs that she could start to smell chicken poop. I thought that if I ever escaped from North Korea, not only could I see my mom, but I would also eat 30 eggs. 14. Starving Uncle. When I was homeless and living in the countryside, I occasionally saw people who had died in the streets. The adults around me would talk about those who had starved, frozen to death, or committed suicide. Mom had 2 brothers. Uncle Kum-hyuk died when he was hit by a train. From what I heard, people believed that he committed suicide by jumping in front of the train. Mom's other brother was Uncle Kum-chol, who had become an alcoholic and sold everything in my parents' home. He was nicknamed Bull because of his huge eyes. He was about 5 feet 11 inches tall. He was tall like everyone in the family except for my mom. I had one good memory of my uncle. He would wake up at 5 a.m. to walk to the mountain. He would take a big handcart to bring back wood. It would take 3 hours to walk there. Typically, it takes about an hour or more to collect wood. Then it would take at least 5 hours to go back home. One morning, Aunt Sonhui woke me up to have me join my uncle. Breakfast was just a little bit of rice. When we arrived at the mountain, Uncle Kum-chol told me, "Stay here, just watch the handcart. You can sleep here, but don't let anyone steal the handcart or our lunch." Tired, hungry, and dizzy, I fell asleep on the handcart. Songmi-ya, little one, be careful. The wood is coming down in your direction. Move out of the way. The wood came tumbling down to me with Uncle Kum-chol running after it. He loaded the wood onto the handcart as I waited for lunch. "Uncle, when can we have lunch? I was waiting for you. I'm so hungry." "Songmi-ya, you should wait. I'm the one doing the work." "Uncle, it is also tiring to wait for someone." Okay, he said, smiling. He was missing his 2 front teeth. "Then let's eat." It was rice, and the only side dish was soybean sauce. "Are you ready? Then let's go!" Uncle Kum-chol pulled the handcart loaded up with wood. I was trying to push, but it was up to Uncle Kum-chol. He struggled with controlling the handcart when we were going down the mountain. Sometimes some other people would help us push the cart uphill. My uncle's reward for pushing the cart uphill was smoking a cigarette. He worked hard that way for several years, but he and his family still struggled financially. I don't know when it happened, but it seemed that he gave up one day. He was scavenging for wood, pulling a heavy handcart for hours and struggling to feed his family. The whole family got exasperated with him. He was giving up on life, and his family was giving up on him. Uncle Kumchol was in a downward spiral when a tragedy destroyed his family. I don't know the details of how it happened, but Uncle Kumchol and his wife lost their daughter because of his wife's sister. His family was falling apart. He stopped working hard. He became homeless, and his wife often stayed with her sister. His wife got pregnant again, and they had a baby boy about a year later. Uncle Kumchol would visit Aunt Yonhui's home when he was starving, but she wouldn't let her brother sleep there. Sometimes he would barter work for food, but most of the time he begged for food. Aunt Yonhui worked hard and had concluded that her brother was lazy. "Please do something. Take care of your family. Move your body. Go to the mountain to collect wood." He would get drunk and slap Aunt Yonhui even though she often fed him. He would throw things at people. He threw a soup bowl that hit Aunt Yonhui above her left eyebrow, leaving a scar. Sometimes he beat his wife. He would hit anyone who tried to stop him. The only thing that stopped him from using more violence was that he was getting weaker physically. He had once been handsome, strong, and he had those big eyes that everyone noticed. He was starting to look like a skeleton, and his eyes seemed to be even bigger. He was getting more desperate, going to Aunt Yonhui's home to beg for food. When I was home alone, I would give him some food, but I had to be careful. Desperate one day, Uncle Kumchol asked if he could eat the food for the pigs. Aunt Yonhui said, "No, then what will the pigs eat?" He turned around and looked at the food for the animals. A few minutes later, he had crawled into the pigsty. They saw that he was eating the small potatoes for the pigs. "Get out," Aunt Yonhui said. "What about our dogs and pigs? What will they eat?" "Do you think the pigs and dogs are better than I am? Are you only thinking about the animals so you can make money?" He left, but returned later to beg for food. During one of his visits, Uncle Kumchol looked at me with those huge eyes. "If I die, then you will too. The next day, I will come and get you." "Uncle, never say that kind of thing." Uncle Kumchol was on the verge of death. He walked so slowly. He was whispering. He visited every day begging for food, but then we didn't see him for 3 days. Aunt Yonhui sent me to check on him. I found him down the street. He whispered to me that another neighbor had fed him some human food, not animal food, and given him some medicine. I informed Aunt Yonhui that he had eaten. Aunt Yonhui was getting worried, so she asked me to bring him to the house. I took him some warm soup, rice, and side dishes. But it was too late. He couldn't speak, he could barely breathe, and he couldn't eat. A week later, he died in front of Aunt Yonhui's home. 15. Public executions and self-criticism. Every Monday evening, shortly after 7 p.m., up to 30 people who lived in my area gathered together to criticize ourselves and each other. We didn't want to, but we had no choice. It was a mandatory weekly self-criticism session. We sat in a circle and took turns. We had to have a pen and paper to take notes. I didn't know how to write, so I had to remember what to tell my aunt. "Who is first?" The area leader would peer around the room. Nobody wanted to start the session. If we were complimenting each other, then it could have been fun. Who would want to be the first to criticize themselves and the others? It didn't feel comfortable, and even the area leader likely did not look forward to it. Everyone was quiet. "Okay, no one wants to start, so I will choose," the area leader would say almost every week. The person chosen would first need to criticize him or herself. "Today I was late, so next time I won't be late. Last week I didn't go to work. This is not good for others because they have to do my work." After that, the leader reminded the person to be better. Then the person who started the criticism session chose the next speaker. "I am criticizing Yeonju because she didn't help others when we were farming. She left home to avoid it. That left more work for the rest of us. So, she needs to change and be more responsible." After getting criticized, that person had the opportunity to explain him or herself. After that, the person criticized someone else, usually the person who had criticized him or her. I was almost always the youngest at the weekly meetings. I attended in my aunt's place almost every week. I didn't focus on what others said. I had to think about who to criticize. My aunt didn't attend the weekly meeting, but she got criticized anyway. "Yeonhui sends this young girl here. What can she understand? She is not even taking notes. How much can she remember? Yeonhui stays home instead of coming here." "Yes, you criticize my aunt, but she is busy," I would say almost every week. "You said that I didn't take notes. That's true. But I can't write. My memory is good. I can tell her everything. It is easy for me to remember because it is usually the same complaints." My younger cousin was strapped to my back, and my 4-year-old cousin was walking alongside me. My aunt and uncle were out when the area leader knocked on the door to inform us that we needed to come out. My cousins and I walked about 20 minutes to an area where many others had gathered. "Children, line up in the front." I saw a woman dragged to a tree. She was unable to walk and her whole body seemed to be broken. The guards put something in her mouth so she couldn't scream. Her face was swollen and her eyes were covered with a blindfold. Her husband and their daughter were ordered to stand nearby. Her daughter was crying, screaming, "Mom! Mom!" The woman seemed to slightly turn her head in the direction of her daughter, but she was helpless to respond, and she couldn't see anything. I hadn't noticed them earlier, but then I saw 3 soldiers, probably in their 20s, approach the woman. The soldiers aimed their guns at the woman. I covered the eyes of my young female cousin. In unison, they shot the woman in the neck. A lot of blood came rushing out. The people gasped and covered their mouths to muffle their reactions. The soldiers aimed their guns again, then shot her in the midsection. Her body keeled over. The soldiers finished by shooting her knees. Her body fell into a pool of blood onto the plastic sheet that had been placed underneath her body. The soldiers then neatly rolled up her body and put it into their car. Before she was executed, a policeman stepped forward to explain the reason. "This woman is being executed because she killed another woman. The reason she killed her is because of money. She borrowed money. Not 4 million won, not 400,000 won, only 4,000 won. For that small amount, she killed a woman. That's why she is being executed. Many of you are standing here. If you do something wrong, then you will be the next person to be executed." The woman who had loaned the executed woman the money had apparently started visiting her every day to ask her to repay the loan. She kept saying that she didn't have the money and, in a rage, killed the woman who had loaned it to her and then tried to hide her body by throwing it into the river. Some children were out playing one day, and they saw a sock in the river. One kid grabbed the sock, but there was a human foot connected to it. They ran home screaming to tell their parents. Their parents reported it to the authorities, who began their investigation. I don't remember if I had ever seen a public execution before that, but I clearly remembered this one. I didn't question if the woman should have been killed. That was not the issue on my mind. I couldn't understand why the woman's baby and husband were forced to watch. Could children really understand what was happening? It must have been meant to terrify onlookers as well as those related to the person executed. Some other people around me also questioned why children had to be forced to watch executions, including those of their own parents or relatives. However, no one raised any questions about it publicly. Wasn't there any concern about her daughter? I could feel anger throughout my body, but I knew I couldn't say anything or the same thing could happen to me. I had already learned in different situations how to hide my true feelings, to have a smile or pleasant look on my face despite the circumstances. Revealing my true feelings could get me into trouble with the government. People couldn't avoid witnessing such public executions. The area leader would report anyone who didn't show up. My mom wasn't in North Korea, which meant I could be considered a traitor. I couldn't sleep for 2 weeks after witnessing the execution. I kept seeing it in my mind and nightmares. I heard that soldiers would often drink before performing an execution. Some of them were uncomfortable shooting people. Sometimes they even executed people that they knew. They had no choice but to be part of North Korea's killing machine. I later heard that 2 of the soldiers developed mental problems, drinking more often, and that one of the soldiers committed suicide. I later saw another execution. A man was shot to death because he was selling South Korean movies. I learned the lesson that the North Korean regime wanted to teach us. Don't do illegal things such as killing someone, watching foreign movies, or questioning the government. As bad as those executions were, the thing that weighed me down the most were the self-criticism sessions. The public executions were traumatic, but they were rare. With the self-criticism sessions, I would have to think all week about how to criticize myself and others. My mind was never at ease. 16. A broker visits. When I was young, it was common to hear about North Koreans being denounced for attempting to escape the country. But when I was in my teens, I heard some people asking, "Why are we living like this? We thought it was the best country in the world, but now we know that it isn't. Aunt Sunhui wanted to escape. "I'm so tired of living in North Korea," she said one day. "I'm working so hard every day, but life never gets better. North Korea is not the right country for human beings to live in. I want to follow my sister, but I can't. I have 3 kids. I can't leave them." Even when people didn't have children, it was difficult to move around the country. People needed permission to travel outside of their provinces. Getting out of North Korea was even more difficult. For many people, it seemed easier to fly to the moon by flapping their arms than to escape from North Korea. Even when people realized that North Korea was a terrible country, it was still difficult and dangerous to get out safely. It was escaping into the unknown. Even though many North Koreans thought or talked about escaping, most didn't attempt it unless they were following a relative, spouse, friend, acquaintance, or colleague. I often wondered, why is my life so difficult? I envied the children who could go to school and just sit down and learn. In comparison, I was on my feet, moving around most of the day, collecting wood, farming, taking care of babies, doing housework, washing clothes, and taking care of animals. That was my life. I thought about committing suicide more than once. I was still a teenager, but I was already emotionally drained. Perhaps the same was true of my relatives. My uncle, who gave up by committing suicide when he apparently threw himself in front of a train. My uncle, who starved to death after giving up. My mom and dad, who finally fled the country. And even my evil stepfather, who seemed to give up. "Could someone please start a war with North Korea?" many people around me would ask. It started to become a common joke, especially when we were out collecting wood or engaging in other hard labor. We were so tired and disgusted, hoping the country would be finished. By country, it seemed clear that we were hoping that the dictator and his family would be wiped out, but we couldn't say it directly. We were sleepwalking through life, trying to survive day to day. Of course, I wanted to live through the destruction of North Korea for one main reason. I could safely leave the country to search for my mom. Of course, we all had to be careful when we said such things because it wasn't safe to talk openly about the country being destroyed. We had been taught that even the birds and mice were listening to us. How could we escape? We didn't live close to the border, so even getting to that point was difficult. The cost of getting out of North Korea was high, and where were escapees supposed to go after getting to China, Mongolia, or Russia? I constantly dreamed about my mom returning to me. Then in 2008, when I was about to turn 15 years old, something I could not imagine happened. Mom tried to rescue me from North Korea. I opened the door one day to see a stranger at the door. I noticed his really small eyes. He looked so nice, neat, and kind of handsome. Most strangers who came to the door were selling something or looking to barter for or buy food. He said, "I'm looking for Songmi. Is Songmi here?" "Yes, I'm Songmi." It was a bit startling to have an adult stranger looking for me. Aunt Yeonhui came out and asked, "Who is it?" "Someone came to see me," I said, not yet sure what was going on. The stranger said to Aunt Yeonhui, "Her mom sent me here." He didn't say where Mom was or where I was to go. Aunt Yeonhui directed me. You can go inside." I had never challenged my aunt, and I knew I would have to be very careful about doing so in front of a stranger. This was about my mom. I quietly said, "I want to listen to what he has to say." My mom was trying to contact me, so how could I not listen to what was going on? My aunt stared at me. I went into the house. My aunt and the man stayed outside while I waited inside the house, barely breathing. After a few minutes, the man walked away. Aunt Yunhui came inside the house. "Let's talk." She informed me that the man, a broker, wanted to take me to China. She began warning me how dangerous it could be. It wasn't a discussion. She directed me to find the broker near the river. "Tell him that you are not going to follow him." I walked there in a daze. I had so many thoughts going through my mind. I saw him standing near the river, smoking a long cigarette. "Excuse me, I was talking to my aunt. She said I cannot follow you. I cannot trust you. She said that China is such a scary place. I have also heard that they sell women to other people." I was scared by what my aunt had said, but even without hearing my aunt's warnings, I already had my fears. I had been waiting for Mom to return, but I didn't expect that my mom would try to rescue me. We talked for a few minutes, then he said, "I understand." I couldn't contradict my aunt, and he probably knew I didn't have the power to decide on my own with an adult saying no. He gave me his phone number and then told me, "If you change your mind, give me a call." As I walked back home, I was excited at the prospect of being together with Mom again. I had dreamed and cried about it for so many years. At last, here was my opportunity. When I got back to my aunt's home, it was clear that my aunt and uncle were on the defensive. They warned me that it would be too dangerous, but I could also sense that they needed me. They had made me feel like an unwelcome outsider for so long, but I had figured out how to survive in my aunt's home. I had become an important part of their home, doing many things around the house and working hard all day while being quiet and obedient. Even though I still felt like an unwanted guest, I could see that they feared losing me. My aunt and uncle told me, "If you go with the broker, he could sell you to a man in China. You won't be able to come back here, and you won't be able to see your mom." My aunt may have sensed that I wasn't completely convinced by her arguments. I had never disobeyed her or challenged her, but now my mom was involved. "Think about it," Aunt Yunhui said. "We won't be able to protect you. We don't know what could happen to you." I also knew that I was being watched by the neighbors. My mom had escaped, so I was deemed at risk of following her. If the mother is pretty, the daughter is also pretty. If the mother escapes, the daughter may also escape. I knew nothing about world geography. I hadn't read or even seen a book in years. I was in the darkness of North Korea, but now there was a green light, possibly shining away for me. I went back to working for my aunt and uncle, wondering if I would ever see my mom again. I was happy to know that Mom was still thinking about me and wanted to be with me. After the broker left, my heart was beating so fast. I held my hand over my chest, breathing, thinking, I have a mom. For so many years, I had not seen or talked to my mom. It was so scary and exciting. I started thinking, maybe I can get ready to escape. As much as I may have wanted to escape, I knew that my aunt and uncle were against it. To keep themselves out of trouble, they could report me if they thought I might try to escape. One day, when I was doing some manual labor, I saw some kids playing red light, green light. Go on green, stop on red. It seemed that everything in my life was a red light. Stop. Don't move. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't have fun. Work, work, work. There seemed to be only one green light in my life. Mom. I wanted to go to my mom. Whenever I saw someone standing in front of the house, I wondered, is it another broker to take me to mom? In February 2010, after 5 years of hoping to talk to my mom, I got the chance. My aunt and I went to Hesan, on the border of China, to call my mom to ask her to send money. I cried much of the time I was on the phone with Mom. She told me that she was going to send another broker to rescue me. Aunt Yeonhui was also listening. Aunt Yeonhui had already turned a broker away and warned me about what could happen to me. I reminded Mom to be careful about saying things so directly and that we could get into trouble if anyone was listening. By anyone, it sounded like North Korean agents, but I really meant Aunt Yeonhui. Mom had other questions, such as, "Are you going to school now?" Aunt Yeonhui had anticipated that Mom might ask about that. She had instructed me to lie. When she heard that, she gave me a signal with her eyes. "Yes, I'm going to school." "Good. Let me talk to your aunt." Before finishing the call, Mom thanked Aunt Yeonhui for sending me to school. We had to be careful because it wasn't safe to make long international phone calls. Mom knew she was putting us at risk by calling, so she also wanted to be brief. Aunt Yeonhui asked, "Songmi-ya, if your mom sends a broker, would you follow him?" I said, "No." Mom kept her promise. A second broker knocked on our door. I still hadn't gotten over my fears of escaping into the unknown. I faced the decision again. Should I stay in North Korea? I wanted to be with my mom, but what if my aunt and uncle were right? How could I trust the broker? I apologized to him. "I'm so sorry, but I can't go with you." He asked me why, and I told him that I didn't want to be sold in China. He explained, No way. Your mom gave me money to take you. I won't sell you." Although living with my aunt and uncle wasn't satisfying because I couldn't go to school and was working so hard, at least I knew what kind of life I would have with them. I didn't go with the broker, but I still thought about it. My aunt went on the offensive, coming up with new arguments. "If you go to China, they will take your organs and sell them. You are going to be like a pig. They will feed you and then they will kill you so they can use you." That alarmed me. I had been roommates with a pig. I had told the pig I was so grateful not to be him. No way. I will wait for Mom here. (17) Awakening. The lights were on at the abandoned house down the street from Aunt Yeonhui's home. A bit later, while I was doing housework, a woman came out from the house. Although we had never met, the woman called me by my name. I was curious how she knew my name. She said that she had learned about me from others when she had asked them how she could make money. I learned that the woman's name was Youngshil and that she was about 40 years old. The first thing I noticed about her is that she was short and fat. Yongshil had been away for a decade, so it wasn't easy for her to find work. One way would be to collect wood to sell, so the others had told Yongshil about me. She asked if she could join me. Sure, when do you want to go? I welcomed having someone join me as I did such hard work. I would not be lonely. Right now. Yongshil was starving. She needed wood to sell so she could buy some food. No way, it's too late. It was already about 10 a.m. Walking there, collecting tree limbs, then carrying them back would take about 9 hours. It was a full day of hard work that needs to be started early. We would arrive at 1 p.m., so we probably wouldn't get back until 10 p.m. Yongshil said, It doesn't matter, let's go. It matters to me, I said, trying to be polite, but also wanting my neighbor to realize how difficult it is. That's too late, let's go tomorrow. Yongshil agreed, and she asked what we needed. I had become an expert on collecting wood. I knew we would need the following items. 1. Rope to tie the tree limbs together to make it easier to carry on our backs. 2. A comfortable strap for our shoulders, otherwise it could be really painful with the weight of the wood on our backs. 3. A handsaw to cut and trim the tree limbs. I was young and not that big. Others who cut down the big living trees would usually cut the tree limbs off and leave them behind. We picked up tree limbs after they had dried and weren't as heavy. 4. Lunch. Yongshil said, I don't have any food. That's why I'm going with you. I said, okay, we can share what I have, but it won't be much. The next morning at 7 a.m., Yongshil and I were on our way to the mountain to collect tree limbs. I was fascinated to hear about Yongshil's experience in China, as well as being in jail in North Korea for a year. Many people had talked about the woman who had been missing for years. Her reputation wasn't good because people knew that she had been in China. Many neighbors didn't want to talk to her because she was being monitored. Yongshil escaped from North Korea around 1997 or 1998 because she was starving. She crossed the river around midnight and knocked on the door of the first house she saw in China. An elderly woman who answered the door could speak some Korean. She welcomed Yongshil into her home. She told her to take a shower and left out new clothes for her. The elderly woman was taking care of her like a caring mother. Yongshil eagerly ate the food the elderly woman gave to her. She stayed there for a few days. The elderly woman was kind, but she also reminded Yongshil that the police often came checking for North Koreans because they were so close to the border. Yongshil found another home where a Chinese couple also welcomed her in. Initially, Yongshil was relieved to see another North Korean woman there, but the other woman gave her bad news. The Chinese couple wanted to sell them. They were like spiders waiting for North Korean refugee women to get caught in their web. The couple estimated how much each woman was worth. Yongshil was older and not as attractive, so they guessed they could get about 750 yuan for her, but about 1,500 yuan for the younger and more beautiful woman. She was surprised. They're going to sell us? Yes, they're going to sell us tomorrow morning. The pretty woman was bought first by an older woman and her son. Yongshil knew she couldn't fight because they could call the police to have her return to North Korea. They asked her why she came to China. She said because she wanted to make money, but that she had planned to return quickly. They told her she would be able to make money. About 2 hours later, a man came alone. Yongshil was told to get into his car. The man would take her to another place. The car ride took about 7 hours through the countryside. Yongshil had no idea where she was or how she could get back to North Korea. When they arrived, the driver told her to get out of the car. He told Youngshil that she would be safe, meaning that she would not be returned to North Korea. Then he left. A woman and her physically disabled son greeted her. "Welcome to our home." The mother asked her if she knew why she was there. "I don't know." "We bought you. You have to live with my son. We want children." Not ready to accept it, but not sure what her options were, Youngshil repeated that she didn't know. "Well, now you know. You don't have a choice. We already gave the money to the brokers." The couple who had welcomed her were brokers and the driver was the delivery man. Youngshil had wanted to make money quickly, not to get married. The man was short and had one leg missing. His mother bought a wife because he wasn't considered desirable by Chinese women. They constantly monitored Youngshil, and the mom constantly followed her. They farmed and cooked together. She hid Youngshil's clothes so she couldn't escape easily. When they went to sleep, the mom locked her inside with her son. Youngshil felt like she couldn't breathe. Finally, she had a baby daughter. The mom had gotten what she wanted. She softened on Youngshil, and Youngshil concluded that this was still better than North Korea. She decided to make this her family. Things changed when another North Korean woman was sent to the area. They got to know each other, but had some conflicts. Apparently, that other North Korean woman called the police to report Youngshil. "That's why I'm here," Youngshil told me. She started crying because she really missed her daughter. "What a terrible country," Youngshil said, telling me about her time in jail after she was returned to North Korea. "I think I was really stupid," Youngshil said. "They didn't give us much food and they didn't pay us, but I was still working so hard for them. It seems that I didn't have a brain." If the guards were watching, the prisoners would work hard. When the guards weren't watching, then most prisoners slacked off. In my case, I worked hard all the time, even when they weren't watching. I was stupid. She didn't understand why they were treated so cruelly, that they even gave them broken spoons to use during their meals. We are humans, not animals. After I heard her story, I thought about going to China. Youngshil had been sold, but she said China was better than North Korea. I thought, should I go to China? If I did, I could see my mom there. I had turned away the brokers, but now I was thinking more seriously about escaping. After hearing from Youngshil, my mind began to shift in the direction of how I should escape, not if. I would often remember Youngshil saying, China was better than North Korea. China was a richer country. One main thing interested me. Food was always available. Delicious meat was always available. I was salivating as I listened to Youngshil, devouring her words as she talked about juicy Chinese food. Youngshil was short and fat. I guessed that she might have gained a lot of weight eating delicious Chinese food. Looking at Youngshil, I said, "Okay, stop. Now I am so hungry." We arrived at the mountain. We would usually eat after collecting tree limbs, but after hearing about life and food in China, I couldn't wait to eat. The main reason we were there, to collect tree limbs, could wait. Let's eat now. I could see that Youngshil really missed life in China. I asked, "Why don't you go back to China?" Youngshil said, "I will." She had to save money first. "I trust you, but of course, don't tell anyone about my plans." She worked hard without complaint. A few months later, Youngshil was gone. 18. Freedom Moment. A young girl told me that someone at the river was asking for me. I wondered, who? Could it be another broker? Could it be Mom? The young girl described the person. It was a man, wearing shorts and a t-shirt. It was summertime. I guessed, I hoped, it might be a broker. I was excited, but also nervous about why he hadn't come to my aunt's house. Why was he waiting outside? I told my aunt, "I'm going to wash our clothes." It was not unusual for me to go down to the river 5 to 10 times a day to collect water for various reasons. Carrying clothes, I looked around for the person. I spotted him standing along the riverbank. "Excuse me, I'm here," I said. "You came again." It was the second broker again. "Long time no see," he said. "Yes. Why are you waiting for me here instead of my aunt's house?" He hadn't knocked on the door. The broker knew that my aunt and uncle didn't want me to leave their home. "Your aunt told me last time that they can't lose you. Think about it. Your mom is sending her money because of you. You are working so hard for your aunt, so she wants you to stay here." He asked me if I wanted to follow him. My mom hadn't given up. This was now the third time that my mom had sent a broker and the second time this broker had visited. I thought about it, then said, "I'm so sorry, not today. My aunt doesn't want me to leave. I need to go when no one is expecting it. That means I can't follow you today." He asked me not to give his second, secret number to my aunt and uncle, saying that I would never get to freedom if I gave them that number. He said that I should call him if I changed my mind and he could meet me when I was ready. Every day I looked at his number, wondering if I should stay or go and what I would need to do to get prepared. Then, one day, I stared at the paper one final time. I held a lighter. I memorized his phone number. Then I burned the paper. I had rejected 3 opportunities to escape from North Korea. The first time, my aunt decided for me, but I also knew I wasn't ready to escape then. By the second time, I had learned more and was getting the courage to escape. Deciding to escape from North Korea is not a decision that affects just one individual. Entire families are affected by it. Some people escape on their own, unsure of which people around them they can trust. Others who stay behind are fearful that they will be punished for someone else escaping. People who know about but don't report others planning to escape can also get punished. It was February 17, 2011. I had been thinking about my future. For several years, I had been working hard for my aunt and uncle. I had endured many things over the years. I began preparing for a possible escape, including borrowing an ID from a friend. I wasn't in school, and I had moved around so much that I didn't have my own ID. I thought about when I should begin my escape and what would happen to me if I got caught. It was the day after the birthday of North Korea's second dictator. My aunt and uncle worked hard that day selling food during the celebrations. My aunt and uncle were talking about whether I would get married soon. However, it didn't seem that they were concerned about what happened to me. They were wondering who would take care of the house if I got married. The broker had said they didn't care about me. Now, I had finally heard it from my aunt and uncle. They weren't thinking about me as a family member. I was just a worker to them. I felt so much anger. That was it. After rejecting 3 invitations from my mom and thinking about it so many times, I wanted to leave at that moment. I decided that I was going to get out of that house and out of North Korea so I could find my mom and myself. Thinking about my life, I saw no future for myself in North Korea. If I stay here, nothing will change, I said to myself. Let's just try. If I die, then it would be better than not trying at all. Mom had paid money 3 different times to rescue me. She had sent money to support me. How much longer should I expect Mom to send money? I wanted to be with my mom, not just have her send me money. While the rest of the family took a nap, I snuck out. I locked them inside the house. I went to the post office to call the broker. Hi, this is Songmi. I want to go there. Are you sure? Please, come right now. I would meet him at the train station. I was being careful with my words, knowing that there were spies everywhere in North Korea. He arrived after a few hours. I walked around the Shinsangu train station, trying not to be noticed. Is this the right thing to do? What if I get caught? What would happen in China? Finally, I told myself, it doesn't matter. Let's just do it. For so many years, I had been crying and waiting for my mom to return. I thought, even if the guards beat me and asked me many questions, I would prefer to die. I was ready to leave my aunt and uncle, but I had mixed feelings. On the one hand, I was angry at them for regarding me as little more than a worker. On the other hand, if I got caught and admitted anything, then they could end up in prison or get executed. I was scared, but promised myself that if caught, I would die alone. I had the small knife my mom had given to me. I was prepared to use it rather than remain a slave to the government and my aunt. My mom may have faced such considerations as she planned her own escape, keeping her plan secret from even her brother, 2 sisters, and 12-year-old daughter. My thoughts were interrupted when the broker came riding up on his motorbike. My quest for freedom started at the home of the broker's brother in Hamju County in Hamgyong Province. The next day, the broker and I took a train to Hyesan City in Rangyang Province to the broker's home. He warned me, we can't sit together. His ID was for Hyesan. The ID I had borrowed from a friend was for Shinsangu. Having an ID registered for a specific area is another way that the North Korean regime kept North Koreans from moving around freely. I would need to explain why I was out of Shinsangu and so close to the border. The broker said that if we got investigated, the police would wonder why we were together and where we were going. If we get checked, just say you are going by yourself, the broker said. I was sitting away from him. They checked his ID first. There was no problem. Then they came to me to check my ID. I avoided looking in the direction of the broker. I just focused on the guard. It quickly became an interrogation. You're a student, but why is your hair so long? North Korean police were constantly catching students for various dress code and fashion violations. I haven't been going to school recently. That excuse wasn't going to work, but it was the only thing I could think of at that moment. I just wanted to get out of that situation and continue to Hyesan. Where are you going? I'm going to my grandma's house. Why are you going by yourself? Where is your grandmother's house? Hyesan. I had never been to Hyesan and could not answer any of their specific questions. It is difficult to escape from North Korea without lying. Anyone escaping had to use fake documents, lie when questioned, sneak across the border, and even lie to family and friends about their escape plans. Some North Korean defectors feel guilty about leaving without telling anyone, but they know the risk of their plans being revealed at any time. I could imagine what my mom had to go through when she escaped a few years before. "Take everything out of your pockets," the guard said. I had about 7 photos of my mom. 5 were of my mom sent from China. 2 other photos were of Mom when she was young and had visited Paektu Mountain. I took out the knife and photos. "That's it?" "Yes, that's it." When they searched my body, winter jacket, and pockets. "Why are you taking these photos?" "Because that's my mom." "Why are you taking your mom's photos to your grandmother's house?" "My grandma wanted to see them." "You can't bring these photos." He took them. I felt terrible. Those were the only photos I had of my mom. Every day I would look at the photos. The guards probably tossed them. They could probably recognize that the photos had been taken in China. That could have been another reason they were sure I was trying to go to China. "Follow me," he said. He took me to the guard office on the train. There were 3 guards there. Standing over me, the guard who had questioned me looked down at me. Slap. After I straightened up, he slapped me hard again. Then he slapped me several more times. He was wearing heavy military boots. He kicked me in the stomach. I had never experienced such pain before, getting beaten by a grown man. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't fight, and I could barely see. I curled up into the fetal position to protect myself. Then he was kicking me everywhere. He questioned me again, berating me at the same time. "Get out. Don't try to go there. I know you want to go to China. If we meet again, you will go to jail." At Dancheon Station, I was taken to the guard office at the station. There were 3 guards there. The one questioning me was a short, fat, old, and strange-looking man who seemed to be looking at me in a perverted way. "Where are you going?" "How old are you? Where's your home?" When the other 2 men went out to smoke, he got more aggressive, first touching and then rubbing my hand. "You are so young." He was leaning over from his seat, trying to unzip my jacket. He began groping me. I looked at the door and noticed it wasn't completely closed. I shouted at him, then pushed him with both hands. He fell back in his chair, then his chair fell backwards with him in it. I pushed the door open and ran out. I looked back to see that he was chasing me. "Hey, stop there, hey!" Unlike when the farmer who told me to stop when I was stealing potatoes, this time I didn't listen. I was looking for anyone who could intervene. I spotted a group of soldiers and joined them out of desperation. I grabbed the arm of one of the soldiers. I pleaded with him, "Please help me." The soldier asked me, "Why are you running? Is there something wrong?" "Yes," I said, frantic. "He's chasing me, trying to do crazy things." It would have been too direct for me to say what he had tried to do. A tall soldier asked the man, "Is there something wrong? Why are you following her?" He said, "I was trying to help her." I said, "He's lying." It wasn't easy for a North Korean girl to accuse an adult of lying, but I was not in an ordinary situation. There were about 20 soldiers there, and several of them were ready to get involved. Outnumbered, the perverted guard left. I was in a vulnerable position. After asking the broker to start my escape from North Korea, my life had changed so much in one day. I was separated from the broker, far from home, brutally beaten, chased, sexually groped, and I had no money to do anything. The tall soldier asked me, "How can I help?" "I need to call someone, but I don't have any money." The soldier unbuttoned his jacket, reaching into an inner pocket. "Okay, how much do you need?" "Not much, just enough to make a 3-minute call." He said, "I don't have much money, but I guess this would be enough." I felt so thankful. I could continue going to my mom. I thanked him so many times. He said, "I hope you can get home safely." I called the broker. In the back of my mind, I was still thinking about my aunt's warning that I could be sold in China. Even getting out of North Korea seemed to be difficult. I had no thoughts, however, about turning back. Deciding to escape from North Korea was all or nothing for me. My aunt would not forgive me for leaving and would probably want me to leave the house. Wherever I went, my neighbors would be monitoring me, not only as the child of a runaway, but also as an attempted runaway myself. The police would investigate me. I had already been beaten on the train. I had heard about what happened to Dad when he was in prison. I didn't want to imagine what could happen to me. The broker and I reached a new level of seriousness. The incident on the train was a painful warning of how easily we could be separated, how easily I could be beaten or abused, and how easily I could be captured and arrested. One wrong move, and one zealous guard could end everything for me. The broker took me to his brother's home. They cut my hair and gave me different clothes. He said that I needed to look different, as it would be dangerous if the guards recognized me. Then we went back to Hyesan to restart the process of escaping. The broker tried to contact my mom, but she didn't answer or call back. The broker told me that my mom had already spent a lot of money trying to rescue me. She needed to send money so we could start the escape. As I had rejected 3 previous rescue attempts, my mom was probably going to be surprised to learn that I was with the broker. After about a week, Aunt Yunhui called the broker. "Did you take her?" "No, I tried, but she never called me." My aunt was not happy. She had already been upset when Mom mailed a letter from China. Now, it was my turn to cause her trouble. "The police are around my house looking for her. If she calls you, have her call me. The police may go to you next." The broker said, "No problem." But it was a big problem. The broker told me, "We have to hide you." He took me to his girlfriend's house. I was again relying on others, at the mercy of the broker's girlfriend. I was watching TV at the girlfriend's home as the broker and his girlfriend were setting up something. The broker said, "Songmi, don't tell anyone about what we are doing." I wasn't sure if he was serious or not. He was often smiling and telling jokes. I was baffled. "What are you doing?" "We're smoking ice." They had a small plastic bag. I had no idea what he was talking about. "This is good," he said, talking about the drugs. He snorted something up his nose. "We haven't been able to do this for 12 hours. It feels so good." This was the first time they did drugs in front of me, but it turned out they were doing them very often. I went back to watching TV shows. The broker was showing me more of his life, but I didn't care. My goal was to get to Mom. She had been in contact with the broker for about 3 years. Mom had tried to work with a different broker, but that broker had lied twice about delivering money to us. He needed money to feed his drug habit, so he wanted to get me on the way to my mom as soon as possible. Finally, Mom called the broker. She sent money to the broker, telling him, "Pay off the soldiers for a proper escape." 19. Escape from North Korea. 1 month after I had called the broker, I was still hiding at his girlfriend's home in Hyesan. The beginning part of the escape had been so chaotic, from getting caught by the railway guards to getting beaten and groped. Since then, everything had been slow as the season changed from winter to spring. I spent most of the time watching Chinese TV dramas and movies. Many North Koreans watch them illegally, giving us a window to the outside world. North Korean dramas were about fighting for the regime. The Chinese drama showed people in love and having fun. I enjoyed watching them for weeks. I was watching a Chinese TV show when the broker visited on March 17th. I had gotten used to his sense of humor, but this time he wasn't smiling. "Songmi, the broker said, you will be escaping on the 19th. After you escape, you can watch TV all the time." So that was it. In 2 days, I would be attempting to escape from North Korea. He warned me that if I got caught, I couldn't use his name. Being a broker was dangerous business in North Korea because they were working with alleged traitors like me who were trying to leave the country. He also mentioned the change in seasons as being a danger to our operation. "The main thing I am worried about is the river," he said. "Spring was my favorite season, but the arrival of warmer weather could be a red light stopping me from escaping from North Korea. I hope the ice will remain frozen. That will make it easier to escape," the broker said. "I hope the weather will be on our side." "We have no choice," I said. "The ice is melting. We have no control over the weather." My dream of escaping North Korea was now meeting reality. Fear was circulating throughout my entire body. The guards could be there, ready to shoot me. I could be tortured if I got caught, and my relatives could all be punished for my attempt to escape. If the mother escapes, the daughter may follow. It was time for the daughter to follow. Mom had escaped, but no one in our family had been punished. A second family member escaping could cause trouble for the family. In the 1990s, the government would wipe out entire families. But in 2005, when my mom escaped, and in 2011, when I was preparing to join her, enough people were leaving that the government couldn't kill everybody. I was from a poor family that was barely surviving. Would the regime care about a poor girl leaving the country instead of starving to death inside of it? As I tried to sleep that night, I thought, what if I stay here? Maybe Mom could send me money to help me survive. That doesn't make any sense. If she sends me money, I cannot use that money comfortably. She would be working hard to send me money. I want to be with her, not just be supported by her. I didn't see a future for myself in North Korea. Everything seemed so dark there. I wanted to study. If this had been during the Joseon dynasty or Korea centuries before, my terrible situation would have been understandable as most people weren't studying during those ancient times. But in these modern times, many North Koreans were studying. It might have been mostly propaganda that they were learning, but at least they were in school. I was doing physical labor every day. When I talked with people my age, they would tell me stories about their school life. I couldn't say anything because either I had been working all day or would need to get back to work. I would avoid situations where I had to write something because I lacked confidence and ability. I felt like I would have to work hard forever and that my life would never get any better. It would just be about trying to survive and barely having enough to eat. I couldn't find a single reason to stay in North Korea. I didn't have a father, my mom was gone, I wasn't in school, and I had been staying with an aunt and uncle who regarded me as nothing more than a worker. I told myself, enough thinking about all of that, let's just go. If you escape, you can study whatever you want, you won't be starving, you can wear the clothes you want, and you can be with Mom. The day arrived at last. March 19, 2011. If there had been a camera on me at that moment, I might have looked normal. The camera would have witnessed me sitting on the couch in the home of the broker's girlfriend, watching Chinese dramas and movies. I was dressed in slacks, a shirt, and the winter jacket I owned would have been nearby. Near the door, the camera would have shown my old casual shoes. If the camera had zoomed in, it might have noticed that my eyes couldn't focus as I looked at the TV. I wasn't watching what was on TV, but just looking at the screen like a zombie. If the camera could have looked inside my heart, it would have seen that I was nervous, scared, and uncomfortable. I was fighting through that fear inside. Would my escape fail or succeed? The broker came by to ask if I was ready to go. We had to walk for about 15 minutes on the big road near his girlfriend's home. That connected us to a longer road that led to the border. It would take about 1 hour to walk there. It was getting late. It was about 9 p.m. We had an appointment at 10 p.m. to meet the soldiers who would escort me across the border into China. The broker said we needed to catch a ride from a car passing by. But when he said it, he must have known how difficult that would be. We had not seen many cars on the main road, and now we were on a side road leading to the border with China. What if a spy or border guard happened to be passing by or patrolling the road? The broker took out a pack of cigarettes and started holding them in one hand whenever a car approached. The few cars on the road passed by without even slowing down. Anyone with a car may have been wealthy enough that cigarettes did not attract them. It was dark and the road was curved. It wasn't easy for us to be seen. The broker had a flashlight to shine light on us, but it wasn't enough. "This isn't working," the broker said, his voice cracking. We couldn't miss the appointment with the soldiers. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some money. He started holding out Chinese money and cigarettes. For more than a month, I had been passive, hiding, and quiet. The broker said, "You need to help. They might stop for you." The broker held Chinese money and cigarettes, shaking them with his hand. I also started waving my hand, standing in front of the broker. Finally, one driver slowed down, peered at us, then stopped his car. After all our planning, we had to rely on bribing a stranger to pick us up. He rolled down his window. "Where are you going?" The broker didn't answer directly. He said, "We need to go about 10 minutes. The driver was elderly, wearing a hat, and had a chubby face. The broker handed him some money and a pack of cigarettes. We got into the car with a stranger who didn't know that he was saving my life. Fear was written all over my face and my heart was pumping so fast. I was on the way to escape from North Korea. The driver again asked where we were going. The broker and I weren't in a talkative mood. I could barely breathe. I tried to answer, but nothing came out of my mouth. The broker said, "I'm taking my little sister to our mom's house." He was trying to cut off the conversation. The driver might have guessed what we were doing. We were near the border, we weren't talking much, and we seemed desperate. If he lived in or visited the area, he certainly would have known about escapees and brokers. We arrived near the Tumen River. The driver said, "Here you are." He could have easily demanded more money or cigarettes from us. I felt so thankful that he didn't ask many questions and didn't demand a bigger bribe. After we walked a little, the broker said, "Okay, this is it for me. Remember, if anything bad happens, don't say my name." Pointing, he said, "Look over there. You can see 2 people. They were about 50 meters away." It wasn't too dark that night because there was a full moon. That meant it would be easy for us to be seen. I saw the silhouettes of the soldiers. The broker looked even more nervous than before. "I will watch until you get to them," he said. "Good luck. If something bad happens, don't mention my name." His humor was gone. I walked over to the soldiers who would be escorting me across the river and into China. I couldn't see their faces clearly. One soldier asked, "Your name is Songmi?" "Yes." "Okay, let's hurry. Let's go." I patted the knife in my right pocket. I didn't want to be tortured by North Korean agents and didn't want to reveal information about others. But I was wondering, what if I don't slash correctly? And how long would it take before I died from slashing a wrist? One of the soldiers reminded me, "If we get caught, don't admit that you are trying to escape to China. We will say that we don't know you." I wondered if they were really soldiers. Wasn't the plan for the soldiers to bribe the border guards for a safe escape? They were with me at that moment, but I also felt so lonely. The broker had helped me for the last month, and the soldiers were about to escort me into China. But they were also reminding me not to confess any information about them if I got caught. We were studying the situation. There were a few houses along the river. About 100 meters away was a guard station. Every 15 minutes, the soldiers on duty checked the area with their searchlights. My heart stopped. One huge searchlight shone on me. Then the lights were on the soldiers. We froze. 2 border guards were coming at us with 2 dogs. The soldiers and I could hear the dogs barking and the border guards shouting. Their voices were getting closer. The male soldier said, "Let's run. If we stay, they will catch us." We started running, but I was confused. If they were soldiers, then hadn't they bribed the border guards? I realized that the 2 people who were escorting me across the river were not soldiers. They were smugglers. Mom had given the broker money for the border guards to be bribed. The broker must have kept some of the money meant for bribing the guards and paid less for smugglers. That may have been another reason that the broker was so nervous as he said goodbye. He had lied to me, cheated my mom, and made a dangerous escape even more dangerous. The border guards and dogs were coming at us. The 2 smugglers and I were running for our lives. Suddenly, I fell. I got up, but then I slipped and fell again, and my body broke through the ice. I tried to grab the ice, but it was too slippery. It felt like 1,000 sharp knives were poking me, but I didn't feel any pain. The 2 smugglers grabbed my hands and pulled me out. We started running across the ice again. We made it to the Chinese side, and the guards were still on the North Korean side. After we crossed to the Chinese side, I fell again, but this time there were nails on the ground. My hands fell on the nails poking up from the ground. I could have been cut badly if I had fallen at a different angle, but it seemed my hands had only grazed the nails. Then I heard the most awful sound ever. Tang! And an echo. One of the border guards had shot at us. Tang! Tang! I had heard the sound before at the public executions I had witnessed, but this was different because they were shooting at me. I completely froze as I looked at the nails and heard the gunshots. I could only feel fear. "Where did they go?" the border guards were shouting. I was staring at the nails. I was afraid to turn my head in the direction of North Korea. On my left, I could see the female smuggler place her index finger over her mouth and motion for me not to move. I couldn't breathe. It was impossible for me to move. I couldn't see the male smuggler. Had they shot him? If I moved, they might shoot in my direction. The female smuggler again motioned for me to be silent, again putting her index finger at the tip of her lips. The border guards were looking from the North Korean side of the border, trying to spot us. At last, the dog stopped barking. I slowly moved my head to look back at North Korea. I could see the 2 border guards were walking on the ice. They walked halfway across the river, but they didn't go near the Chinese side. I could see they were hesitating. So maybe they weren't allowed to come to the Chinese side? The North Korean guards were cursing and threatening to kill us. After about 30 minutes, the North Korean guards finally returned to the guard station. The female smuggler whispered, "It is still dangerous here. Let's go up the mountain." She called out to the male smuggler. At last, we heard his voice. "I'm fine." He not only had hidden himself from the North Korean border guards, but also from me and the female smuggler. We crossed a small street behind the river and then moved up the mountain. The dogs were barking again, so they must have seen or heard us moving. The border guards came back, trying to spot us again. The 2 smugglers and I were sitting down on the mountain where we could see the border guards, but apparently it was like a one-way window. I was so close to freedom and yet had been so close to death at the same time. My journey to reach my mom wasn't over, but I had gotten past one of the biggest barriers, the North Korean border to China. I felt nothing but fear. I didn't feel cold, even when I fell into the ice. Finally able to breathe and able to exhale. I felt sharp physical pain. My hands were wet, but it wasn't from ice or water. In the full moon, I could see that my hands were bleeding. There was no chance to see a doctor because we had to meet the broker on the Chinese side. We had made it across the river, but we still couldn't feel secure. The border guards could be hiding. There was still much to fear about what would come next. But an incredible thing had happened. I had made it out of North Korea. March 19, 2011 was the day that I almost died, but I had survived. I could start on the road to a new life with my mom. 20. I'm a lucky woman. For the first time in my life, I was outside of North Korea. The smugglers and I stayed on the mountain for about 3 hours, waiting, hoping the border guards wouldn't come for us and that the Chinese broker would arrive soon. It was about 2 a.m. The broker could have been sleeping or helping someone else start the road to freedom. I was sitting there, on the mountain, leaning against a tree. My clothes were wet, my body was shaking, but I didn't feel cold at that moment. The female smuggler was wearing several layers of clothing. She took off one of her jackets. Here, take this. I was shaking, but I said, "That's okay. You also look cold." I do this often. Most people coming to China from North Korea are not fully prepared for the escape. My old fear returned to me as I waited for the broker. Will the broker be a nice person? Will he try to sell me? If others can pay more than Mom did, maybe he will sell me. I wished I had a phone to call my mom at this important moment. Finally, the broker arrived. He paid the smugglers, and the smugglers went on their way. I got in the truck along with the broker. He drove for more than an hour and a half. During the drive, I could still see North Korea on the other side. It was pitch black there. In comparison, China was so beautiful with many colorful lights. It was a happy and sad moment. Why is my hometown so poor? I asked myself, feeling deep sadness in my heart. Why do North Koreans have to live like that? Why are so many children dying with no food? Tears were running down my cheeks as I thought about both my joy and misery. I was so happy to have escaped North Korea and to be seeing a vibrant city in China. Just a few hours before, I had been nervous and afraid, dodging bullets to get out of North Korea. I had escaped from North Korea, but also realized that I could not go back freely to my hometown to see my friends and family. My reflections were interrupted by the broker. "Get out of the car," he said in a deep, gruff voice. He was old, and he didn't talk much. We walked up a mountain for about 30 minutes without talking. I was wondering where we were headed. I saw graves with oval-shaped tombstones. "Can I ask something?" "What?" "Where are we going?" Not answering my question directly, he said, "We cannot turn on the flashlight. We have to hide." He didn't speak again after that. He might have gone through this many times before. Under a full moon, I was completely at his mercy. He was probably the first person many North Korean escapees met in China. He was as humorless and lifeless as the grave surrounding us. I was hoping he would say something to help me relax. When I was in North Korea, I trusted the broker because he had been in contact with my mom for a few years. In my head, I started hearing my aunt's warning that I could be sold in China. Plus, I had heard directly from Yongshil about being sold. Should I run away? I thought, as I got more uneasy. I had no idea where I was. I kept my distance away from the broker in case I had to run. He didn't ask me to get closer, and he didn't seem to be concerned at all. I stopped walking. I was hoping he might order me to hurry up, but he just kept moving. I started running to catch up with him. About 30 minutes later, I saw a house. "You see that?" he said, initiating a brief conversation for the first time. "That's where it is." Finally, I hope someone else is there, I thought to myself. If I died, or if he killed me, who would know? I was scared to look at the graves. I couldn't see any other houses. Nothing was around except for that house on the mountain. He spoke again. "Are you afraid?" "Yes." I was wondering how he knew. Should anyone be afraid of a rescuer? He said, "Don't be afraid. There's another woman inside." He opened the door for me. "You can go in." There was a small room where I saw the other woman. The Chinese broker had been a little late in meeting the smugglers and me because he had brought this other woman to the house first. Finally, I felt safe. From the moment the broker in North Korea had told me, "Songmi, you will escape in 2 days," I had been scared. But there was one thing that could make me relax. "Sir," I said, "when can I see my mom? When can I hear my mom's voice?" I felt safer than before, but I was still greatly concerned. "It's too late tonight," he said. "I can call your mom tomorrow morning. She is sleeping now." There was no way for me to continue the conversation. With that, he left to go to the other room. He didn't act like a hero, but that night he had helped 2 women during our escape from North Korea. He wasn't friendly, but at least he had not attempted to assault us or take advantage of our weakness. I started to feel the pain from the injuries I got during my escape. Finally, I could wash my hands. It was so painful, but there was no medicine or bandages. Suddenly, I was terribly hungry. The other woman and I looked around. There was nothing to eat, except for a few slices of bread on the table. "Sister," I asked, "are you hungry?" "Yes," she answered. "Why didn't you eat that bread? You were already here." The woman said, "I wanted to eat, but that food is not mine. The broker wasn't here, so I couldn't eat it." The broker was in the other room, but we feared disturbing him. We looked at that bread most of the night, hungry. We were like 2 hungry dogs looking at a piece of meat. The bread on the table was another picture I couldn't eat. Despite that, I felt like a lucky woman for the first time in my life. So many times I had felt sorry for myself. I had hated my childhood, and I couldn't understand why I couldn't go to school or why my father didn't love me. I was often unsure of when I could see my mom again, and didn't know why I had to work so hard while my friends could play and go to school. Speaking with the other North Korean woman made me feel thankful for the good things in my life. I was 17 years old, and the other woman was 21. That beautiful young woman escaping at the same time didn't have any family to help her out of North Korea. She didn't know where she would go in China. She was waiting to be sold to a man. I felt so grateful to my mom at that moment and missed her more than ever. She had given me a life in North Korea. Now, my mom was in the process of giving me another life outside of North Korea. There wasn't much of a difference between the woman and me. Yet, we were starting out of North Korea in very different directions. We exchanged stories, hugged, and cried together. The woman, named Myung-ok, told me, "You are a lucky girl. Your mother escaped and she is now bringing you to her." After everything I had gone through, it would have been tough to think of myself as being lucky before this moment. I was in the middle of nowhere, hungry, tired, and injured from an escape during which I was shot at and unsure what would happen next. I indeed did feel lucky. Instead of regretting what I didn't have, I appreciated the good things that I did have. The next morning, we had breakfast, but not the bread that we had stared at all night. It was then time for me to meet another broker to continue my journey. I said goodbye to Myung-ok, and we both cried about our uncertain futures. We were hoping we could meet someday in a better situation, maybe even in freedom. I was thankful I didn't have to be sold, but I was still being very careful. I said to the broker, "I want to call my mom." I didn't know where they were going to take me. "Okay," the gruff broker said. He called my mom. I could hear music. What was that? It was the first time I heard music through a phone. I couldn't understand the words exactly, but I never forgot the pleasant melody. I had a warm feeling. I then heard that familiar voice. "Hello?" "Mom, I'm here! I'm in China!" "My baby, you were successful! You made it!" "Mom, I'm ready to see you! I want to see you now!" Songmi-ya, I really want to see you, but you will have to do more things. What's that? You said you were going to meet me the day after I got to China. I'm sorry I told you that. I think we can meet in about 6 months. Actually, I'm not in China. I was flabbergasted. What? Then where are you? My mom's voice was usually energetic, but at this moment, her voice lowered. It was confession time. I'm in South Korea. Usually, my voice was quiet and soft, but in this case, I was the one speaking with energy. What if I take an airplane? Then could I go to South Korea? I didn't know there was more to the escape process beyond reaching China. That's not possible, Mom said. I have already been waiting for so many years. How can I wait 6 more months? Songmi-ya, you don't have a choice. You escaped from North Korea and you were successful in crossing the river, but you must be very careful in China. They could catch you and you could be sent back to North Korea. I was disappointed when I realized I couldn't see my mom. I started getting nervous again. Mom told me that I would be meeting another broker. When can I call you again, Mom? You can always ask the broker. Broker number 2 arrived to take me on the next part of my journey. This was the most comfortable part of the escape so far. It wasn't just because he had a nice car. The broker turned on some nice Chinese music. I didn't understand it, but it was more soothing than North Korean music. Almost any kind of music would have been soothing at that point. I was on my way to meet my mom in freedom. His car had a monitor, so I could watch Chinese music videos and animations. I leaned back, listening to music, watching videos, and looking at the scenery we were passing by. Just a month before, I had been doing manual labor in poor North Korea, and now I was riding in the backseat of a nice car listening to soothing Chinese music. I was amazed to see so many cars. To myself, I asked, are they all working for the government? In North Korea, it had seemed that only people working for the government had cars. Unfortunately, because I had rarely ridden in a car, I started feeling dizzy. He spoke to me in Chinese, but I couldn't understand anything. It was turning out to be a long drive. How could I explain to him that I need to use the toilet? I was sitting in the back seat, legs crossed. I then leaned over from the back seat, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, 화장실, the Korean word for toilet. His eyes got bigger as he was trying to understand. I said it again with more energy. 화장실, 화장실. I was motioning with my hands and began making swishing sounds. Finally, he stopped at a rest stop. There was a toilet and some stores where one could buy things. He spoke in Chinese. I had a blank look on my face until he pointed to the restroom. I was amazed at how clean the toilet was. I didn't know, however, how to flush the toilet. This was the first time I used such a toilet. I was looking for a button or something to push or pull. There were no other women to ask. With both hands, I pulled the broker to the toilet. I shyly pointed at the toilet. When he flushed the toilet, I sneaked a peek so I would know what to do. He then showed me that the button was behind the toilet. I flushed the toilet, beaming as I did it. He laughed for the first time. We had spent many hours together in silence. He was still laughing, talking in Chinese. It seemed that a different person or his funny twin had replaced him while I was in the bathroom. He bought me some snacks, but I didn't feel well after the long ride. I saw the kind of bread I had stared at all night, but I felt more dizzy than hungry. After we arrived in a new city that night, I was handed off to broker number 3, this time a woman. How many women in these situations have been taken advantage of or even sold? I sat down on the sofa. Actually, I sank into that soft sofa. It seemed that I had been swallowed by it. There are sofas in North Korea, but they weren't anything like this one. The TV was huge and colorful. I had never seen anything like it in North Korea. The whole house was so nice and clean, and the refrigerator was huge. This broker was Chinese, but in basic Korean she asked me, "Are you hungry?" I was hoping to have some soup and rice, but I couldn't be choosy. The broker gave me a banana and some bread. I stared at the banana, wondering what it would taste like. Alone, I studied the banana. I had never seen one. I bit into it. It was awful. I held it, looking at it, perplexed. Is this really for humans? I looked around, wondering what kind of terrible thing the broker had given me. It was so bitter on the outside and yet a little sweet on the inside. In North Korea, people were expected to finish the little food they had, but this banana was going to be a challenge. The broker returned and saw me sitting on the sofa with the uneaten banana and bread. She asked in Korean, "Why aren't you eating?" I again bit into the unpeeled banana. The broker started laughing uncontrollably. "How can you eat an unpeeled banana?" She demonstrated that I needed to peel the banana. It was softer, but it still didn't taste very good to me. The next day, the female broker said, "Your mom sent some money to buy you some clothes. Let's go to a market." My clothing made it easy to identify that I was from North Korea. There was a North Korean embassy nearby. I needed to blend in with the local population. The broker encouraged me to buy more things, but I didn't want to have too much to carry. Mom had also told me that South Korean clothes were better anyway. I stayed at the female broker's house one night, then I was transferred to broker number 4 in the city of Shenyang. From car to car, home to home, unknown city to unknown city, I was somewhere in China. Unlike North Korea, where it was risky to make phone calls to South Korea, I could call my mom from China. Every time I was moved to a new broker, I called my mom. I wanted them to know that my mom knew I was with them. This broker already had a mother and son staying with her, and another man, Mr. Park, joined us later. The broker took us out walking one night. When I had been in the truck my first night, I was just passing the bright lights of China. This time, I could walk around freely. I couldn't stop smiling. I was in a new world. It was the opposite of the dark and quiet countryside of North Korea. "I want to live here," I exclaimed. I saw many kinds of fruit for the first time. Then I saw my new friend, bananas, but I wasn't ready to try them again. I was enjoying this first real taste of freedom. However, Shenyang was dangerous because there were North Korean agents, Chinese police, and even human traffickers lurking about. Plus, there was the North Korean embassy nearby to remind me that I wasn't completely free. I was happy to be out of North Korea, but I still couldn't relax. We only went out once because we had to stay quietly hidden inside to avoid attracting any attention. We stayed in Shenyang for about 10 days. That outing was the highlight of my time there. I woke up the others one night screaming. It was after midnight, and I started to wake up when I felt a hand on my arm. I was half asleep and not sure if I was dreaming. I was sleeping on my back. Then I started to feel a hand moving across my body near my left breast. I woke up with a jolt, screaming, "Mommy!" Then everyone woke up, wondering what was going on. I thought the other woman in the group, Miss Lee, was next to me, but when the hand moved to my chest, I realized something was wrong. My face was full of fury. My eyebrows pointed downward as I pointed at the broker with my index finger. He touched my body. The broker didn't understand Korean. At that moment, I wished I could say something mean to him in Chinese. Mr. Park could speak some Chinese, so he became the translator. He asked, "Why did you touch Songmi's body?" The broker responded, "Please don't be angry. I didn't mean anything bad. She looks like my daughter. I wanted to put the blanket on her." I was furious. I was looking at him out of the corner of my eyes, my brow wrinkled, eyebrows tilted, and my cheeks tense. "He touched me!" Seok, Miss Lee's son, explained that he had been awake and was ready to pounce on the broker if he did anything. "But fortunately, you woke up," Seok said. The broker apologized again, but I didn't believe him. I began ignoring him. I would always frown and glare at him. After a few days, the broker told us his story. He had married a North Korean woman and had a daughter with her. His wife had gone to South Korea. She had promised him that she would call him and bring him to South Korea. He waited 10 years, but she hadn't called. He said that he missed his daughter. He then said again that it was a misunderstanding with me and that he was sorry. I still didn't feel good and warned him that he needed to be more careful. A few days later, we were waiting for the other group to arrive. Our group couldn't keep waiting for them. We were losing time and were eager to continue our escape. The broker wanted to wait for the other group because he could make more money with more people escaping together. "A little more time," the broker said every day. "Let's wait a little more. I heard that 2 more people should be arriving soon." We needed to be ready for the escape to Thailand. The broker warned the 2 men, Mr. Park and Seok, that they needed to look more fashionable because they still looked too North Korean. Seok, 21 years old, dyed his hair bright yellow. His mom had helped him dye his hair. Using body language, the broker tried to explain what they should do. Seok washed his hair, then he came out of the bathroom. His hair was orange and black in different places. Seok was shaking his head, looking in the mirror. "I don't like it." Both Mr. Lee and I declined to have our hair dyed. I faced several dangerous situations during my 2 weeks in China. We were stopped by guards on one bus, but without explanation the guards let us go. On another bus, it was the driver who told us that we needed to get off the bus. As we walked around trying to find a different bus, we saw that 2 guards had gotten on the bus to check for IDs. We hid for about an hour as the broker tried to figure out what to do. A few minutes later, a double-decker bus arrived. We couldn't relax during the bus ride, which lasted a few hours. At last, we made it to a city near Thailand. "You are lucky," the broker told us. "You didn't get caught." It was time for him to say goodbye after being with us for 10 days. We met broker number 5 and a new group of 9 people who were waiting for us. The next day, when it was getting dark, we boarded a new truck. There were now 13 of us. We were getting closer to freedom. 21. How do we get arrested? The 13 members of the group escaping together were united for the moment, but we had agreed in advance that it would be every man and woman for him or herself if we got caught. We weren't on each other's sides, and the weather and conditions were not either. There were many sudden downpours. The broker was constantly checking the time. Sometimes we would have to run for 20 minutes, then take a break, then run again for 15 minutes. He would give the command, "Start running," and we would take off following him. We pushed through trees, trying to avoid getting scraped. One man fell and started tumbling down the mountain. He grabbed a tree. Others, not so lucky, would roll into a tree. I ran in the middle of the pack. Another person fell and wanted to scream out, but covered his mouth. I fell when I stepped into a water hole. I could have sprained my left ankle or foot, which would have made the journey much more difficult. The person behind me pulled me up and said, "Let's go." The woman didn't ask me if I was all right. We had to keep moving. We were working together out of survival. After 20 minutes, the broker said we could take a 5-minute break. We were sweating from moving, wet from the sudden showers, dirty from falling on the wet ground, and bruised from getting scratched by tree limbs. Several of us were discouraged and exhausted. "Go ahead without me," became a common statement from 3 of the people. Their woes ranged from exhaustion to pain to doubt. We kept charging ahead. We were out of China and getting closer to freedom. We were physically pulling the ones ready to give up. We had started as lone wolves, but were coming together as a pack. When one woman was ready to give up, one of the men asked, "What's inside your bag?" The woman mentioned a few things. He said, "Throw away everything that is not necessary. Food? Just toss it. You can't eat it now. Shampoo? Throw it away. You can get more later. Winter jacket? Do you want to survive? Throw those things away." Recognizing the situation, the broker didn't ask us to run, but we still needed to hurry. Next, we had to walk fast for 30 minutes. We spent a few hours crossing mountains, briefly passing through Laos. I didn't even know it was a country. Then, we made it to Thailand. For the first time in a long time, I spoke. I didn't say anything dramatic. It wasn't to anyone in particular. I don't remember when it happened, but I just didn't say anything because of the fear that I would be heard by a police officer or North Korean agent. Then it was time to be quiet again. When we got to the Mekong River, the broker told us that he had finished his job. We would be on our own. A Thai person would take us on a boat across the Mekong River. The final broker sternly warned us we had to be careful and quiet because of crocodiles. "Don't put your hands in the water. Don't talk. If the crocodiles hear anyone, you could all die. A few months ago, a crocodile ate a North Korean refugee who was trying to escape. So don't fight. Just be quiet." We were even more quiet than we had been in China. There, the police and agents could possibly have mercy on someone, but there was no way a crocodile was going to spare anyone unless it was eating something or someone else. Years later, I learned the broker may have lied to us, as some people questioned if there were really any crocodiles in the Mekong River. At that time, we were terrified that we could be eaten by a crocodile when we were so close to freedom. The Thai person dropped us off in Thailand at about 3:40 a.m. We didn't know exactly where we were. "We can't move now, it's too early and dark," said one of the men who had emerged as the leader of our group. With nowhere to go, we all lay down on dry land near the river. But no one could sleep. We were exhausted but also so hungry. One person asked out loud, "Does anyone have any food?" The woman who had been told to throw away her food said, "Hey, you told me to throw away everything." "But if you hadn't thrown it away, you might not have made it to this point." I was hungry, but I was too scared to care. I looked up at the stars, thinking to myself, I didn't know how difficult it was going to be reunited with Mom. All the way from North Korea, across China, and briefly through Laos, we had always been with a broker. We had been told by the final broker that we had to find a police station, but we hadn't thought to ask him how to get arrested. His job had been to get us to Thailand, and he had done that. Then he was gone. 13 North Koreans walked in a group, probably looking desperate and scared, should have been noticeable. For weeks, we had been doing our best to conceal ourselves, but now we wanted to be seen. We had to get arrested so we could be sent to freedom in South Korea. How could we get arrested? North Korea was not a normal country where people planning trips abroad could learn some phrases in the language of their destination countries, connect with people abroad in advance, and get prepared in other ways. How many travelers put "get arrested" on their itinerary? As North Koreans, we needed to keep our escape plans a secret, escape into darkness, then travel across countries we had never heard of. Brokers could warn us about dangers coming ahead in the next few days or weeks, but when every day was about survival and there was the constant threat of being arrested and repatriated to North Korea, it was difficult to plan for unexpected situations. There were cars going by, but no one stopped to investigate. Finally, the two men in the group tried to slow down some of the cars. The response? The drivers beeped their horns at us. Desperate, our group decided to block the road with our 13 bodies. One car stopped and the driver asked something in Thai. One woman in the group could speak some English. She started saying, "Police, police, South Korea, North Korea, South Korea." The driver took our group to another place. They were using a translation device, but it seemed that the rescuers wanted something else: money. If our group didn't give them money, then the rescuers would call the North Korean embassy. Once our group realized what was going on, we were horrified. But what could we do? Collectively, we paid the Thai blackmailers $1,300 USD. Then finally, we were taken to the police. The police interrogated us individually with an interpreter. We stayed at the police office for 3 days. Then we were taken to jail. We had wanted to get arrested, and our wish had been granted. At the second jail, the Thai officers confiscated our backpacks and items and gave us orange uniforms to wear. I had a treasured item confiscated from me, the knife that Mom had given me. They said it was dangerous. I would soon learn that they were right to confiscate all potential weapons from us. 22. Every day was a war. We were put in jail for 15 days, mixed in with Thai prisoners. The guards explained to us that we had to follow some rules. The prison leader gave us commands we needed to follow. After that, we had to manage things on our own. The first battle we had with the Thai prisoners was over the daily 8 a.m. prayer. This was the first time in my life that I had heard about God or religion. At 7:30 a.m., we would wake up, clean the room, and get ready to pray before having breakfast. The chicken soup was oily, but I enjoyed it at first. I smiled as I ate. The next morning, it was chicken soup again. Then the next morning, it was chicken soup again. I lost my enthusiasm for chicken soup. After 15 days, we were moved to another jail in Bangkok, where we would stay for about a month. There, we met with South Korean embassy officials who interrogated us individually to make sure none of us were spies. This was the first time I met South Koreans. I thought their pronunciation was so soft. The South Korean official interrogating me asked me some basic questions. Where was your house? Where were you born? What was the address? Where did you live when your mom was not there? When did your mother leave you? Nervous and shaking, I answered in detail. I hadn't done anything wrong, but I felt that I had to prove that I wasn't a spy. My detailed answers did seem to make the South Korean official more sympathetic. The official searched, but at first she couldn't find information about my mom. Can you remember your mom's birthday? May 20th, 1970. The official found the information. My mom had arrived in South Korea on August 13th, 2008. That would mean that she must have spent almost 3 years in China. I realized that she had sent a broker for the first time shortly after she made it to South Korea. Okay, you said you didn't study. Can you write anything? I can write Korean, but not exactly correctly. You will start learning now. How about English? I had seen it, and I heard a neighbor sing it, but I never learned English. In South Korea, you will have to learn English. At last, I could be a student. I was 17 years old and had last studied at a school when I was 6 years old. In Thailand, I started studying English and math. It was at the jail in Thailand that I first learned the ABCs, basic English, some very simple vocabulary like TV, chair, clock, and how to pronounce words like fan and pan. Then every week we had a test. There were 7 students in my group studying together. Some who had lived in China and gone to school there had very good English and had learned some math. We were split into classes based on our levels. Aside from studying, I hated being in that Thai jail. There were about 100 of us who had just escaped from North Korea. Every day was like war. There were many angry arguments and physical fights. There were 2 shower rooms and 2 toilets. We had to wait a long time for the toilet. People would get frustrated waiting for others to finish taking a shower or using the toilet. Some people who got impatient would wet a towel and wash themselves with it. I didn't want to fight, so I would use the toilet or take a shower quickly. Sometimes it seemed that the water had barely touched me as I rushed, thinking about the many impatient people waiting outside the door. I couldn't turn when I was sleeping. I would be squeezed between other people who were usually in a bad mood. When one group left to go to South Korea, then others would pay to get space near the TV. The middle part of the jail was prime real estate because the toilet could be accessed easily and there was a clear view of the TV. I saw South Korean dramas for the first time. The actors looked so handsome. South Korean actresses were wearing short skirts and dancing in sexy ways that were not allowed on North Korean TV. The food was usually a lump of rice and oily chicken soup that most of us avoided eating. When we were hungry, we would buy food from Thai people coming to the jail to sell things such as boiled eggs, lettuce, salt, and higher quality rice. We would make kimchi using our hands because we couldn't have knives or other cooking tools in that war zone. One woman who fought with the jail's leaders attempted to kill herself by swallowing a spoon. She went into shock and the police rushed her to the hospital. She returned 1 week later, then went to South Korea the week after that. She was so close to freedom, and yet she attempted suicide. Life went on at the jail, but after that, we were not allowed to even use spoons. For several months after I had begun my escape from North Korea and across China, I had barely talked out of fear of being captured. In Thailand, I didn't fear being repatriated, but I remained quiet because of the daily war in jail. I was wary of the other prisoners, but I had no fear of the Thai police. They were almost always smiling. Why are they smiling so often? Back in North Korea, the police were usually angry, frowning, punching, fighting, ordering people around, and looking to get money or cigarettes from people. It was time to meet the South Korean embassy officials. As refugees, we were allowed to choose which country we wanted to apply to go. Without hesitation, I chose South Korea. I would finally be reunited with Mom. We were given 1 week's notice of our departure from Thailand to South Korea. I had another interview with South Korean embassy officials. I was cleared to leave after they compared my statements with what I had said in initial interviews. Some other people were not allowed to leave because they gave different answers from their original answers. They had tried to hide that they had lived in China for more than 10 years. Many North Korean refugees had learned that the South Korean government wouldn't give them support if they had lived in China for 10 years. Finally, I could get to freedom and be with Mom. I was so excited, but I did my best to hide it. I had a chance to call Mom. "Next week I'm going to South Korea. I can see you next week." Mom once again gave me the bad news. "You will have interviews for a few weeks." "No problem, Mom. I already did the interviews." Mom said that I would have more serious interviews. It would be several more months before I would be free. I was deflated. I was already tired of waiting. It seemed that the closer I got to my mom, the more the meeting date kept getting moved back. The day before leaving Thailand was exciting. But then we were informed that the next move would be somewhat dangerous. Thailand had a North Korean embassy. North Korea was still lurking, even though we had come so far to get away from it. The plan was for us to move at night. Our backpacks, clothes, and other items were returned to us. We were told that we would have to run a short distance. Run? After evading North Korean border guards, hiding from Chinese police, fighting through the brush in Thailand, fearing crocodiles in the Mekong River, and being in a daily war in a Thai jail, couldn't something be easy as we were about to go to South Korea? We took a truck to the airport in silence. One South Korean man I had not seen before was at the airport waiting for us. He told us to be quiet. It was dark. We couldn't see where we were. We waited in silence. Then that South Korean man shouted, "Move, move, move!" None of our movements seemed natural. It was as if we had glue stuck to our shoes. We were trying to move quickly, but it didn't seem to be fast enough. He was shouting at us until we got on the airplane. I was on an airplane for the first time in my life. I didn't know anyone who had ever been on an airplane. Hesitating in my movements, I asked, "Excuse me, can I ask something? Where can I sit?" A flight attendant told me, "Don't worry, you can sit anywhere." I looked out the window. Am I dreaming? I pinched my own cheek and I felt pain. It wasn't a dream. Are we really on an airplane? I still didn't trust my own mind at that moment. "Yes," I said to myself out loud. "I am really going to South Korea. Finally, I will be able to see Mom again." I was seated next to the window. The 50 people on the plane, with many stories of sorrow, pain, separation, and broken hearts, were probably about to be healed. The plane took off, and my ears began ringing. I had not known what to expect, but I certainly didn't expect that. "Is there something wrong?" I asked out loud. "It isn't just you," another passenger said. "It is everyone. I'm sure that's what happens on airplanes." I could see the beautiful clouds. For the first time in months, I felt free to talk. I started talking to the woman behind me. "I'm so excited! Finally, I can fly to see my mom," I said. "It is coming true." My dream was coming true, but the airplane ride was too much for me. I started getting dizzy. I then realized that some people were watching movies on the screens in front of them. I was fumbling around trying to figure out how to watch. I touched everywhere around the screen. How can I watch the movie? I hit one button and the screen turned on, but I couldn't hear anything. How can I hear the sound? I had put on the earphones, but still couldn't hear anything. Finally, someone told me, "Hey, plug in the earphones." I watched the movie, then dozed off. I had no idea how long the flight took. 23. 1 out of 2,706. I woke up. The airplane was shaking. There was a voice speaking in a different language on the loudspeaker. Then it quickly switched to a different language. I had no idea what was going on as I came out of my long nap. The airplane came to a complete stop. I had arrived in South Korea. There were government agents waiting for us. "Please go this way." They said please, but clearly there was no choice. "Get on the bus." That command was clear. Our first stop in South Korea was at the cafeteria at the National Intelligence Service, NIS, building. I saw many North Koreans there wearing the same yellow uniform. I didn't know it at the time, but the 3 years that my mom spent trying to rescue me were the years when the most North Korean refugees escaped to South Korea. In 2009, more than 2,900 North Korean refugees made it to South Korea. The next year, it dropped to 2,400. I was one of the 2,706 North Korean refugees who made it to South Korea in 2011. I arrived on May 20th, Mom's birthday. The next year, the new dictator of North Korea cracked down on escapees. Only 1,502 North Korean refugees made it to South Korea in 2012. It would have been much more difficult to escape the following year if I had waited. I was a newcomer again, getting stared at by the North Korean refugees who had already previously arrived. We sat in another room, put our bags down, then lined up to have lunch. It was the first great meal I had been able to have in a long time. There were so many side dishes. "This is the rice I want." I had a big smile on my face. The rice I had eaten in the jail in Thailand didn't taste good. But in South Korea, at the NIS, the rice was fantastic. I was hungry and the food looked so yummy, but I was a bit dizzy, so I couldn't eat much. After lunch, I had a health check. I was 17 and shy. I had never gone through that kind of examination before. The NIS agent gave me a cup. I looked at her, not sure what she wanted me to do with it. She told me, "Pee in it." "Pee?" "Yes, pee." My face turned red. There were others who could hear our conversation. The agent said, "This is normal. South Koreans do this." "But I feel uncomfortable," I said, whispering impatiently to her. "There are so many people here, and you are talking so loudly." The agent wasn't about to give up. I tried to evade the urine test, telling the agent that I had already used the bathroom. The agent was ready for this evasion, telling me that if I drank some water, that I would be able to pee soon. Recognizing that I wasn't going to win this battle, I went to the bathroom. When I came back, I tried to conceal the cup. I handed it to the agent, hoping that no one would see it. A few minutes later, someone called out, "Han Songmi!" It was time for my first ever blood test. When I was in North Korea, I had learned that blood was important. I asked, "Is it okay that you took so much blood?" I learned that my blood type was O positive. 30 minutes later, they gave us large nameplates. An NIS agent asked me, "Are you on your period now?" I reached up to cover the agent's mouth. Please whisper. So many people here can hear you. In North Korea, we don't talk about this kind of thing. The agent responded, It is natural to be on your period. You are not in North Korea anymore. You can be at ease here. I felt uncomfortable. I could see that things were going to be different in South Korea. The girl behind me was a skinny 15-year-old. She got a pink nameplate, meaning that she was pregnant. She had been one of my classmates when we were in jail in Thailand. I learned that the girl had escaped with her 14-year-old sister. The church pastor in China who helped rescue her had gotten her pregnant. I had another reason to be thankful that my mom had arranged my escape. There had been so much excitement about arriving in South Korea. After that, we were isolated. I slept alone in a small, bare room. Mom was right again. I was going to undergo a very serious interrogation. Mom told me, just tell them the truth. Don't lie. Whatever you remember, just tell them. She had also told me not to be scared, but I couldn't help feeling so nervous. The person who was interviewed before me said it was terrible, that it was much worse than Thailand, and that the NIS agents checked everything. On May 27th, 2011, 1 week after arriving in South Korea, I was led to the investigation room where a female investigator was waiting for me. I was going to be reunited with my mom, but my introduction to South Korea scared me. I had no expectations when it came to the way I was treated in North Korea because I knew I wasn't important there. I wasn't a spy, but I was starting to feel like I was guilty of something, like I was back at a self-criticism session in North Korea. The female inspector was nice, and her voice was gentle, but she was strict and watching me closely. She asked me many questions. I could see that the agent was an expert on North Korea. She knew more about North Korea than I did. She had studied it down to the street level. Not only was the agent an expert on North Korea, but she seemed to be an expert on me. She knew everything I had said in Thailand, and she was checking for inconsistencies while probing for new information. Where was your home? How old are you? Where are the places that you lived? Every answer had follow-up questions asked from various angles. She interrogated me for several hours that first day. I got tired and dizzy, but I felt like I couldn't make a single mistake. I had arrived in a free country, but I was exhausted and couldn't relax yet. Okay, you are done for today. You will need to stay here for 1 week. We will give you some paper for you to write more about your life. I had learned Korean as it was spoken, not as it was written. This felt like the first big homework assignment of my life. Dinner time was at 6 p.m., but I wasn't hungry. I did not feel good and thought, I am not a spy. I struggled so hard to get here, but I am made to feel like I am a spy. I could understand why such an interrogation was necessary. Still, it felt like a punch to the face. There wasn't anything in the room I stayed in. At that moment, I felt more isolated than I had been in North Korea. There was no TV, and I couldn't talk to anyone. As the NIS had probably planned, I could only do one thing: write. When the agent returned the next day, she wanted to check what I had done. I wrote the whole night. After reading for a few minutes, the agent asked, "You didn't go to school?" I said, "I had to work a lot. I had to survive." The agent had a serious look on her face. She carefully read everything I had written. I waited in silence. The agent asked personal questions, probing deeply. When did your mother and father separate and divorce? Where was your aunt's house? What is near your aunt's house? Can you describe what was on the left and right of it? Can you talk in detail about the area behind the house? What's the name of the river there? The questions seemed to be endless. I had never been on the internet and was amazed when the agent showed me the most incredible thing, Google Earth. Can you find your house here? The agent zoomed in. My goodness, this is my house. It was amazing, but also unnerving that they could pinpoint my house. I could understand why Mom had told me to tell the truth about everything. They were checking every detail. Any lies would eventually be caught. You mentioned a place where some blind people worked. Who lived behind that place? For the first time, I did not respond immediately. Why are you asking that? You should answer, the agent said, firmly and flatly. I described the family of a mom and her son. They had always been watching and spying on me, checking what I was doing, where I was going, and even what I was eating. I was angry because I suspected they were the ones who informed the police that I had gone missing from my aunt's house. Now I felt like this agent might see me as a spy if I talked about others monitoring me. I remembered what my mom had said. Just tell the truth. I had nothing to hide. I was another step closer to being reunited with my mom. Not everyone got through the investigation as smoothly as I had. Another lady had to take a polygraph test and met with investigators for more than 2 weeks. One man was there for a month. Everything was serious at NIS. Every day had been like a war at the jail in Thailand, but there were no fights at NIS. The mood was so serious when dealing with the tall agents dressed in black and armed with guns. Freed from their questions, I had a new issue. I was gaining weight. I weighed 85 pounds when I escaped. I was always working, so I hadn't known what it was like to be overweight. But at the NIS, I was sitting around. I did one main thing: eat. I gained more than 20 pounds during my time there. Many North Koreans gained a lot of weight during their stay at the NIS. The NIS had a solution. "Look at you guys," said the exercise leader, pointing at me. He said, "You are too short and fat. You look like a soccer ball. If I kicked you down the street, you would roll like a ball." It was more comedy than insult. It seemed he would have talked that way even if his own mother made the mistake of going to his workout. "Everybody, on your backs. Time to do some sit-ups." I tried, but I couldn't even do one. We spent a lot of time on the treadmill. Some of us wanted to hate the exercise leader, but we were laughing too much. It was late June or early July 2011. I wiped the sleepiness out of my eyes. Then I remembered that this would be my last day at NIS. In my group of about 50, a few couldn't leave then because they had lied about various things. The rest of us were happy to say goodbye to the NIS and to the exercise leader too. 24. Hanawan. In July 1999, the Hanawan Resettlement Center was established by the South Korean government to help prepare North Korean refugees for life in South Korea. 12 years later, in June 2011, I was one of about 100 North Korean refugees who boarded buses to enter the Hanawan facility. One thought was going through my mind. I can be free. I can see Mom. On the trip to Hanawan, I saw similarities and differences between North and South Korea. In North Korea, there would be many people farming by hand and engaging in manual labor. In South Korea, very few people worked as farmers. Machines, not people, fertilized the land. I didn't know what they were at the time, but the greenhouses caught my eye as well. The buses pulled into Hanawan. This was going to be my home for about 3 months. It looked like a small town. With my bag strapped over my shoulder, I got off the bus. After eating, we were issued clothing, a pillow, blanket, and toiletries. We reported to our assigned rooms. We were divided up, with adolescents like me being directed to the student area. The next day, we started school. For the most part, I enjoyed the experience of being at Hanawan. 1. I really felt like a student. I had not been a student since I was 6 years old. 2. The teachers were strict and responsible. At first, I was intimidated by them, especially the tall ones. But later, I really appreciated that they had a no-excuses approach to teaching. I learned mathematics beyond basic multiplication for the first time. I had mixed feelings about starting to study. I had been waiting for this opportunity, but I could also see that I had so much to learn. My group had 13 students in it, 8 females and 5 males. For better or for worse, we would be together for the next 3 months, taking classes on a variety of subjects. My first class was about learning how to use a computer. I sat down in the middle of the room. "Okay, guys, turn on your computers," the teacher said. I looked at my computer, staring at the screen. At NIS, the agents used pen and paper to take notes, and I had written my story on paper. I had seen computers for the first time in NIS as they searched for my address and showed me Google Earth. This was my first time using a computer. Some students had already turned on their computers, waiting for them to finish booting up. Tap, tap, tap sounds were starting to fill the room as most of the students were already opening applications and trying to figure out what was possible. Some had already started playing games. If I had been in a foot race, the gun would have gone off and the others would have started running. I would have still been at the starting line, frozen like a statue. I was looking at the computer, looking around the screen, at the computer tower under the table and the mouse. I didn't know what the different parts did or even how to start the computer. I saw some of the other students were moving their computer mouse around. I touched it to see if that was the way to start the computer. Finally, I gave up. Feeling frustrated, I raised my right hand. "How do I turn on the computer?" "Can someone help Songmi?" the teacher asked with some amusement. One of the students walked over to me and pushed a button on the computer tower that was under the table. The student explained that the blue light meant that the computer had started. The teacher was talking, but I couldn't understand what he was talking about. It was the beginning of me being befuddled during the weekly computer class. The teachers warned us that we needed to learn so we could compete with South Korean students. "When you guys leave Hanawan, you will need to know how to use a computer, and you will have to learn to type fast." I was pecking at the computer, typing with one finger on each hand. The teacher then introduced a useful feature of computers. "You are all going different ways, but you will be able to contact each other through email." I created my first email account, Songmi 0927@gmail.com. I used that email address for several years. There are many foreign languages that are used in South Korea, so you need to study hard, the English teacher told us. Of the 13 students, almost half of them had studied English in North Korea or China. The teacher would turn on an English song, then ask us to take dictation. 2 students who had studied English in China could catch most of it. In contrast, my paper was blank. The teacher asked, "How is that possible?" "How can I write anything? I don't know English. I never had a chance to learn." The students were at different levels of English. The teacher taught the lower level students the rest of the ABCs and basic pronunciation, starting with the ch sound. That was for 1 month. Then the teacher turned on the music again. This time, my paper wasn't completely blank. "Finally, you can write something. It isn't exactly right, but it is an improvement," the teacher said, complimenting me. I began sitting in the front row to make sure I could hear everything the teacher said. I'd studied English hard every night. I wasn't interested in playing games. I wanted to learn English. Wednesday was my night to use the computer in my shared dorm room. We also learned English from volunteers visiting the Hanawan. 2 of my classmates also had not gone to school in North Korea. After a few days, the teacher informed 3 other girls, 1 boy, and me, "Hey, from today you will have a different teacher and class." We all knew it was because we didn't know math or English. Even out of those students, the boy and I were probably the worst students. For years, I had wanted to go to school, and my lack of education was revealed as we learned English, science, math, Korean, history, and social studies. The social studies teacher was so strict. "Listen up. Each wrong answer will result in 1 strike against your calves. Do your best," the teacher said, smiling. We called him Four Eyes, not only because he was wearing glasses, but also because it seemed that he could see everything. We weren't afraid. Could someone with such a wonderful smile really punish us? We took the test, wondering if he was serious. The next day, we returned to class. "Everyone, I checked your answers. Time for punishment for wrong answers. How many answers do you think you got wrong?" He was smiling, so we still couldn't be sure if he was serious. "Okay," the teacher said to the first student. "Jin, you got 3 answers wrong. Come here, roll up your pants." He was always smiling, even at that moment. Jin was sitting in the middle of the class of 13 students. She smiled as she walked up to him. "Turn around, roll up your pants." She turned to face the class. The teacher stood on her side. Then whack! He swung a stick to hit her calves. My eyes got big. I wondered how many answers I had gotten wrong. Jin didn't scream, but she tightened up, her hands in a fist. Her whole body shrunk as she hunched over. Whack! She tightened even more. He had not been joking. Whack! Looking at the next paper, the teacher wasn't just smiling. He was laughing out loud as he held the test paper up. "Haha, this student has 15 answers wrong. Guess who it is? This is not my fault. I told you that you would get hit if you get the answers wrong. 15 wrong means you didn't study hard." The teachers at Hanawan constantly wanted us to celebrate our successes and to take responsibility for our failures. He said, "Are you ready?" He started making funny sounds. Then he dramatically pointed his index finger at a young boy. "Me? Oh no!" "Yes, you. Come on." He was beckoning him with the stick, repeatedly pointing it downward. The boy came to the front, and the teacher told him to turn around. The boy put his head down. The teacher told him to lift his head. When he did, the boy had a big smile on his face. "Roll up your pants." He was looking around the room. Whack! "Oh, teacher," he said. "Are you in pain?" Whack! The boy was still smiling, but his body was not relaxed. The teacher was still smiling. "Do you want to do this quickly or slowly?" "Quickly, teacher!" Whack! 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 We were counting along with each swat. Then finally, all 15. His calves were red, and he was in pain. The teacher didn't hit the girls hard, but he hit the boys hard. He was the only teacher that punished us. A few other students got punished. Then, "Han Songmi, it's your turn." I wanted to run away. I felt shy and was worried about the pain. I walked to the front of the class. I was wearing a uniform issued by the Hanawan. "You got 11 answers wrong," the teacher said. "No, that wasn't me." "Yes, it was you." He was looking at me over his glasses with his head tilted to the side. "Ready?" 3 of the pops hurt, and the other 8 were gentle. Then he was finished with everyone. "Okay, now all of you know my style. Study hard. Tomorrow we will have a test again, and there will be punishment again for wrong answers." It was my introduction to the South Korean education system. I was in a class far behind even my North Korean peers. What would happen to me when I started studying with South Koreans? What should I do? How can I study? I was really stressed during my time at the Hanawan. The day at the Hanawan usually started at 7 a.m. Around 7:30 a.m., we would sing the Korean national anthem. Students had breakfast from 8 to 9 a.m., then we would go to school from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We would be free the rest of the day to play, study, or do whatever we wanted. From 6 to 8 p.m., it was dinner time, and then we would be free until bed check at 9 p.m. We would stand in front of the door, waiting for the officers to do their final check. The officer had a gun at her hip, but she wasn't scary. The other refugees and I thought she was beautiful. We would tell her that, and she would smile. She was usually not smiling, but when she came to our room, she would speak nicely. Still, she had a job to do. "Be quiet, you guys must sleep." I usually shared the dorm room with 3 or 4 other North Korean refugees. There were some problems, such as stealing, while others were messy. I didn't talk much. I did everything I was supposed to do. After about 15 days, we started having some disputes. The others weren't cleaning. I told one of the other students who was leaving the room, gently complaining, "Hey, you need to clean your bed. I was cleaning up for everyone. From today on, we should take turns. Each person will be responsible for cleaning on different days." There were other problems as well. One day, one of my roommates asked, "Who stole my money?" We began our internal investigation. We guessed that one of our roommates, a 15-year-old girl, had taken it when she was alone in the room. Confronted, she confessed and returned the money. Then it was my turn to be robbed of about 30,000 won. Every month, the Hanawan gave us pocket money to buy things such as ramen or squid at the center's store. One day, I wanted to go to the shop to buy something. I checked my locker, which was unlocked. There was no money. I immediately thought about the 15-year-old girl who had stolen from the others and confronted her directly. At first, the girl denied it, but eventually she admitted that she had stolen it. She had already used some of the money, so I told her to pay me back later. The roommates agreed that the thief had to leave our room. We told the teacher what had happened. He warned her not to do it again, and that she would be in big trouble if she did. A few days later, she stole money from someone in another room. Everyone in the Hanawan knew her as a thief. She finally stopped stealing after she got into a big fight. This was not North Korea. Stealing was common where I had grown up in North Korea, where people would steal food to survive. But this was South Korea. Mom and I had become phone buddies. I called Mom almost every day from Hanawan. I would hear that same music I had heard through the phone before. I learned that it was a South Korean music group, Girls' Generation. I called one day. Mom quickly answered the phone. "Mom, why did you answer so quickly?" "Because you called me." "But I want to hear the music. Mom, next time, let the phone ring a little more so I can listen." "You're so funny." Then one day, my mom called me with some exciting news. "We can come visit you." Finally, I could see Mom again. "What do you want? Is there something you would like to eat? Is there anything I can bring to you?" "I want a cell phone." Mom said, "You can't have one at the Hanawan. You can get one after you get out." I was in my room, waiting. Mom was arriving soon. When the security guard called my room, I finally heard what I had been waiting so long to hear. "Your mom is waiting for you in the meeting room." "Thank you, miss." I ran to the meeting room. After years of being apart, months of waiting, and escaping across countries, I was going to be in the same room with my mom. I wondered what my mom looked like. Does Mom look old? Young? Fat? I opened the door with a big smile on my face, but also some tears. "Mom!" I hugged my mom with all my might. I was crying, wiping away the tears. My mom looked at me. "Oh my God, you're so short, you didn't grow." I had expected my mom to be more emotional. Instead, Mom was still Mom, saying exactly what she thought. "Mom, why are you saying that? We should just be happy to see each other. Do you know why I didn't grow taller? I had to use my back to carry wood. I did that for several years." We were happy to be together again. The last time we had seen each other was in North Korea in 2005. I had been an 11-year-old child, 2 days short of my 12th birthday. We were now meeting in South Korea 6 years later. We had talked on the phone many times, but that was during my escape. Now we were face to face. I knew that Mom said whatever she was thinking and didn't hide her feelings. I had a complex about my height, which Mom would have known if we had been living together. It was a quick realization that we didn't know each other. It wasn't an insult. Mom wasn't that tall. She had hoped that I had taken after our other family members in terms of height. I was elated, but I also had mixed feelings that included both joy and resentment. I had needed my mom, but she hadn't been there for me. She didn't know how I had lived during that time, constantly feeling unstable and then working extremely hard for several years in my aunt's house. As we talked, Mom let me know about her guilt of leaving me behind in North Korea. She got angry when she realized that I had not been going to school. My aunt was collecting money from Mom, but had me working rather than going to school. Mom could have easily moved on as my father had done. Instead, she brought me to South Korea even as she struggled with adjusting to South Korea. Mom told me that China had been the worst experience for her. Every night and day, she drank, regretting that she had left her daughter behind. When she saw a young girl who resembled me, she would run to check if it was me. "Sorry, sorry," she would say. "You look so much like my daughter." She had been hoping that I had escaped to China. I had constantly been looking for my mom and had cried often. People would ask, "Why are you always crying? Your mom is not coming back." I would say, "No, I will meet her." For years I had been stubborn, saying with confidence that my mom would come back to me. 6 years later, I was standing in front of her in South Korea. At last, I could hug my mom. I was stubborn like my mom. It was that stubbornness that allowed me to continue to believe that I would see my mom again one day. During the 3 months at the Hanawan, we were allowed to go out a few times. One of the teachers announced during a class, "Next week you can go out to learn some things. You can really experience South Korea." We were all excited and curious to experience South Korea outside of the Hanawan. Each refugee was going to receive the equivalent of 100 USD. For the next couple of days, we talked about what we would buy. Clothes, games, cosmetics. We were finally able to slip out of the dreaded Hanawan uniforms to wear civilian clothing that had been locked away. The 13 students in my group joined up with others to take a bus. Each team had a South Korean teacher or volunteer leading us. We went on a retreat one night, learning from volunteers about South Korean life. We learned games, sang, and ate together. It was a fun time with those volunteers and teachers, especially when learning English. North Korean refugees often seem to be starting from zero, but I was even behind other refugees. Almost all the other refugees had learned propaganda about the history of the dictators and their families while in North Korean schools. I had not even learned that. In South Korea, we were all learning about how to take the subway, how to make phone calls from payphones, and we visited monuments to learn about Korean history. We also learned how to use the bank. In North Korea, my family members had always kept their money hidden at home. I was surprised to learn that I could use a credit card to make payments. I wondered, how can I trust how much money is inside the card? I could only believe the money I could count. I thought banks only printed money. I had never seen an actual bank. I had only seen the word bank on money. When I heard that we were going to learn how to use the bank, I wondered to myself, are we going to print money? I went to a bank for the first time during a field trip to Seoul. I went to an ATM. "How can I help you?" was the voice I heard from the machine. Some of us attempted to talk back to the ATM. For dinner, we went to the 63 building, a high-rise building in the business district of Seoul. We took the elevator. Wow, it went so fast. We thought the elevator ride would take a long time. We were looking outside, then swoosh, the doors opened. We couldn't believe an elevator could go so fast. The other refugees and I were about to encounter something new. The teacher said, "You can eat whatever you want." All you can eat? Buffet? Like the others, I couldn't believe it. Pointing at the food, I asked, "So I can eat that? Can I eat as much as I want?" "Yes, of course, but don't waste food." Some shiny fruit caught my eye. I grabbed a juicy, delicious-looking apple. The teacher was behind me. "Songmi-ya, that's fake food. I don't know how strong your teeth are, but you shouldn't eat that." It was just decoration. My face turned red as everyone laughed. We loaded up our plates with food. Then before finishing one plate of food, some were rushing to try something else. When someone would come with a different kind of food, the others wanted to try that. See, the teacher said, that's why I told you not to take too much. This happens every time we come here. Many of us hid food in our bags to give to others at the Hanawan. After a short time, I was already full. I had only been eating Korean food at the Hanawan and was still a bit hesitant to try the different kinds of food I saw. There was so much delicious Korean food that I was eager to try first. The teacher wanted us to experiment. Everyone, be sure to try food from other countries. You can always eat Korean food. The teacher was taking students in small groups to teach us about different kinds of food. September 27th, 1993 was the day that I came into the world in North Korea. 18 years later, I was at the Hanawan in South Korea on my birthday. My group that had arrived in June was joined by another group that arrived in August. Together, they held a great birthday party for me. It was a Tuesday, 6 days before I was going to be released into South Korean society. It was a special day in my life. More than 20 students celebrated my birthday that day. We had snacks and soft drinks but couldn't drink beer. We had fun the whole night singing, dancing, and listening to music. Most nights we had to be quiet, but that night there was no one telling us to be quiet. The officer who would check on us said it was the first time that such a big party had been held for students at the Hanawan. For years, no one had celebrated my birthday. Not only was this my party, but it was the first time I had such a big party with friends. We used 2 different rooms, one for eating snacks and having soft drinks, and the other for dancing and singing. One of the teachers said to us, "You're going to be free. What are you going to do?" We were cheering when we heard this news. At last, we could be reunited with loved ones and start the next chapter of our lives. What did we plan to do? Travel, play games, go to school. "Teacher," I said, "I need to study hard. I know that my mom wants me to study hard and go to university. I need to graduate." On October 2nd, we were busy. We gathered our few possessions, such as blankets and clothes that would fit into one bag. Then we had a final celebration that seemed to be the second part of my birthday party. At about 2 a.m., we went to sleep. We missed the national anthem because we woke up late, but no one lectured us about it. My mom and a social worker arrived shortly after noon. They picked me up and took me to a restaurant. Mom asked, "What do you want to eat? We can have whatever you want." I had simple, cold noodles. "Our home is far, so you can sleep," Mom said. I was in the back seat with the social worker. It was a 4-hour drive to our destination, Jinju, where Mom lived. I fell asleep in the back seat with the social worker next to me. 25. 30 eggs. 민족과 운명, Nation and Destiny was a popular drama that was shown on North Korean TV from 1992 to 2002. Unlike most North Korean dramas, it focused on South Korean life and culture. It was meant to show South Korea as a capitalist country in a negative way, but it opened the eyes of many North Koreans to the affluence of South Korea. We saw people wearing sunglasses, women smoking, and different kinds of food and drinks that North Koreans had never heard of and would never be able to try in North Korea. Hong Young-ja was a glamorous and fashionable character in the drama. She was smoking, drinking wine and coffee, and looked so cool to me and my friends. Many women and children around me wanted to be like Miss Hong. In hailing a taxi, Miss Hong coolly puffed on a cigarette, blew smoke, then waved her index and middle fingers. My friends and I would mimic Miss Hong's actions. Taxi! I waved my 2 fingers, pretending to call a taxi, even though I had never seen one in North Korea's countryside. Before that drama, my friends and I would copy North Korean soldiers by saluting with all the fingers on our hands. After that drama, however, we would salute each other with just 2 fingers. I didn't understand many of the things I saw. I was confused, for example, about why Ms. Hong and some of the other South Korean TV characters were drinking blood. In the back seat of Mom's car, I was getting a little dizzy. As we pulled into a rest stop, Mom asked me if I wanted some coffee. My demeanor changed. Mom, I don't want to drink blood. I couldn't figure out why people in South Korea were drinking blood. The others laughed, with my mom laughing the loudest and longest of all. As I walked from the bathroom, I thought to myself, why are they drinking blood, and why do they want me to drink it? After I rejoined them, I saw that Mom had bought snacks and drinks. I saw the black blood Mom was holding in a cup. Horrified, I asked Mom why they were drinking blood. Songmi-ya, this is coffee, not blood. This is what people drink after a meal or when they are tired. They drink it to wake themselves up, Mom explained. This is not blood. The Korean word for blood has a similar pronunciation as the word coffee. This was my introduction to the world of Konglish, a mixture of Korean and English words. I took a sip of the coffee, an iced Americano. I spit it out. My mom said the same thing happened to her when she first tried coffee, but she had grown to love it. Finally, I realized what the people in the North Korean drama had been talking about and what the glamorous Ms. Hong had been drinking. I have photographic memory of my life, but my first day of freedom was a blur. I didn't feel very excited because of the long drive to Jinju, and I didn't feel great. I was dizzy and had a little trouble walking on that windy, hot day. We first went to a social welfare center where I got an ID card. From now on, you are South Korean, not North Korean. You are free now. My mom and the social worker beamed, congratulating me. I started crying. I am free. I am South Korean. I can do whatever I want. I can study. I can travel. I tried to find the words to express my feelings as I looked at my Korean ID card. It was all so exciting, except that I wanted to change the photo. I look so fat. The next day, I started going to a Hana center twice a week to study. Hana centers were established by the South Korean government to assist North Korean refugees with adjusting to South Korea. I began studying English at the center. On some other days, I joined different social workers and Hana Center teachers on outings to farms. I was in freedom. What was one of the first things I wanted to do? I heard a little voice whispering to me, "Time to eat eggs." "Mom," I asked, "can you boil 30 eggs for me?" Mom wasn't sure that she had heard me correctly. 30 eggs? What do you want to do with 30 eggs? Eat them! Mom said it didn't make sense to try to eat 30 eggs. Mom, please! That was one of my wishes when I was in North Korea. I want to eat a lot of eggs. Couldn't you eat eggs when you were there? I told Mom that my aunt put 1 raw egg in my uncle's rice every morning. I really wanted to eat eggs and to try them properly cooked. An egg is a small thing, Mom said with disgust in her voice. They should have shared that with you. Mom, eggs are cheap in South Korea, but they are expensive in North Korea. I didn't want to explain for long. I wanted the 30 boiled eggs. Songmi-ya, the pot can't even hold 30 eggs at one time. Mom finally agreed. You can eat 20 first, then after that I can boil 10 more. My mom boiled eggs while I sat on the sofa watching TV. After about 15 minutes, she called out, Songmi-ya, your eggs are ready. Yes! I flew to the kitchen. Time to eat. I sat down in the kitchen and peeled the first egg. Mom was standing next to me, watching, smiling. This is what I wanted to eat. Mom, you can have some too. This is so good. I turned to look at her. She was amused by me trying to gobble down as many eggs as possible. She joined me, but after 2 eggs, she was done. Songmi-ya, you can finish the rest. I was eating so fast. I started to smell chicken poop when I got to egg number 7, but I wasn't ready to give up. I had promised myself that I would eat 30 eggs. Now, here I was with 20 eggs, and I could already smell the chicken poop after only 7 eggs. I was determined to eat more. After I slowly finished 3 more, bringing me to a grand total of 10, I stood up and walked over to the sofa with the smell of chicken poop following me. Mom, I smell it. I can smell chicken poop. I can't eat any more. Mom burst out laughing. See, you're not a giant. You can't eat 30 eggs. In North Korea, you didn't have much to eat, so you wanted to eat everything. Here, you don't have to worry about having enough food. I was excited that I was at last back with Mom. I had been waiting for years for this moment. I felt secure being in the same home with my mom. We hadn't seen each other in 6 years, and we hadn't lived together for 2 years before that. Mom and I were sitting on the sofa around 11 p.m. Mom worked at a market and needed to wake up early the next morning, but she wasn't paying attention to the clock. At times, Mom roared with laughter as we talked that first night. At other times, she was outraged at hearing about the way her sister had treated me. She lied to me. She told me that you were doing fine, going to school, wearing nice clothes, and growing taller. Mom stopped talking. Then she started crying. She could see how much I had suffered. Mom understood that Aunt Yeonhui hadn't told her the truth, but she asked me for the truth about our conversation in February 2010. I had told her that I was going to school. I explained, Aunt Yeonhui told me to lie to you. She was standing right there when I was talking to you. I apologized, but I had still been under my aunt's control then. I could never speak honestly to Aunt Yeonhui. We were sitting close to each other. After talking a bit more, Mom said, Okay, that is in the past. Now you are free and can do whatever you want. If you want to study or work, I will support you. Now you are in a new world. We decided that I should study first. I went to bed thinking about my future. I had a mom I would be with for the rest of my life. I closed my eyes and went to sleep with a feeling of security I hadn't experienced in almost a decade. I rested for 1 week, then Mom took charge. She set an appointment for me to start studying to earn the Korean Graduate Equivalency Diploma. On December 17, 2011, I started a course to prepare to receive my diploma. Every day from 10 a.m. until 3 or 4 p.m., I studied along with about 15 South Koreans. In the GED class, I asked one woman, "What should I call you? It seems that you are a grandmother." The woman was furious. "What? Don't call me grandmother. The lady looked to be about 60 years old. When I expressed confusion about how to address her, she said, "Call me big sister." We were probably 4 decades apart in age. I thought to myself, wow, it's surprising that South Koreans don't want to be called grandmother. In North Korea, anyone who looks older than 50 would be called grandmother or grandfather. From then on, all South Koreans became a sibling, aunt, or uncle to me. A classmate asked me, "Where are you from?" "North Korea." My young classmates had many questions. They congratulated me on escaping from North Korea. They asked me so many questions about North Korea and my experience there. There was only one topic I didn't want to discuss: my height. I was constantly hearing, "Wow, you're so short." I felt like I had much to learn, but the other students distracted me with all of their questions. I was a bit shy and not used to being at the center of attention. I finally pointed out that I couldn't learn if I was answering questions about North Korea. The teacher agreed and said that it would be better for the other students to ask questions after class. One of the senior citizens in the class agreed. Let her study. Study is exactly what I did. Studying was still something new for me, but I did my best, often studying well past midnight. Studying was like eating 30 eggs. When I was in North Korea, I really wanted to study, but I tasted the reality of it in South Korea. I learned that South Koreans studied English, math, and many other subjects from the age of 5 or even earlier. I wasn't the least bit embarrassed when I couldn't answer questions. I reasoned, I don't know anything. If I hide it, then I won't learn. I have so much to learn. I can just tell people, I am from North Korea. I didn't go to school because I had to survive. So please, understand me. I am happy to learn. After 3 months, I earned a middle school diploma. I then earned a high school GED after 3 months of intensive study. I enjoyed being with my mom, but I was adjusting to life and culture in South Korea. I experienced a big change. I stopped going to sleep early. There were so many lights, electricity, and TV was available 24 hours a day. In North Korea, I considered 10 p.m. late as I had to wake up early the next morning to work. Besides, the daily TV and radio programming would end at midnight if the electricity hadn't already. In South Korea, it was possible to stay up all night. One thing I didn't understand about South Korea was dieting. I had gained weight when I was at Hanwon, but that had seemed to be an issue with North Korean refugees sitting around. Was it possible that South Koreans were trying to lose weight? Being overweight in North Korea meant that a person was healthy and wealthy. I had even seen people interviewed on TV about being overweight. It seemed to be easy to lose weight. Just stop eating. But I realized there were so many delicious kinds of foods in South Korea that it was easy to gain weight. After I got out of the Hanwon, I started calling the others I had met there. I loved my phone. I recorded the things I saw on TV, listened to music, and took photos of everything, even my hand. I had long phone calls with my friends, sometimes for an hour or two. Mom was amused watching me adjust, but she also put her foot down when it came to my friends. Don't call North Koreans. I was baffled. Some of us had escaped together, so we had a special connection. But Mom insisted. Don't hang out with North Koreans. You cannot learn from them. You must learn new things. They also must learn new things. It would be better for you to meet South Koreans or people from other countries. Mom deleted the phone numbers of the North Koreans on my phone. You must study hard. You are not a baby. You said you wanted to study. You can be friends with North Koreans later. Adjusting to South Korea was difficult for me and my friends. Some of them had said that Hanawan was boring and that they felt like prisoners. After they joined South Korean society, however, some of them looked back fondly on their time at the resettlement center. They didn't have to worry about working or earning money, and the people there had taught them about life in South Korea. I had worked hard in North Korea, but I had never applied for a job. I got my first paid job in South Korea at a restaurant that was behind Mom's home. The owner asked me to do other things in addition to my restaurant duties. Mom was incredulous when she learned about it. He wanted me to wash his socks, I told her. Is every restaurant like this? Mom confronted the restaurant owner. The owner's wife apologized and paid me for my 2 days' work. What was next? Mom suggested that I become a nurse. It was a stable job with good pay. I went along with it, but I knew myself. I don't like to see people hurt, and I hate to see blood. How can I be a nurse? I got accepted into a university, but I worried about studying with South Korean university students. How could I be in the same classroom with them when I had not read a book or held a pen or pencil for so many years? I had been accepted into a university without going through the same grueling process that South Koreans endured. During an interview with the university, 3 professors questioned if I could handle English. We can accept you, but can you understand English? South Korean universities were requiring the use of more English in lectures, textbooks, and exams. I only knew the ABCs and a few phrases, such as hello and thank you. I withdrew my application. I needed English simply to survive in South Korea. There were so many words that South Koreans use that I could not understand. Mart? What's a mart? I had no idea what CGV, a major movie theater chain in South Korea, was. South Koreans would laugh at me when I didn't know basic things, especially words that incorporated English. Sometimes there was confusion because of my accent, but I was never ashamed of that. It was the times I didn't know things because of English words that were difficult for me. I was getting frustrated. I started working instead of going to university, but I struggled because there were so many things I did not know. I was learning things, such as that I could cook 95 hamburgers in an hour after working at Burger King. Mom suggested that I study English in Canada. She had a good friend there who could look out for me. I was excited about traveling abroad, but also felt sad. Mom and I had been apart for years, and we were about to be apart again after being together for only 1 year. Mom bought a ticket for me to go to Canada. In November 2012, I arrived in New York City and spent a day in Washington, D.C. Then, it was on to Canada. 26. Canada, the country of freedom. Hello! 2 young men, probably in their late 20s, walked past me and Mom's friend Sujin. How are you doing today? One of the young men asked, waving his hand in a friendly manner. Their eyes were twinkling. The other young man also waved, although he didn't speak. I had arrived in Canada 3 days before. I understood hello, but nothing else after that. The young men walked past us sitting together on the grass in the park, enjoying the beautiful late afternoon weather. I wanted to go for a walk and inhale the beautiful scene. There were families nearby playing with children. The trees were lovely and bright. There was a market nearby. There were a variety of people and dogs going here and there. Some people seemed to know each other, but there were some who seemed to be greeting each other for the first time. This first taste of Canada was different and interesting. I had never experienced a setting like this, where both families and strangers peacefully enjoyed nature and kindly greeted each other. In North Korea, my life was mostly about work. Even in South Korea, it was a bit unusual to say hello to strangers, but now it was happening to me. Complete strangers were saying hello. Or were they talking to someone else? I looked behind me. "Yes, you," they said, pointing at me. My initial thought was, why are these strangers talking to me? I didn't know how to respond and didn't even say hello. I smiled. Although I had learned some English in South Korea, I wasn't prepared for these real-life English encounters. There was a difference between learning English and using it. It wasn't only those two young men. I saw people kindly greeting each other like old friends. One day, a bus driver said to me, "Hello, how are you?" As I had done in the park with the two young men, I turned to see if the bus driver was saying hello to someone else. I looked at him and said, "Hello." Grinning, he continued talking, but I didn't know what he was saying or asking. I was lost again, unsure what was being said or how to answer. I sat down and watched the driver greet other passengers getting on the bus. I sat by myself. A man who got on the bus greeted the driver, then sat down across from me and smiled. After he sat, our eyes met. He said, "Hello." I just smiled. He was saying something in English that I didn't understand. He then began talking to the passenger next to him. It was a new world for me. The people here greet each other like friends, I thought. It feels so good, warm, and friendly. For many years, I had worked in solitude. When I searched for food or tree limbs in North Korea, the conversation was about survival. I had made up my mind about Toronto. I want to live here with Mom. Canada was the most wonderful experience for me. I studied at Greenwood Secondary School. My lack of English quickly caught up with me. I couldn't understand what the teacher said, but I guessed that she was asking the students to do something. I looked at what the person behind me was doing, and I turned to the same page in the book. I couldn't speak English, but I could smile and laugh. My lack of English kept being an embarrassment for me. I had learned that there were these words, like sir and miss, to address the teachers. I seemed to be the student who always got things wrong. Strike one. "Teacher!" The other students were laughing. Apparently, it was old-fashioned to say teacher. I had everyone's attention as they were waiting for me to say more. But I didn't know how to explain that I needed to go to the toilet. Using body language, I tried to show that I wanted to go to the toilet. I asked, "Can I go to shh?" I did my best to make the toilet sound. Again, the others were laughing. But this time, they came to my rescue, explaining that I could say washroom or restroom or toilet. Strike two. I still wasn't sure how to refer to the teachers. I was hearing sir or miss. So I said to a male teacher, "Miss, can I?" Others laughed. Strike three. So I was wrong about teacher and miss. To a female teacher, I said, "Sir, I have a question." There was laughter all around me again. That teacher explained the basics to me. You can call a teacher miss or sir, depending on if it is a man or woman. Despite those stumbles and many others, I never thought about giving up. 1. Mom had sent me to Canada to learn English, so I couldn't give up. 2. Despite my mistakes, learning English was exciting. I was able to talk with people from around the world. A third reason I didn't give up: I was too busy. I would wake up and shower at 7:30 a.m., attend school from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and work at a restaurant from 5 p.m. to midnight. There was no one stopping me. I was working at a restaurant and making extra money from tips. I noticed that when I smiled and was nice, that I got bigger tips. I made enough money that my mom asked if I could send some to North Korea to help Aunt Sunhui escape. Mom and I sent about 1,000 USD each. Aunt Sunhui did not escape, however. With her 3 kids, it was difficult. After Mom and I escaped, our family members were probably watched more closely. I encountered so many situations in Canada that it seemed I learned something new every day. I thought about settling down in Canada. It was my freedom country where there were so many friendly people. It seemed that I could live and learn without being judged, or at least the judgments might be short-term. However, Mom told me that it was time to return to Korea. My purpose in going to Canada had been to learn English, and after 18 months, my English had improved a lot. After Canada, I knew how to address teachers as Sir or Miss. 27. Counseling. Finding myself at last. Years later, on April 4th, 2018, I posted on Instagram, "Now I am 0. 0 had always been my favorite number. I can make any number with 0. Just add more zeros to any number. But I was also at 0 in my life because of several personal problems, feeling like I was starting over again. Almost 2 years later, in February 2020, I was asking myself why I was living. I was afraid to open my eyes in the morning, wondering, should I commit suicide today? 9 years to the day after I began my escape from North Korea, I wrote a note on a South Korean messaging board. "I'm afraid of tomorrow. What should I do? I feel like I am losing myself." The cloud of suicide was hanging over my head. I took a shower with suicide on my mind. Then I saw the tattoo of my son's name above the left side of my chest. When I had been going through a difficult time in 2019, I got the tattoo. I was ready to give up when I went through this difficult time, but then I thought about my son. Who would care for him if I killed myself? I grew up without a mother. I can't let that happen to my son. Looking to save myself, I visited a couple of counseling centers for North Korean refugees. Finally, I cried as I talked with the head of one of the centers. They asked me, "Are you ready to accept counseling? What would you like to change through this psychological counseling?" I wanted 3 things. 1, I want to find myself. I want to find the real Songmi. 2, I want to have a better relationship with my mom. 3, I want to gain confidence and prepare for my future. March 1st, 2020 was the day I started psychological counseling, but it took some time for me to accept it. Initially, there were 10 North Korean refugees, 9 of whom were women, in my counseling group. I started by filling out a questionnaire of about 150 questions about family, parents, and childhood. I looked at one of the questions for about 3 minutes, wondering how I could explain the many things I could feel bubbling up. Finally, I wrote, "I don't know." I doodled in frustration for about 30 minutes, giving short answers to the questions. The counselor came over to me. "Please, focus on the questions." A few minutes later, tears began rolling down my cheeks and onto the paper. I had stopped writing. The pen in my hand was frozen by my thoughts. I turned my head and saw several of the other North Korean refugees were also crying. I started both individual and group sessions. The individual sessions usually lasted an hour, while the group sessions lasted a few hours. Still, I didn't feel comfortable. I wasn't ready to open up yet. I often expressed my frustration at the questions and avoided giving direct explanations. In one of the individual sessions, the counselor and I were seated on sofas across from each other. The counselor said, "It seems that you smile all of the time." "Yes, I do." Making eye contact with me, the counselor said, "That means you don't want to show others your real feelings." I didn't respond immediately. I continued smiling, but I had an uncomfortable feeling. My frustration turned to anger. The counselor then said point blank, "That's a fake smile." I was in denial. "No, why would I have a fake smile?" The counselor said, "Because you don't want to show people what is inside. You want to hide what's in there. It's not just you. There are many people who want to hide their real feelings." I leaned over. I was now listening, curious. The counselor continued, looking directly at me. "It seems that you are not ready to open up yet." The counselor probably sensed she had made a breakthrough. Like lightning, she struck, then was gone. "Okay, I think we can shift the conversation now. How was last week?" The counselor had completely pivoted away from her challenge. She continued making eye contact. I looked away. The counselor asked me about my son. "He's fine." I looked around the room with my eyes, but did not make eye contact with the counselor. I answered the counselor's questions, thinking about my life. Walking to the bus station, my heart felt heavy. I could feel pain inside, and I was having trouble breathing. I began thinking about when I was a child. I felt the tears rolling down my cheeks. I was in public, but I didn't try to hide my feelings. On the bus, I kept thinking, am I living with a fake smile? How long have I been like this? Who is the real Songmi? As I reflected on my life, I remembered when neighbors in North Korea questioned if my smile was real. In South Korea, I realized they may have been right. I had been living with a fake smile, hiding my pain. I had wanted people to think I was doing as well as other kids. One of the videos the counselors shared in a group session with the refugees showed North Korean refugee mothers explaining why they had left their children behind in North Korea and China. I thought to myself, it feels like they are explaining Mom's story to me. In an individual session with a counselor, I finally admitted some of the things I had been suppressing. I said things I had been unable to say aloud before, what I had tried to block out of my mind behind my fake smile. Mom gave me my first life when I was born. Then she gave me a second life when she brought me to South Korea. But I have some resentment that I haven't been able to express. How could she leave me behind in North Korea without even saying goodbye or explaining that she was planning to escape? It was the impolite question that I had not been able to ask myself. I had trusted Mom after our time living together in a barn. No matter how many times I had gone looking for Mom, I had been secure in the thought that we would always be together and that I could always find Mom in North Korea any time I went looking for her. But what then, after my mom left me behind in North Korea? During the year, Mom and I had some difficult conversations about my childhood. Mom explained that she had left me behind because she didn't think it was possible for us to escape together. If we had been captured in China, we would have been separated and I could have been sold. Once Mom was in a stronger position, then she could rescue me. After counseling and talking more deeply with my mom, I could understand the difficult decision she had made. When my counseling ended in early 2021, the head of the center asked me the same questions they had asked me when I cried in front of them. I explained that my relationship with my mom had improved drastically. I was still going to struggle with finding myself and preparing for my future, but I had reunited with the green light of my life, and I had become the green light of my son's life. I had opened up. I had found my voice.
Forward. As a North Korean who was born into the core class of North Korea, I was lucky enough to be educated as an intellectual elite from a young age. I attended the best schools in the country and experienced a life that most other North Koreans could only dream of having. And as I joined the foreign ministry of North Korea, I was able to stay outside of North Korea, representing it abroad. My patriotism and loyalty seeped into my mind and body, blinding me from the reality of my own country. But mindless patriotism only can last so long. As I faced countless discrepancies between cruel reality and the North Korea painted by the regime, my eyes slowly opened to the truth. My life has changed in many ways since I escaped to South Korea in 2016. I've learned more about my native country here than when I lived there and represented it abroad. My worst doubts about the welfare of my fellow countrymen came true as I look from the outside in with freedom of speech and thought. I acquired a better understanding of how most North Koreans live. Greenlight to Freedom, written by Songmi Han with Casey Lartigue, is an eye-opener, not only for people like me, but also for those who know little about North Korea. Ms. Han grew up in the countryside of North Korea. She attended elementary school for only 1 year and barely survived by eating grass. The book follows her life from famine to freedom. As many others do, it seemed natural that North Koreans would thrive once gaining freedom. But Ms. Han's story, along with those of other North Korean refugees, makes it clear that freedom isn't enough. There are still lingering issues and trauma that many must overcome before they can live satisfactory lives. With raw honesty, Ms. Han opens up about her life and shares the challenges she faced growing up and escaping from North Korea. As I read her story, I thought about where I was at those times in my life, living a privileged life in North Korea and abroad. At that same time, there had been many North Koreans like Ms. Han who were barely surviving. Many, regrettably, end up dying in the streets and at train stations from starvation and frostbite. While all of this has been going on, the leadership builds nuclear weapons and engages in dangerous brinksmanship with global powers. North Korea's anti-human rights system is unprecedented in history. It is important that North Koreans who were not part of the elite tell their stories so that the world can see the side of North Korea that the regime tries to hide. I hope that readers will be inspired to act on behalf of the North Koreans still stuck in the country, as well as North Korean refugees who, like Ms. Han, have made it to freedom. Tae Young-ho, a member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea and a fellow survivor of the North Korean cruelty, May 2022. Introduction. Over the past 2 decades, I've worked with many people with inspiring stories of overcoming challenges, ranging from low-income mothers seeking better education choices for their children in Washington, D.C., to North Korean refugees in South Korea bravely sharing their stories with the world, despite threats from a dictatorship. The most unlikely author is Miss Songmi Han. When I first met Songmi in late 2019, she was struggling. She had found me after learning about Freedom Speakers International, FSI, which I co-founded with South Korean researcher Eun-gu Lee. Songmi wanted to improve her English as she was trying to take charge of her life. She was not the least bit interested in telling her story and had reasons to keep her identity concealed. Before I knew it, she had already adopted me as her life mentor. I hired her as a special assistant at FSI. She said that she was at last settled down. At the time, I was writing a book about my decade of working with North Korean refugees. I mentioned in passing to Songmi, based on the things she was telling me, she might want to write a book one day. At first, she said no, but later she considered it seriously, talked it over with her mom because they will be revealing some embarrassing things publicly, then finally drafted me to help her write it. I shelved my own manuscript and began working on hers. Writing her story seemed to be a form of therapy for her to heal her heart and to encourage others struggling with trauma, separation, and various mental health challenges. There were numerous challenges in writing Greenlight to Freedom. For one, the book is written in English, which is Songmi's second language. Telling her story in English seemed to be both liberating and challenging for her. We worked without an interpreter or translator. At times, it became an English class as she learned Western idioms and English vocabulary, and then began to internalize them. We hope that readers will understand that what we lose in flowery language is instead a presentation of Songmi's raw account of her experiences, emotions, and stories from her journey. Second, as we worked on the book, she relived some trauma. We had to take more than one break during the interview and writing process. It became more comfortable for her to speak in the third person rather than first person. Speaking in the third person made her story less painful and more objective. She also began to assert herself as she got more comfortable with telling her story. She gained new perspectives on some of the people in her life, including some that she had tried to forget. This meant revising parts of the book along the way and after the alleged final version was done. Third, North Korea is not a normal country. Numerous North Korean refugees have expressed concern about opening their lives to readers and listeners who can't understand the reality of North Korea. North Koreans grow up under the boot of a cult. The messengers have often found themselves and their loved ones judged. How can you leave your family behind? How could you eat blah, blah, whatever, fill in the blank? How could you or your family have acted that way? My all-time favorite case of projecting one's own life onto North Koreans was a South Korean high school student who was completely serious when he asked at an event I moderated, "If North Koreans are starving, why don't they just order Pizza Hut?" He was concerned, serious, and baffled, apparently why things weren't as easy for North Koreans as they were for him, living in the world's 10th largest economic power. Songmi shares many potentially embarrassing details about her family that could be fodder for insta-judgmental people. How, as co-author, could I tell Songmi's story in a way that people with knee-jerk responses could read it with their knees solidly in place? I hope that readers will read the entire book and not have snap judgments about individuals doing their best to survive North Korea. It may take reading the book a second time to understand some of the things that happened. Songmi survived North Korea and has come through it thankful. Hopefully, readers will share in her thankfulness and reserve their judgment for the North Korean regime that puts North Koreans in desperate, no-win situations. As I worked with Songmi, I was reminded of the 1845 narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, in which the former slave turned abolitionist told much of his story up to that point. In the introduction, ardent abolitionist Wendell Phillips mentioned the Aesop fable, The Man and the Lion, where the lion complained that he would not be misrepresented when the lions write history. Up to that point, slavery was usually presented from the perspective of slaveholders. Similarly, much of the discussion about North Korea is focused on the North Korean regime, with reporters rushing to report on the latest oddball story out of North Korea. Although about 34,000 North Korean refugees have escaped from North to South Korea since the late 1990s, only a handful of books, about 20, have been published by North Korean refugees. As someone who has worked directly with almost 500 North Korean refugees over the last decade, I know there are many incredible stories yet to be told. One of them is by Songmi Han. Unlike Mr. Douglas, Songmi is not an activist. Readers won't see discussions about the dictators of North Korea. She has not written a treatise explaining North Korea to researchers and reporters. This is a human interest story by and about a young woman who happened to have been born in North Korea. From a historical perspective, it is of great importance that such accounts are preserved. And more importantly, from a human perspective, there's much we can learn as individuals through Songmi's journey, her perspective, and what she has overcome. Casey Lartigue Jr., co-founder of Freedom Speakers International, February 2022.
Afterword. The best time in my life was the 18 months I spent in Canada. I was young and learning about the world for the first time. The second best time in my life is now. I am living only with my son. That means that no one can blame or hurt me. I went through so much in my childhood, living in a barn, being homeless, watching my mom get physically abused, having to carry wood on my back and work hard from a young age, looking for my mom, and then enduring several terrible years in South Korea. It hasn't been easy, but I feel so lucky. My co-author and I considered many different titles for this book. One was Lucky. I had been through so much, but I felt lucky. Other titles we considered were Grateful and Thankfulness. After escaping, I realized how lucky I am. I saw other children starve to death when I was in North Korea. I had an aunt who allowed me to live with her despite her own struggles to survive. When I crossed the river from North Korea to China, the border guards shot at us, but their bullets missed us and we didn't get caught. Many people are killed as they try to escape from North Korea, but I survived. I feel lucky to have escaped from North Korea. During my escape, I didn't get sold. I felt lucky because my mom was arranging for me to get to freedom, unlike the beautiful lady that I met during my first night in China. Now, when I think back, I realize that I have been lucky so many times. In South Korea, I had some bad things happen to me, but I survived those things too. Now, I am lucky because I have good people around me. I dedicate this book to my mom because she is the green light of my life. She could have easily forgotten about me or moved on after she escaped. But as soon as she got to South Korea, she prepared to rescue me. I was a child who had spent several years in an unstable situation, working to survive. I can't count how many times I cried when we were apart. I dreamt of being able to hug her one day and to sleep in her arms again. Now, I am a mom, and I always tell my son, "You are my everything." He is my angel. I had such a happy time being with my mom when I was young, and now I want to have a lifetime of memories with my son. He has no idea what kind of life I had in North Korea. I want my son to have a happy life, to experience more than I did with my own mom. I want to be the green light of his life, the person that he knows he can always go to for comfort and love. I spent the first 17 years of my life in North Korea, 7 months escaping and waiting to be allowed into South Korean society, and 11 years in South Korea. The biggest difference between North and South Korea? When I do things in South Korea, it is no longer only about survival. Cooking North Korean food reminds me of when I sold food as a child. I used to help my aunt make food, but I couldn't eat it. It was food in the picture. If I ate any of the food that I cooked, then I could have gotten kicked out of my aunt's home. Now I cook and eat whatever I want. I can share with others the kind of food that I ate when I was in my hometown. I remember the first time some North Korean refugees asked me to cook for them. I didn't think about payment because I was happy that they ate the food that I cooked, which was meaningful to me. Cooking is a hobby for me now, and I'm lucky that it's no longer about survival. I even feel lucky that I am writing a book. If I were not a lucky woman, then none of this would have been possible. I had never thought about telling my story. I felt lucky to have survived, but it seemed that the things that happened to me would be sad for other people to read about. I didn't know that people could be interested in the life of a North Korean who wasn't part of the elite or a celebrity. My life hasn't always been happy. When I was in North Korea, I never could have written a book. My friends and relatives in North Korea who saw me starving, homeless, searching for my mom and carrying wood on my back, would never believe that I could write a book and that people around the world could be interested in reading my story. After being out of North Korea for 11 years, why am I now writing a book? When I was in North Korea, I had no voice and no hope. In South Korea, I found myself vulnerable. There are many North Koreans who are as vulnerable as I was, unsure of how to live well. I considered suicide in both countries. People are shocked when they hear about North Korean refugees considering or committing suicide. She escaped from North Korea. How could she even think about suicide? I understand the question, but life in South Korea should not be viewed as a snapshot when there is an ongoing movie of their lives. Many North Koreans struggle for basic survival in North Korea, must risk their lives to get to freedom. Then when they struggle in South Korea, there is a feeling that yet another terrible thing has happened in their lives. I was lucky to get out of North Korea, and I feel even more lucky because an amazing person began helping me in South Korea. It started in late 2019 when I began focusing on improving my English. A friend told me about an organization named Teach North Korean Refugees, renamed Freedom Speakers International. I was so amazed as I watched the videos and read articles about the organization. It seemed to be a dream come true. I learned that the co-founder was an American named Casey Lartigue. I contacted him to ask about applying to the organization as a student. He directed me to the online application process. A few weeks later, I met with him and FSI co-founder Eun-gu Lee. Was there really an organization that focused on helping North Korean refugees? I told them a little about my struggles. After my second visit, Mr. Casey and Miss Eun-gu had talked about me. Mr. Casey invited me to the most wonderful event. It was the first time in my life that I went to such a grand event. It was a Harvard University alumni event held at the Chosun Hotel in Seoul. The whole night I felt like I was dreaming. I remember rushing to the hotel. The night was incredible. I wanted to understand everything being said, but my English was so poor. Even when I understood, I was too nervous and shy to speak. My eyes shone with happiness as I smiled the whole night, unable to hide my feelings. It was an elegant night. We had a fancy dinner. Educated and professional people were drinking and talking about many things, much of which I couldn't understand. Harvard professors and alumni were there. I met Mr. Park Jin, a member of South Korea's National Assembly, who was so nice in greeting me. I stopped going to school in North Korea after 1 year of elementary school. I had never heard of Harvard University. The most exciting moment of the night was when they had a quiz about the university's history. When the announcer asked a few of the questions, Mr. Casey pointed at me, trying to get the announcer's attention. Then it happened. The announcer pointed at me. I stood up, excited as a person brought the microphone over to me. Mr. Casey said to me, "Just say 8. I had been shy all night, but not at that moment. Very loudly and proudly, I said, 8. The announcer said I was right, and I won coffee from Harvard alumni. I was in a room with Harvard professors and alumni, and I was the person with the right answer. The right answer was 8. 8 what? I didn't know. Mr. Casey later told me that 8 was the number of Harvard graduates who had become President of the United States. Mr. Casey could have won the coffee, but instead, he told me the answer so I could win. It was an amazing night. Later that night, I sent the photos to Mom. "Mom, I went to this event. It is really special." She asked, "Why is it special?" "I met Harvard professors." She also got excited as she heard more details. Her daughter, who hadn't studied or seen a book for years when she was in North Korea, was in the same room with Harvard alumni. She said to me, "I think you are a lucky girl to have met Harvard professors. I am so grateful Mr. Casey took you there. I didn't know anything about Harvard University when I was in North Korea. I had searched online to learn more about it. I was so excited, telling Mom about Harvard University as if she also had never heard of it. Mom asked, "Are you crazy? You didn't know about Harvard?" "Mom," I said, "I had never heard about Harvard when I was in North Korea. I had to work to survive. I feel so lucky." Mom always worried about me. After we reconciled in South Korea, our relationship got even stronger than before. It was a wonderful moment. I was a daughter telling her mom about a special night. I finally told Mr. Casey more about the problems I was having. He was disappointed that I had not told him sooner. He said that he would help me organize my life. He truly became an angel looking over me. He has helped many North Korean refugees. I felt lucky that he became my life mentor and my hero. I told him more about my life story. Instead of being sad, he would laugh loudly. That's when he told me that many people would love my stories if I ever wrote a book. Before counseling and reconciling with my mom, I didn't think about talking publicly. My life was settling down, but after he became my life mentor, I could feel that I was ready to speak. So many bad things have happened to me in my life. After getting over my trauma, learning about the real Songmi, and starting to plan for my future, I felt the courage to tell my story, to heal my own heart, and hopefully let people know that there are others quietly suffering. North Korean refugees who are vulnerable can have their lives changed by the good or bad people they meet. Mr. Casey patiently listened to me tell my story even though my English isn't very good. When I got frustrated at not being able to express everything that I wanted, he would praise and encourage me to continue. I could see that he was trying to figure out some of the incorrect English that I had used without mocking me or making me feel inadequate. I still didn't believe that people would want to read my story, so he said he would run a test. He set up a pre-order campaign inviting people to buy my book in advance. I didn't believe anyone would buy the book in advance, but many people did. At the end of 2021, we already had more than 600 requests for the book. It is hard to express how thankful I am to every person who pre-ordered. I was amazed that many people bought the book even before they heard details about me. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not on TV. And I wasn't rich or part of the elite of North Korea, so I didn't think anyone would be interested in my story. I was so busy working and caring for my son. I wasn't thinking about my future. I was just thinking about my small family and trying to survive. As we worked on the book, Mr. Casey asked me what I thought should be on the cover of the book. I had no idea. He went through my social media, asking me about different photos. Then he zeroed in on a photo in which I was holding my face with a forced smile. He said that he had seen me smile so much, but he sensed there was a deeper story behind that photo. He was right. That picture is so meaningful for me. People were telling me that the photo was cute, but when I took it, I was really suffering. During that time, I was thinking to myself, don't lose your smile. No matter what, don't let anyone take your smile. Seeing that photo reminds me of the most difficult time in my life and how far I have come since then. I decided that should be the cover of the book. I was crying all the time and I couldn't even fake a smile. My friends would take me singing, out to eat, and tried other things to cheer me up. Nothing worked. I couldn't smile. Using my hands, I placed my fingers on my face. I held my face in the form of a smile. I was asking myself why I was living. I hated being alive. Why was I living like this? Did I do something wrong in a past life? I didn't want to lose my smile. I had struggled with so many things in my life in both North and South Korea, but I had gotten through them. I had been a playful tomboy when I was a young girl, throwing pillows at my uncle and laughing about everything. More than 2 decades later, I can smile. I left North Korea because everything seemed dark. At last, I can see a future for myself. When people ask me how I am doing, I can say, I'm doing great. I'm breathing, I can see, and I can hear. I am grateful to be alive. Every moment, I feel thankful to be alive and free to do as I want. I can smile every day and truly mean it. About the authors. Songmi Han was born in Kumyagun, Bongsan-ri, in the center of North Korea, about 240 kilometers, 150 miles from the capital of Pyongyang. She escaped from North Korea in 2011 and settled in South Korea later that year. She is now a college student studying social welfare at a university outside of Seoul. Songmi is a keynote speaker and special assistant at Freedom Speakers International. Casey Lartigue Jr. is the co-founder and co-president of Freedom Speakers International in Seoul, Korea. He is co-editor of the book Educational Freedom in Urban America, Brown v. Board After Half a Century. He is the 2017 winner of the Special Contribution Award, presented by the Hansarang Rural Cultural Foundation, the winner of 2 awards by Challenge Korea, 2018's Global Award and 2019's Challenge Maker Award, and in 2021, he was awarded a special letter of commendation by the Korea Hana Foundation. He has a bachelor's degree from the Harvard University Extension School and a master's degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Education.